The story begins in the kingdom of Desal. The streets of the city unfold before us, and in the background, a castle proudly towers. Jane, dressed in his armor, enters the room, sees his friend, and with relief realizes he has found him. Leto calls him, surprised that Thane appeared so early. He is wildly excited, clutching a letter in his hand, punching the air, and shouting that he finally broke into the S rank. Ito drops everything he was just doing because he has grand news. He smiles, raises his new guild card, and says that the Adventurers Guild has officially recognized him as S rank. Thane tries to interrupt, saying Leto's name, but the boy does not stop. Dane breaks through the excitement, tells Leto that he also has news for him, points directly at him and says, "You are fired." The room becomes quiet. Leto stands by the table, clutching the promotion letter, and lets out an embarrassed sound. He is completely stunned. Thane wears a stern, serious expression on his face, while in the background, one of the comrades just watches. Leto's voice rises in panic. He asks if he is really being fired and demands to know what Thane meant. Leto begins to sweat, trying to laugh it off. He tells Thane that he must be joking and that it is not funny at all. Thane closes his eyes and explains the situation. He tells Leto that the king sent a messenger with a specific decree and Thane will become a hero. Thane lowers his eyes, and the weight of the situation settles on him. He says that this title means he will have to fight the Demon Lord. Thane looks Leto straight in the eyes with a serious expression, apologizes for the untimeliness, and admits that Leto just rose to S rank, but then lowers the hammer. Leto is fired. Thane points with his thumb at the one standing behind, explaining that this new guy will take Leto's place in the Holy Wolf Dragon squad. A huge figure in full armor and a bucket helmet strides forward and loudly calls himself the Surge of Night. Ito is sweating and looks completely confused. Stammering, he asks Thane to wait and demands to know what he is talking about. Zane does not hold back and openly lists the reasons, compares Leto to their healer Alina, and bluntly says, "You cannot help the squad like she can because your healing magic is second-rate." He does not stop, constantly pointing to their mage Dill. Thane says that Leto's offensive magic is not as powerful as Dill's, and of course, in close combat he is also worse than Thane. At the table, Thane throws the harsh truth in Leto's face. "You only give orders from the rear and become dead weight, and I do not need such a burden when I go to challenge the Demon Lord." He puts a period on the decision. To complete the team, he pulls in Gustav, noting that he is a former Knight of the Kingdom with truly solid skills. He begins to panic, tries to stop Thane, insists that this is wrong and that Thane is mistaken, and again uses his new S-rank status as a defense. Leto is now in despair, clutching a book. He begins to beg and bargain, promises to think more before giving orders, lists what else he can do, but everything comes out frantic and confused. Thane completely loses patience. He yells at Leto to shut up, emphasizing it by slamming a heavy metal gauntlet on the table with a loud clang. He thrusts his face close to Leto's, furious. Thane barks at him, demanding that he finally be quiet and stop moving his mouth. Zane leans threateningly and continues the tirade. "Do you even realize how much I have fought on the front lines?" he asks while Leto leans back relaxed and gives orders from a safe distance. Leto, confused and panicked, tries to push back, assuring that he would also go to the front lines if Thane just said so, and desperately seeking support, turns to others, calling Alina and Dill to back him up. He looks at his teammates as if begging, and tells them that they have something to say and help him stop Thane from finishing it. But the response is cold as ice. Alina simply closes her eyes and turns her head away, avoiding eye contact. On the panel below, Dill does the same, completely ignoring Leto's pleas for help. Thane turns away from the conversation and tells Leto, "Just go and get out of here. I never want to see your face again." Leto cannot accept this. He stands with outstretched hands, insists that this must be a joke or a lie, begs Thane to reconsider and starts mumbling, asking if something else is wrong with Thane. Maybe he mismanaged the party's money or something like that. This accusation is the last straw. Thane draws his sword with a sharp metallic ring and points the blade right at Leto's face. He shouts that this is exactly the irritating behavior he was talking about and threatens to cut Leto down right here if he doesn't leave. Leto looks at the blade, completely broken, tears welling up in his eyes, and asks why Thane is treating him this way, insisting that all this time he did his best to fulfill his role. We do not make a last desperate attempt, do not beg Alina and Dill to say anything to help him, but they do not even look his way. They just turn their heads and awkwardly refuse to intervene. Dane's face darkened with horror. He admitted that he seriously considered just killing Leto right there instead of letting him go, explaining that Leto knows too much about our group and therefore is a danger. Thane continues to threaten. He tells Leto to thank Alina, and Dill it is because of them he did not kill him on the spot, so he should be glad because he is kind enough to spare his miserable life. When the last threat still hung in the air, Thane turned and left. Leto remained kneeling on the ground, completely broken and alone in the oppressive silence. Before leaving, Gustav, the newcomer in the bucket helmet, decides to cheer up strangely. He cheerfully tells Lido not to be sad and assures him that, when he hears about their future heroic deeds, he will feel better. Broken, Lido wanders the city streets alone, and passers-by only watch him go. And so Lido is officially expelled from the hero's squad, and the plot says that after this, he completely disappears from the city. The scene changes. We are in a tavern. Lido sits alone at a table, gloomily leaning over a mug, while other adventurers eat and drink around him. A waitress approaches his table, clearly very worried. She calls him by name and warns that if he drinks like this every day, his body will sooner or later not endure. Lido does not want to hear this. He lays his head on the table, his face red from drinking, tells her shut up, and mumbles that he just doesn't care. Someone in the bar shouts that they don't drink water here, and Lido explodes. He pounds the counter with his fist and shouts that he asked for more beer, but Emmy instantly puts him in his place. For a drunkard like him, they are officially sold out. Just at that moment, a customer in armor waved his hand and called Emmy for beer. Her attitude instantly changed. She put on a friendly smile and rushed to serve him. Lido flops onto the wooden table, listening to no one, groans for everyone to be quiet, then sighs and says he no longer wants to be an adventurer. I stepped away to other customers, and Lido remained behind the counter, hunched and lonely. She stops and looks around with a worried gaze, calls Toledo, and says that he really needs to start taking orders from the guild and return to work. The scene shifts to another table where a girl with short hair and a headband sits. She is terribly nervous, and you can hear her heart pounding in her chest. She anxiously looks left and right, trying to gather courage to say something. Emmy passes by with a tray, and the girl, stammering, nervously tries to get her attention. Emmy stops and asks what she wants. The girl suddenly catches herself looking straight at Emmy's chest, blushes, fidgets awkwardly, and barely manages to order a beer. Emmy chirps that it will be 350 dim. The girl's jaw drops. She is in a panic, completely shocked by the price. The nervous girl stammers and awkwardly agrees to the price. It's clear she is overwhelmed. Emmy shouted at her to wait a minute while she grabs the drink, and Lido remains in the background, just slouching. Lido is still lying face down on the counter, slowly opens one eye, and finally decides to see what's going on with this new girl. He looks at her from afar and analyzes every movement. It is immediately clear. She has no combat experience, but he admits to himself that he knows too little about women to be an expert in this. He does not take his eyes off her and notices more and more. Compared to Emmy, she is quite slim. But when he looks more closely, he realizes that she is not only slim, her legs are really strong, with noticeable muscles and a toned abdomen. Her arms are also muscular, and he involuntarily thinks maybe she worked on a farm or something similar before ending up here. Suddenly, the girl spoke to someone in response to a question. She said she came here from Merca village. Two people approached her table. The leader, a burly man with a headband and a scar on his face, asks if she is by any chance a newcomer among adventurers. Then they ask if she is already registered in the guild, and the girl, clearly frightened, quietly says, "No, I haven't registered yet." He takes the initiative, introduces himself and his partner, tells her that they are the Quicksand Hawk Party, and mentions that they are currently looking for new members. He looks her straight in the eyes and says that he sees potential in her, so he decides to take her into the team right here and now. The embarrassed girl asks if he is really talking about her, her voice trembling with uncertainty. The warrior with a headband smiles and confirms, "Yes, exactly about you," adding that if she wants, maybe they will even become friends. Lido silently watches this scene from behind the counter, resting her chin on her hand. Suddenly, a wooden mug slammed on the table right in front of him, and Emmy served him the drink with such force that he flinched. He just stands and stares at him, she with crossed arms. Lido looks embarrassed and asks what's going on, saying he thought she said everything was sold out. Emmy brushed off the question and instead gave him advice. Standing aside means being just as guilty as the culprit himself, and she was sure he knew what it was about. Then she left, saying she hoped he understood, and Lido remained silently sipping his drink. At the table, the warrior with the headband suddenly decides it's time to move and shouts at his comrades to get out of here. His partner agrees and moves, while the nervous girl pleads in panic to wait. Finally, Lido breaks the silence, calls them, confirming that the girl is not yet registered in the guild, and reminds that until she registers, she is not officially allowed to take orders. The warrior with the headband turned around irritably and barked, "Who the hell is this old man?" Lido noticeably twitched with offense. Lido calmly finished the thought, saying these are just basic things, but the warrior with the bandage couldn't stand either, barked at the old man, "Shut up, don't meddle in other people's business, and back off if you know what's best for you," and immediately escalates the situation. The warrior with a bandage pulls out a knife and says that since Lido, it seems, will not retreat, he will make him taste the blade. Lido looks at the guy challengingly and says that actually everything is very simple. he just needs to register the girl, and asks if he really intended to do something else. His face becomes deadly serious when he asks the warrior with the headband if he is really ready to die just to avoid a simple trip to the guild registry. The warrior with the headband finally loses it. He shouts at Leto, "Shut up and die," and waves the knife with all his might. Leto doesn't even dodge. He raises his wooden beer mug and catches the knife blade right in the wood. The mug cracks from the force but stops the blade completely. The knife was still stuck in his mug, and Leto calmly whispered the spell, "Fireball." A huge explosion erupted from the point of impact and threw the warrior with the headband back into a cloud of smoke and debris. He didn't fall immediately. Even before the smoke cleared, he had already drawn his sword and pressed the blade to the stomach of the boy with the tail the second froze in place, while the leader recovered from the explosion. Her nervous girl watches from the side, completely stunned by how insanely fast he moved. On the floor, the warrior with the headband panics, realizing that this boy is a high-level swordsman, but Leto corrects him, saying that swordsman is not quite the right word. Leto rests the sword on his shoulder and smiles slyly, saying that he is more of a jack-of-all-trades, but insists on one thing: he is a former adventurer. The nervous girl is now completely stunned. Her eyes shine as she tells Uncle Leto that what he just did was really, really cool. The girl awkwardly calls him uncle, former adventurer, but Leto immediately rejects it, first saying that he is not her uncle, and then asking for her name. Suddenly changing tone, Leto addressed what they had just experienced and sternly warned her, "Never ever help with someone's request until you officially register as an adventurer." The girl quietly bows and says her name Shit, from the village of Merca. Leto, to keep it simple, gives a fictitious name and asks, "Just remember me as Red." Leto begins to lay out how everything works here and explains that the guild is essentially an agency that provides adventurers with insurance against dangers. Sheath is a little puzzled by that bureaucratic chatter and simply asks why it matters. Leto paints a grim scenario. He says that if she died, which, he hopes, will not happen soon, the guild would investigate whether there was foul play, because they are the shield that protects members from betrayal. The cold reality envelops Sheath. She understands if she is not registered, and in the worst case is killed, the guild will not even bother to investigate, and Leto confirms that she is almost right. He breaks down the logic of cold politics. If someone is killed during a quest and that person is not registered, the guild may consider them a criminal. Wasting time on outsiders is pointless, so this is how they save resources and do not waste effort on random crimes unrelated to their business. Sheath trembles at how close she came to danger, and suspecting nothing, sincerely thanks him for saving her life. Leto casually lights a cigarette, tells the boy that she is not thanking him, points to the red-haired girl on the other side of the room, and adds that she is the one she should thank. Leto immediately waved off the thanks. With his thumb over his shoulder, he pointed to the waitress and told Sheath that it was she who ordered him to save her. He ordered the boy to make sure she properly thanked the waitress, not him. The information goes in one ear and immediately flies out the other. Sheath's eyes lit up. She shouted his nickname, Mr. Red, but instantly corrected herself and elevated the address to Master. Without blinking, she falls to the floor in full dramatic doge-care and begs him to take her as an apprentice, desperately insisting that she is extremely agile and can learn a lot from him, almost shouting for him to teach her to live as an adventurer. He panics and tries to stop it, stammering to wait a minute because he has absolutely no desire to have apprentices. He grabs her by the hand and pulls her up from the floor, insisting that he is only helping and that she needs to keep her head high. Too late, the damage is already done. The tavern guests whisper whether they imagined hearing the word apprentice, and Leto, hearing this, realizes he is in trouble. The mood in the hall quickly turns against him. The crowd whispers and condemns that he won't even help the girl who is pleading on her knees. Leto looks around and sees Emmy, the waitress, who looks at him coldly and judgmentally, and he panics, not understanding why this woman only watches him suffer instead of helping. Leto again tries to make Sheath stand and orders her to lift her head, but Sheath stubbornly refuses. With a thud, she throws her head back against the wooden floor and shouts that she will not move an inch until Master Red agrees to take her as an apprentice. Unable to bear the shame before everyone any longer, Leto explodes, shouting that he understands. All right, he will do it, and desperately begs her to stop these childish antics because the whole tavern is watching. Sheath is now simply shining with joy, cheerfully thanking her new master, and clearly delighted that he finally agreed. Meanwhile, Leto doubts his entire existence, holding his head in his hand and aloud asking how this could have happened at all, while at the table Emmy only mischievously winked. She knew she had successfully lured him into this. Leto mumbles under his breath about that woman, and Emmy throws a plate with sausages, whistling a cheerful tune, and walks away, leaving him alone to sort out the mess she herself caused. Time to get down to business. Leto sternly asks Sheath how much money she has on her, and Sheath, between bites, replies that she has only a little more than 1,000 10-cent coins. He explains that the guild immediately takes a registration fee of 500 dims. He quickly calculated and bitterly reported that they have only 500 dims left. Then he moves on to the next important question and asks what equipment she currently has. Sheath places a single dagger on the table, apologizes to the master, and admits that this is the only thing she has. Leto asks to see the weapon. He takes the dagger in his hands and tells her to just go eat. While he examines it, he needs a moment to concentrate. He unsheathes the blade and looks closely. The engraving looks like a flying dragon, which piqued his interest, but suddenly he freezes. Maybe the blade is actually made of mithril. Sheath suddenly spoke and told a bit of her past. In her village, a hunter taught her self-defense and gave her that knife as a farewell gift, and if something is wrong with it, she is quite willing to sell it, as long as she gets another weapon in return. Leto becomes deadly serious and says to Sheath, "Listen carefully to what I say. You must carry this thing with you always, no matter what." He sets strict rules. Do not leave it with anyone, not even with him. Do not show it off to strangers, and most importantly, never ever even think about selling it. Sheath quickly agrees to his orders and calls him master, but cannot resist. She must check and asks if this weapon is really such a big deal. Leto explains that the engravings alone prove this weapon is first class, and he notes that such detailed carving on a weapon could only be done by a true master. She accepts the information, but one question does not leave her. Can such a dagger really kill a demon or another similar monster? Leto hesitates, admitting that he is not sure whether an ordinary dagger is enough to deal with a demon, and says that daggers are mostly for self-defense, especially for those who cannot wield a heavy sword. But even before he delved too deeply, he abruptly changes the subject and asks Sheath what kind of work her family did at home. While she thinks he finishes his thought about the weapon, he clarifies, this dagger is a special case. This dagger is so sharp that she could easily pierce the highest class armor with it. Sheath enthusiastically answers his previous question and says that her father was a lumberjack, and he was the one who taught her to swing an axe so she could help him in the forest. Hearing this, Leto felt he had something to work with. He looked at his new pupil and announced that it was time for the first piece of advice. Leto first gives her the most important advice. She must choose a weapon with which she feels most comfortable in her hands. Sheath looks a bit puzzled and asks skeptically if he really means finding the right weapon by feel. Leto confirms this and explains, in battle, everyone has their personal preferences regarding what they use. But he throws the truth in the face. Almost no one calls a dagger their main weapon. He breaks it down for her. Short blades, like daggers, are mostly only for self-defense. They lack range, unless the user is a professional killer. Sheath felt the logic a long sword is usually better. The idea seemed good to her, but she was troubled by the thought that handling such a sword for someone completely inexperienced, as she was, might prove too difficult. Still hesitating, she directly asks Leto which weapon, in his opinion, would really suit someone like her. Instead of answering immediately, Leto checks his memory and asks if she often helped her father at home before, and she confirms that her father often took her with him to work. Leto asks once again to remind him exactly what her father does. She recalls that she had already talked about it, and Sheath replies with a smile that her father works as a lumberjack. Leto puts a full stop. He stands up and announces that it is decided she will start with an axe. They have figured out the choice of weapon, and he adds that the next step is straight to the Adventurers Guild to register her. Sheath fully supports the plan. She clenches her fists and joyfully shouts her agreement. They set off, walking along the noisy harbor where ships are moored, and people are busy with their affairs. They make their way through market streets. Leto walks purposefully, and Sheath walks a few steps behind, passing by merchants with their stalls set up. After walking a bit, Sheath asks confusedly where exactly they are going, and Leto doesn't even turn around. He just tells her to stop asking so many questions and silently follow him. Finally, they reach the industrial zone. Thick smoke bursts into the sky from tall chimneys. Leto explains that this is Kurigane Street and says that he knows a blacksmith here, while Sheath contemplates what he heard and quietly murmurs to himself that it's worth dropping by the forge. Leto adds that this blacksmith previously worked with him on several special orders, and Sheath immediately comes alive asking if this is the same master who made his equipment, and instantly bursts with excitement because he realizes maybe she will get her own custom-made weapon. Leto plays it cool and tells her that it's really nothing special, just a thing that over time becomes a necessity for every adventurer. He walks on and says that getting such custom equipment becomes a usual thing as soon as you start climbing the ranks. Finally, Leto points ahead and announces that they have arrived, and in the background, Sheath sulks and grumbles, probably offended because he was rejected earlier or tired from the long walk. Leto approaches the workshop and shouts inside, calling Kurkak and asking if she is still alive and well there. A woman named Kirkapokes peeked out but instantly got confused because of Sheath. She missed Leto's question and immediately asked when exactly he got a daughter, while Sheath just stood awkwardly and stammering said hello. Kirk finally notices Leto's greeting, smiles holding a hammer, and tells him that she is definitely still on her feet. Leto instantly puts an end to the rumors about the daughter, directly telling Kirkak that the girl is not his child, but his new apprentice. Leto, without delay, explains why they came. He tells Kirkak that they came here specifically for Sheath to try out several weapon samples. Kirk turns around and calls Luz to come over. A young girl in an apron jumps out from behind, responds to the call, and when she notices the guest, suddenly realizes that this is Red. Luz instantly draws conclusions and excitedly tells Leto that she didn't know he had such a cute daughter. Leto looks completely tired, grumbles about how similar mother and daughter are, and again explains that her name is Sheath and she is just his apprentice. Luz takes it lightly, smiling at Sheath, says she's glad to meet her, jokingly notes that they are in the same boat and suggests going to the back room. They enter a huge storage room filled with weapons from wall to wall. Everywhere there are racks with swords, spears, and axes, and Sheath looks around and up. Sheath examines the gear on the floor and asks if Luz made all of it herself, and Luz proudly says yes, she really likes showing her work. Luz and Sheath seem to have become friends immediately. They are kneeling on the floor, completely immersed in their little world and chatting excitedly, while Leto just watches from the side. Leto decides to bring order and calls Sheath. Did you really find anything interesting among all this chatter? Sheath instantly tenses and feverishly apologizes for being distracted. Leto simply and businesslike suggests, since she is used to axes or machetes at home, she should look for something with similar weight and feel. Luz grabs that cue and immediately uses it, says she got the idea, and instantly pulls out a huge, terrifying weapon, presenting it as a super enchanted handheld dragon-killing axe. The name and this weapon are a bit too much. Leto and Sheath just stood with blank faces and simultaneously made a puzzled sound. Luz does not back down. If they didn't like that, she has another option. She pulls out something even crazier, an extreme flaming deadly little axe. Sheath looks completely scared and asks what is going on, and Leto just silently sweats in the corner. Leto decides it's better to intervene before Luz pulls out some guillotine that will destroy the world or something. His eyes quickly scan the room and notice something propped against the wall. He points to that weapon there, asks Luz, and carefully checks if it is also her work. It is a heavy and reliable thing, a black-silver axe with a unique, almost mechanical design, which looks much more practical than the deadly cleaver. Leto grabbed the axe and handed it to his apprentice, saying to Sheath, "Take this and hold it for a while." Sheath takes the new axe for a test, and is immediately delighted by how smoothly it swings despite its heavy, rough appearance. It behaves just like the lumberjack axes she is used to in her homeland. This is not just an axe. As soon as she took it, a hidden mechanism clicked into place, and the weapon instantly changed with a sharp whistle. Luz looks at them and says that swinging is not everything. This weapon has a hidden function she wants to show. She activates the mechanism, significantly increasing the weapon's range. Sheath is completely thrilled by the transformation and exclaims that this is the coolest thing she has ever seen. The matter is settled. Sheath turns to Toledo with real sparks in her eyes and shouts excitedly that this is exactly the one she absolutely must have. Leto sharply points out the harsh truth of economics. He says that a weapon with such mechanisms would cost about 200,000 dame. Sheath freezes, stammering and shocked by such an incredible price. Her excitement instantly disappears as she admits she only has 500 dame. Leto steps in, encourages her, and says not to be sad, he will lend her the needed money. Luz throws them a surprise. With a smile, she says that 500 dame suits her perfectly, explaining that this is exactly the item she considers a failure. Leto freezes for a moment, not believing if she is serious, but quickly clears his throat and agrees to the deal before she changes her mind. At that moment, Kirka's mother and the shop owner appeared. They overheard the conversation. Kirka explains that letting the weapon go for a pittance is part of Luz's training so that she herself can find clients, then orders her daughter to make the final preparations with the axe before handing it over, and Luz instantly takes her place and immediately agrees. Sheath glances at her new gear, examines how it fits, talks about the armor, and decides that for now she is quite satisfied if at least the lower part of her body is properly protected. Kirka widely raised her thumb and said that she should come back for the top part when she actually earns a little more money. Sheath cheerfully thanked her for the help. Leaving the shop, Sheath is full of energy and happily tells Leto that she was asked to start immediately, and Leto, walking ahead, mutters disdainfully that it is pointless. He raises 2 fingers to get her attention, announces advice number 2, and says directly, "Team up with those who are on your level." Sheath does not listen to practical advice at all and indulges in fantasies, loudly shouting about friends, overcoming death, and how trust, friendship, and love grow, but Leto immediately interrupts her, telling her not to indulge in strange illusions about how it actually worked. This time he raises 4 fingers, explains that according to the main rule the squad consists of 4 people, emphasizes the number 4 again, and adds that this is the guild's standard rule in case she was interested. Leto says that she needs to find 3 more members. Sheath freezes, puzzled, and asks if he means her and the master plus 2 more, if Leto is also from the camp. Leto makes her repeat the previous advice once more, gather a group of other players of the same level, and Sheath finally puts the puzzle together. Because of the level difference, he will not join her group. Leto explains the logic on a diagram. If party members have different abilities or levels, it is a recipe for problems later. On the diagram is a level 40 warrior carrying 2 frightened low-level newbies. Leto mocks the common idea that newbies would be better off having at least one experienced person to carry them, showing how in the end the high-level player does all the work. Sheath looks intently at the back of Leto's head. His gaze pierces. Leto awkwardly looks away. It is clear how much this gaze pressures him, but he tries to pretend he does not notice anything. Leto constantly explains why he should not join her, says he would actually prefer a clean slate who knows nothing rather than a guy who has already been there, and warns that veterans are proud and generally hard to deal with. Sheath fully believes his logic. She glows with excitement and says she is completely convinced and glad she asked. Filled with new strength, she exclaims that it is time to get to work and find their new friend. Continuing on their way, the 2 of them walk through the city streets and notice ahead that a crowd is gathering. Something is definitely happening here. Sheath noticed some commotion. Leto, not wanting to get involved, waved it off. Leave it, muttering that in such a big city, this happens all the time. Completely ignoring him, Sheath shouted that she would go see and rushed to the crowd. Leto quickly called out, "Hey," to stop her, but she was already gone. In the middle of the crowd, a huge, perfectly round hole in the sidewalk. One passerby asks a frightened woman if she is okay, and another says that someone jumped in there on their own. The onlookers whisper nervously. One recalls a rumor that demons live in the sewer ruins. Another says he thought only adventurers get into such danger. Sheath rushed to the man who was looking at the pit and asked what happened. He crossed his arms and grimly explained that the ground suddenly collapsed. Next to them, a woman is sobbing uncontrollably. Completely broken, it becomes clear. Someone fell right into that hole. The woman, upset and through tears, tries to explain what happened. She talks about sisters who supposedly promised to help, but panic and chaos tear her words apart, and she can barely pronounce them. She covers her mouth and sobs that he no longer responds, calls Farah. It is clear that her child is down there in silence, as if trapped. Leto steps forward, completely shedding the role of a slacker, looks the woman straight in the eyes and says that they are adventurers and will save her child. He instantly switches to a business tone and asks if the temporary guild application system suits her, and the mother, frightened, hesitates tremblingly and admits she has no money to hire adventurers. Leto did not blink for a moment, calmly lied that they are just starting as a team, so it will cost her less than 2,000 dimes, almost nothing, and the mother stands stunned by this offer. He sharply turns to Sheath and orders her to get the guild card. Sheath immediately stands at attention and grabs it. Leto extends the card to the mother and tells her to press her finger to the card to seal the deal, adding that the payment can be made later. She trembles and, agreeing, confirms the request. With the formalities behind them, Leto says they are ready for the first task, adds that this time he is making a special exception for Shit to help her, and she clenches her fist ready for action. Leto turns his gaze to the crowd, decisively orders them to retreat from the unstable ground, and asks a volunteer to run to the waterworks to explain what happened. Wasting no time, Leto jumps straight into the dark hole, and while falling, asks Sheath to hurry and follow him. She agrees and prepares to jump after him. The scene slides into the dark, damp innards of the sewer, where water flows through a brick tunnel. Sheath covers her mouth and nose, clearly struggling with the stench. Leto says she will get used to it later, but now she needs to focus and warns to draw the axe sword. There might be sewer rats or goblins here. As she draws her weapon, Leto instructs her on how to behave in battle. Listen, aim for the head, and never hesitate, adding that true skill is learned only by getting used to it right in the field. Leto utters the spell Light Floating Orb, and a glowing orb appears in the air, illuminating the darkness around him. The light leads them. Leto signals that they are moving, and the 2 begin to walk deeper into the sewer. They make their way through long, darkened tunnels, passing pipes that pour wastewater into the main channel. Leto carefully checks Sheath's attention, asking if she hears anything. Sheath holds her breath, focuses, and says she catches a distant metallic hum, and above that, the sound of water splashing creeping closer. Leto confirms that she passed the test. Enemies are approaching, and when the splashes of footsteps become louder, he tells her to prepare to see what she is capable of. Suddenly, 2 goblins burst in, one with a short sword, the other with a rough rag. Leto quickly assessed the threat. They have swords and long pole spears. He shouted to Sheath that she could handle it herself, and she loudly shouted back that she was ready to fight. The training wheels are off. Two goblins appeared in the tunnel. They let out piercing screams upon seeing the uninvited guest. Leto teaches her in real time, shouts not to rush blindly, first dodge the attack, adds that you should only take the moment when you really see it, and she loudly confirms in response. The goblin swung, and Sheath managed to raise her axe sword to block the blow. She exhaled deeply with relief, good thing she wasn't knocked down. She delivers a powerful kick that throws the creature back, but just after the sharp move she grabs her head and starts to panic. She sharply lowered her weapon and crushed the goblin. Sheath immediately screamed with joy that she did it, but Leto interrupted her sharply and quickly, ordering her to be on guard. The fight is not over yet. Sheath completely loses her composure, spins with spiral eyes and screams in confusion. Leto just covers his face with his palm, looking at her as if this was exactly what he expected. The second goblin rushed forward with a stabbing strike. Sheath is still flustered and barely blocks the wooden spear with half of her weapon, groaning under the pressure. She stands unsteadily on her feet, completely confused, so Leto approaches right behind her and harshly tells her to pull her head out of her ass. He leans in wearing his clothes. Voice even says she can dodge the thrust if she really watches the movement, and insists that she can do it and must be able to see when the attack is coming. This instantly brings her back to reality. Sheath shouts that she understood, gripping her weapon tightly and looking at the last glass. The training abruptly ends. The goblin falls to the floor, defeated. Sheath stands, breathless and completely exhausted after the fight, but Leto does not let her rest. He says they must move on immediately. They rush through the damp dungeon tunnels, boots splashing in puddles. Sheath calls her master, saying she heard a sound nearby, and Leto confirms he hears it too and says the source is just ahead. Turning the corner, they flew straight into a nightmare. The area was packed wall to wall with goblins, not just a small group, but a real horde swarming in the ruins. Sheath spots a figure amid the chaos and points her out to Leto. Among the ruins stands a woman with a staff, like a healer or mage, clearly exhausted, and Leto calls to her, making sure she is safe. The woman healer tries to look brave and says everything is fine, but immediately admits the truth. There are too many enemies for her to handle alone, and everything has gotten out of control. Leto instantly took the helm and shouted fiercely at Sheath to move, giving a clear order. Take the enemies one by one, and do not let them rise. Sheath responded without hesitation with an affirmative shout. Leto does not hesitate. He rushes into the thick of the fight, his blade clashing with the first goblin in his path with a roar, cutting his way forward. He pulls his weapon back, eyes fixed on the swarm, deciding not to waste time on single shots, and telling himself he will destroy the entire swarm in one blow. Leto raises his weapon, utters a spell, and calls for a heavy rain. He releases the skill Rain Arrow, and dozens of energy projectiles pour down from above, striking the goblin horde with full force. The goblins have no chance. They begin to fall one after another as the magical arrows pierce them. The healer sees the tide of battle changing and shouts that this is their chance, while Sheath just watches the destruction, looking a bit surprised by such firepower. The horde is defeated. Leto scans the room with relief, convinced they fully control the situation, then notices the woman healer by the wall and sees that she does not look wounded. He decides to make the introduction simple. He calls himself Red, nods to his companion and introduces her as Sheath, then asks the woman to tell her story. The healer nods in response, says her name is Reed, and sincerely thanks them for saving her life. Reed led them out of the dungeon, saying to follow her, and as soon as she moved, a white cat appeared alongside her legs and ran beside them. Sheath is completely distracted by the animal, gazes at it mesmerized and stammering, whispers cat to her master. Leto pays no attention to her fascination and simply says it's time to return. Soon the action moves to the tavern. Large wooden mugs clink loudly as the company raises a toast. Sheath is busy counting on her fingers and calculating their earnings. If one goblin costs 550 dims, then 27 bodies give a total of 14,850 dims. Leto puts a stack of bills on the table, explains the distribution, mentioning that a commission was taken, and hands over about 15,000 coins of 10 cents each. The table is simply bursting with fried chicken, fish, soup, and bread. Leto surveys this wealth and calls everyone to help themselves. Reed looks at the food and money, eyes full of confusion. Sobbing, she asks if this is really normal, not understanding why they give her money and treat her so well if she was the one to be saved. Sheath raises her mug high, glowing with pleasure, and smiling says to the group that Reed allowed the feast because they fulfilled the request together. Leto takes a sip of the drink and agrees Sheath is right. He adds that Reed should at least use the temporary request system so everything is official. Reed quietly apologizes for the trouble, but Leto will not tolerate it. He slaps Sheath on the head and says that helping people is exactly what adventurers should do. Sheath screamed in pain. Leto calls Sheath a fool while she rubs her painful head, then turns his attention to Reed and becomes serious. The adventure distribution system is the foundation of the guild, and since she herself is an adventurer, she should not refuse her place in it. Reed lowers her eyes and admits that Mr. Leto is right. She wants to take responsibility for her work, but since she cannot offer money as compensation, it is difficult for her. Suddenly something clicks in her. She sharply raises her gaze and asks how he understood that she is a member of the Golden Church. Leto notices that, as expected, the Sisters of the Golden Church really are different from ordinary people. He explained his thoughts, pointing to the embroidery on her dress, and recognized the symbol of the sickle, on wheat the sign of the state religion, from the Ceres festival in the West. Her face softened, a gentle smile appeared at the words about home, and she agreed, describing it as a pleasant, calm, quiet, and joyful place. She confirms his guess says that she is indeed from Syracuse, while Sheath, smacking and stuffing her mouth with food, interrupts and claims that she has never been to Syracuse. Leto pauses for a moment and asks Reed why she decided to become an adventurer in this country, while Sheath happily chews her food beside him. Reed explains that for her the smartest way out is to become an adventurer. It is easier to travel, simpler to gather information, and at the same time earn money. She admits the main reason for all this is that she is actually looking for someone, and decided that the most populous part of the city is the best place to start the search. The announcements say that she was lucky with a talent for light magic, and not just light, but golden, and even note that she is really used to wielding a scythe every day. Leto brings the conversation back to the fight at the old sewer site and insists, although she is skilled, it was her first real fight. Reed confirms that it is true. She says that she just realized you can simply cut off the enemy's legs, everything became simpler, although she admits, overall it was quite risky. Sheath asks with interest whether the golden formula of light magic differs from the usual one, and Reed explains that essentially they are almost the same. Leto, without unnecessary words, directly asks if she will be able to handle the role of support and recovery. Without any problems, Red answers with a firm yes. When Sheath heard about magic, she literally lit up with excitement, says she likes the sound of sorcery, and immediately asks Leto if she will be able to use it herself. Leto ignores this for a moment and turns his attention back to Reed. He becomes serious and asks her if she is in a hurry to find the person she mentioned. Leto turned back to Sheath and directly answered her question about magic. He honestly does not know if she has talent, so for now she can only hone her close combat skills. Reed bursts into the conversation, looking quite grim, and admits that her greatest fear is simply dying without having time to do anything useful. She explains that if you are not skilled enough, panic grabs you by the throat in battle, and losing composure is a direct path to death, and she agrees that trying to use complex sorcery under such pressure simply won't work. Her mood instantly brightens when she looks at Leto, and she tells him that this is exactly why she was so excited to see how he wields a sword and simultaneously uses magic effectively. Leto remains modest, shrugging. He says he just has enough experience. Then he became curious about how she gets along with the company, and he asks how long they have been hanging out together, to which she joyfully raises her hands and exclaims that they only started today. Leto instantly sweated, feeling that he was being drawn into something completely new, and in panic explained, "They are not a team, this is temporary, and he is here exclusively as an instructor." Sheath ignores his panic and took a sip from the mug. Since she is gathering a team and looking for people, she asks Leto for advice on whom she should look for. She thinks aloud whether to call a magician or maybe a priest to complete the picture. Leto gives simple, useful advice. He suggests that she take someone who won't get lost in the crowd. He says that fighters on the front line increase the chances of survival for the whole squad, and Sheath nods it makes sense. Leto enthusiastically explains the perfect synergy. A fighter who can hold their own in close combat and at the same time use magic. He is basically talking about himself, and adds that if Reed supports such a person with restorative magic, she will be perfect for this role. Sheath looks at Leto confused. After hearing his description of the ideal hybrid fighter, she asks him how she can actually find someone like that. Reed spoke from the edge, smiling awkwardly. She admitted that she also thought about creating or joining a team, but just didn't know where to start. Reed says she has the same problem finding partners. While she is speaking, Leto decides that she is being too slow and sharply hits her shins under the table. She gasps in pain. Leto stars Sheath down, looks irritated by her inattentiveness. He tells her directly that the best potential member of her party is sitting right in front of her. Sheath connects the dots. She thinks that since Leto has already made it clear that he doesn't want to join the company, he must be talking about the girl next to him, and finally she realizes that he means Reed. Smiles silently confirm their chemistry, and she notices, if Leto himself handles both magic and hand-to-hand combat, then her skills are exactly what the team needs. Sheath stands puffing her cheeks and blowing her lips, looking a bit offended by this matter or maybe just embarrassed that she needed a hint. Her face blossomed with a sincere smile. She admits that she can be a bit unpredictable, but says she looks forward to working together. Sheath's mood instantly changes. She suddenly eagerly grabs Reed's hand and begs him to join their team, saying that then Reed will also be able to train with her master. Leto, hearing this from the side, tells Sheath to stop talking about him as if he is some free bonus in the package. Sheath ignores the reproach, raises a mug and a toast, and says to Toledo with a gleam that this makes 2 more for their group. But Toledo sharply brings her back to earth, warning that it won't be so easy for her to find someone as good as Reed, and the excitement instantly fades. She asks, what should she do with this now? In response to her question about finding partners, Leto raises 3 fingers, lowers the third, and says they need to start accepting joint requests. The main thing is to work with the most diverse teams. The scene changes. We see adventurers gathering around the quest board in search of work. Leto first explains the catch. The commission is divided among all participants, so they will get a smaller share of the prize, but he stubbornly insists that the advantages are worth this loss. He lays everything out clearly and explains. A joint commission is essentially a way to substitute absent team members when one request can be accepted by several groups at once so they can combine their efforts. Reed quickly grasps everything. She understands that by joining forces this way, she can take on much more difficult requests than she could alone. Leto raises a finger. She understood, and he agrees. In fact, it is much more effective when 4 people are on site at once and work as one team to handle the request, but then he throws them a question: why, in your opinion, don't people do this right away? Sheath looks surprised. Something clicked in her head, and she asks if it's because they check participants, just like now. Leto confirms she is right. He emphasizes that not everyone can become a permanent team member. He explains, working with temporary allies, you immediately see in battle what they are really capable of, and the strategy is to repeatedly make joint requests with the best until a reliable team is formed. Sheath is completely thrilled. She joyfully praises her master for the brilliant plan, clenching her fist in excitement, and without wasting time says they need to go immediately to look at the joint offers. Leto concludes the lesson on joint requests and explains to Reed that by working alongside different partners, they will finally clearly see the weak spots of their team and what they lack. Reed catches the advice on the fly because the logic of the plan is clear to him. The theory hour is over. The group approaches the quest board to finally apply their knowledge in practice. They stand, reviewing the scattered wall mess of papers, murmuring and hesitating in search of something suitable. Sheath notices the first potential candidate, points to a group called Yumahari no Tsuki, Moon of Boasting, and reads that their request involves exterminating the undead in an abandoned cemetery. She quickly finds another option and asks her master what he thinks about it. It's from a team called Oracle Beads, and they are looking for helpers to hunt giant mushrooms in the forest. Leto weighs the options in his head, notices that the Moon group is rank Edu, a fairly low level, and Oracle is rank C. He grimaces, realizing that if he joins a rank C party pretending to be a novice, he will definitely be looked down upon, so he decides not to bother with it. They decide without hesitation to go to the Moon of Boasting. At the registration desk, the employee informs them that the other party will be there tomorrow at 10 a.m., and Sheath cheerfully agrees to this time. But as soon as the logistical issues were resolved, Sheath's cheerful mood disappears. She freezes, sweat running down her face as harsh reality sets in. Sheath stepped away from the desk, looking completely broken and muttering that she knew it would be like this. Leto tried to comfort her, saying that even the cheapest adventure hotels are not that expensive if you go there often, but it was clear she was completely broke. Reed finally catches the meaning of the conversation and asks in horror, do they seriously want to spend the night just in the field? Leto feels a chasm between them. Reed has money and stays in an inn, while Sheath is practically homeless. Leto will not allow his student to sleep alone on the street. He points his thumb at himself and assures Sheath that for now he will stay with her in the field. Sheath is completely stunned by Leto's offer, asks if he really means that he is going to sleep right here, next to her, and Reed is equally embarrassed, covers her mouth with her hand, completely shocked by this indecency. Leto instantly misunderstood their reaction. He immediately went on the defensive and barked, "What the hell is your problem with him, and do you not want to be near him at all?" And Sheath panics, waving her hands and desperately trying to explain that she did not mean that at all. Reed came to her senses and made a decision, tells them that she will join too. She thinks that with Leto nearby she will be safe, so she thanks him for the protection. Leto asks again if the healer really doesn't mind sleeping in filth. She insists that she is used to it. He waves his hand and tells them to follow him, leading the group to a place under the bridge near the canal. Under the stone arch, Leto turns this into a lesson. He explains that this very place protects them from attacks from behind or above, and Sheath instantly switches to student mode and notes down every tactical tip. Leto instantly pulls out a large sheet and Slap spreads it on the sidewalk, making an improvised resting place while Sheath watches. Leto offers to take the first watch so the girls can sleep a little, but both immediately refuse, shouting that this is also training and they will not take the easy way. Leto sits on the ground and listens as she begins to get emotional. She admits that she feels as if in a dream just yesterday she didn't even know if she could be a traveler, and now, thanks to the mentor, everything has changed. Sheath lists everything that happened today, buying her own weapon, following Leto's instructions, and meeting Reed. It's hard for her to digest it all at once. Reed smiles, holding his staff firmly, agrees with the mood, and aloud wonders if she too is stuck in a dream. Leto lies in the darkness under the bridge, looks at its underside, and begins to think. Although anyone can technically become an adventurer, the real difficulty is staying one. He glances at his sleeping student, thinks that in this matter the most important things are luck and fate, and admits to himself that Sheath is definitely lucky. But his expression darkens a bit. Memories of the old group surface. He thinks about Tane and others and admits, luck doesn't always decide, sometimes nothing just works out. He raises his eyes to the moon, and in a stream of thoughts reflects on what defines the path, something that changes things and makes something out of it. A person, a place, or a thing, really anything. Sheath dozes nearby, barely keeping her eyes open, and when she falls asleep, quietly murmurs something about meeting the masters, as if her words coincide with Leto's thoughts about fateful encounters. After this, the group finally calms down completely, and a quiet good night hangs in the air as the girls fall asleep right on the sidewalk. Time drags on and Leto wakes up while the city is still quiet. He mumbles to himself, looks at the canal, and thinks, what is he doing with his life right now? Morning comes and Sheath comes out like a real zombie, hair loose, clothes barely on her. She sleepily muttered, good morning, but Leto barely glanced at her and commanded, wash your face and dress properly, right now. While Sheath tidies herself up, Leto chats with Reed. She has already woken up and is fully dressed. He asks if it was hard for her to fall asleep, and Reed admits. Yes, because he, probably her cat, was too excited and wouldn't let her rest. Sheath bursts onto the scene again, completely different, full of energy. Leto sighs, resigned, and she wildly waves her hand, yells at her owner, and asks what he is doing here so early. Leto announces the morning plan for the girls. Until 10 o'clock they will train to obtain items, and then at breakfast they will sit down to decide the most important thing. Sheath repeats these words and wonders what could be so important. With a smirk and a cigarette in hand, Leto theatrically announces the answer and says it's time to decide the party's name. Later that morning, Leto sits at a table in the tavern and waits. The girls have announced that they have returned from the supply mission. Sheath was the first to display her loot, proudly listing potions, antidotes, and holy water, and declared that everything cost 32 dimes, and Leto barely reacted and immediately turned to ask how Reed managed the shopping list. Reed shows her results. She managed to get everything for just 29.50 dimes, and she even received a magical potion as a gift. The results are obvious. Leto announces the winner of the challenge. Reed smiles, shyly stands on praise, and Sheath slouches and mutters about defeat. Leto seizes the moment and gives Sheath a short lecture about money in the adventurer's business. He tells her directly that money is more important than anything, so the ability to buy cheaper is a vital skill. Reed explains her winning strategy. She says she bypassed the main stores and went to small shops on side streets, especially those run by men. Leto nodded approvingly. She perfectly played to her strengths, while Sheath still doesn't quite understand and asks what exactly is the difference between those shops and a regular store. Leto simply and plainly explains to her. The stores on the main street are full of customers and therefore have no reason to lower prices, but private shops hidden inside alleys have fewer people and are more willing to bargain to sell goods. Sheath fell face down on the table, completely disappointed, and apologizes for failing the challenge, while Leto tries to cheer her up. Don't be so sad, he says. 32 dimes is actually a fair market price for the city. Sheath lifts her head, still trying to imagine what she heard. She asks about the male side of the strategy, but is still confused by another term, something called icon. Leto calmly takes the first question, explains that men are simply weak for beautiful girls, and at the end he hesitantly adds, maybe, while someone smiles in the background. The evidence is clear. Reed is a young, beautiful woman, and it was her charm that made the strategy so successful. Leto shifts his gaze to Sheath and looks at her intently, as if deciding whether she has the same potential as a cute girl. After an awkward silence, he looks away and mumbles that probably she can count. Reed chimes intervened, her eyes sparkling, and with a confident smile declared that they will use every weapon they have. Sheath shouted horrible at Leto for his early hesitation, but Leto ignored it and moved on to the second question. Sheath asked about the icon. Leto explains, these symbols are not just decoration. A religious icon in the shop window is not hung by accident. If a store displays it, it means the owner is truly devout. He continues, saying that because of this piety, servants like Reed often receive special treatment and better prices, and Reed agrees, recalling how her father once sold firewood to priests at home with a discount. Leto saluted her lightly, and with a smile said that she made excellent use of that advantage. Reed blushed from the praise and clutched her chest. She admits that she knows these things only because she was once taught similar methods, and sincerely asks Leto to continue teaching. Emmy slaps a huge pile of food on the table, announces a special tavern breakfast plate with beer, and cheerfully tells everyone to eat to grow big and strong. She winked at them and encouraged them to keep growing, then, touching her chest, jokingly stated that it was thanks to the milk from this tavern that she grew so big. Sheath immediately lit up, her eyes opened wide, and she declares that she will drink a whole ton. Reed politely agrees, admitting that they might really need extra energy, and Leto just sighs and asks Emmy to stop fooling around. Breakfast is decided, and Leto says, it's time to get down to business. They need to come up with a party name. Sheath clenches her fist and shouts with excitement with a name suggestion, and Reed hesitantly asks if it is really necessary. Sheath is shocked by the question and shouts that, of course, they need a name. A good party name is the honor of a traveler. Reed steps back a little, sweats, and admits that being known as a traveler is important. Leto explains simply, they can choose the squad's name themselves, it's almost the only thing left to them, and adds that once you rise in the ranks, people will start attaching nicknames and titles without any permission. Sheath completely zoned out, stuffing her mouth with bread and chewing contentedly, while Reed looks thoughtful and asks how they should decide what name to give. Leto says that many groups add dragon to their name for luck. He explains that this is a relic of tradition from the times of Dragon Worth. Sheath swallows her food and bursts in with an example, recalling the most famous team named after a dragon, Reincarnated. She adds that Reincarnated means sacred wolf dragon, and heard that the leader of that group, Thane, recently officially received the title of hero. Leto nods and says there is a theory that those adventurers were actually led by a military mentor from the Church of the Holy Wolf, and he thinks that is probably where Thane got the inspiration for the name. Reed picks up the conversation about dragons and enthusiastically says that the dragon Holy Wolf is actually the main deity of her church. She asks if the hero Sheath mentioned earlier is also a follower of their faith. She looked at Leto with sincere respect and said that he was a very knowledgeable man, well aware of these connections. Leto looks away, awkwardly accepts the praise, and frankly admits he himself did not figure anything out, he just learned it from someone else. They return to brainstorming. Sheath suggests using Hakuryu the White Dragon, mentions the word Ibuki and associates it with breath, and Reed enthusiastically picks up this idea, adding that the priests of her order consider breath a blessing. Leto nods and decides to agree with the version about the reed, begins to piece everything together in his head, and imagines something like the breath of a dragon. While they are talking, she momentarily zones out. Her thoughts carry her to the past, to someone named Kun, who invented that sacred name of the wolf dragon and the name Elena, and she wonders what this person is doing now. Now at the table, the decision clicks into place, and someone exclaimed, that's why they choose. Sheath simply shines, raises a V-sign, and announces that the group name is officially decided, Hakuryu Ibuki, or White Dragon's Breath. She is thrilled by how cool it sounds. She lays out the logic step by step. It is the perfect combination of the concept, Reed's breath, and the legend of the White Dragon from Sheath's native village. The name is decided. Leto stands up and is about to leave, tells the girls to visit Humabari Tsuki, and Sheath lifts her head from the bench, puzzled, and asks if her master is not going with them. Leto lights a cigarette and becomes serious for a moment. He explains that everything gets complicated when someone who is not an official party member gets involved, and reminds the group that he has already discussed all the necessary precautions with them. After the briefing, the mood immediately changed. She raised her hand with a broad smile and announced that she was leaving, specifically telling Leto that she was setting off. Just as they are sorting through requests, they come across another duo. A male warrior reviews papers and notices that it is a joint statement, and next to him stands a woman in revealing bikini armor, who reads the name of their party, Breath of the White Dragon, with obvious skepticism, and without wasting time, offensively says she hopes this new group won't drag them down. Armored Irene does not calm down. She throws insults one after another, complains that she was tied to those she calls a spineless brat and a sour nun. Against the background, Sheath is in complete panic with eyes spinning, shouting to Leto that such hostility is definitely not what she expected. Reed accepts the insults with a cold, irritated look and says that she always somehow has an unlucky time, ends up at the wrong time and in the wrong place, even in thoughts, while Sheath in the background is completely panicked because of this confrontation. Leto, standing aside, notices a new pair's equipment emblem, the Moon of Tethys. Recognizing it, he notes with surprise, these are the Valates, and such things almost never happen here. The verbal altercation flares up instantly. Irene sharply turns her head, offended that she was called vulgar, and shoots back at Reed saying that a healer should remain as modest as her small breasts. Reed does not back down. She calmly cuts off that the size of breasts, big or small, does not matter, but adds that Irene has not a drop of decency, and this hits a nerve, so Irene shouts at her, "Shut up." Even before fists fly, the male warrior intervenes. Crossing his arms, he sternly tells his partner Irene let it go and end this quarrel here. The tension still hangs in the air. Reed turns to Sheath with a deadly serious look and decisively states that women like Irene are their natural enemies, and they must reap what they sow. Off-screen, Irene mockingly says that she will not lose to some bumpkin like Sheath. The verbal altercation does not subside. Reed does not take insults lying down and strikes back, asking if Irene is not from that sandy wilderness, and this hits a nerve. Irene rips and defends herself, shouting that her homeland is not just some country. To prevent it from turning into a fistfight, the male warrior takes a shaky step and orders Irene to stop, while nearby Sheath, drenched in cold sweat, nervously grabs Reed and suggests just leaving before it gets worse. The tension barely subsides. Irene crosses her arms and looks away, mumbling that she will let it go only because her brother said so, while Reed meanwhile plays the victim, closes her eyes, and says that this whole matter confused her. To lighten the mood a bit, Sheath calls herself by the pseudonym Cease and introduces Reed, admitting that they also have little experience, but especially emphasizes. Reed can use light magic, and for such a matter, this is a real trump card. The warrior calls himself Alias and confirms that the noisy Irene is his sister. Irene intervenes, says that she is a spearman from Vale, but for a moment drops the pathos and admits that she actually has little experience in real battles. Truthfully, honestly speaking, it is shaky. Irina immediately snorted with a sneer and asked what was so outstanding about a little light magic. Sheath politely said, "Nice to meet you." Alios responded in kind, and Reed hung in the background, mumbling that Irina is really still a child. "Let's get down to business. We need to clear out the undead swarming the abandoned cemetery in the eastern forest, a classic zombie clearing mission." Alios, looking at the undead-filled cemetery, explains his plan. Instead of relying solely on weapons, it will be much faster to recruit a squad with a priest or healer to properly deal with the undead. Inside the building, she turns to Reed, a little worried, and asks if he thinks she can handle it. Reed calmly replies that if she is given enough time to cast the spell, everything will be fine. Irene is not impressed by this caution at all. She grumbles that her magical shooting can handle it perfectly on its own, and complains that her brother is just too overcautious. Leo steps forward to put his sister in her place. He tells Irene not to speak like that and sharply reminds her of the bitter truth. They have nothing to heal with except potions, and risking a dungeon run with limited supplies is too dangerous. He begins checking the equipment, says he has holy water and antidotes, then asks the recruits what they are carrying, and when they confirm both, Alio nods and decides they can set off immediately. Sheath tries to instill some positivity in the group, forcing a smile and loudly calling out that it's time to move, but it doesn't work very well. Alios is noticeably tense, and Irene and Reed exchange dagger-like glances in the background. Not to lose heart, Sheath encourages herself. "Go," and for a moment Leto with a thumbs-up flashes before her eyes, and this gives her the courage to move forward. They step onto the forest path, and someone muttered that it's creepy here. Irene immediately picked this up, and said with a sneer that anyone who is afraid can go home, and Reed did not back down, and instantly replied that she is not afraid. Alio ignores the quarrels and focuses on the mission. He explains that according to his data, the keys to the main gate are in the shed on the side, so he will take them first. Sheath nods, agreeing with the plan. Irene takes it upon herself to arrange the formation, and as if it is not up for discussion, says coldly, if a fight starts, she and Alios will go to the vanguard, and Sheath and Reed will stay in the rear. Alio adds one specific caveat to his role. "Consider me a shield," he says, but admits he is only a one-on-one fighter. Sheath says, "Oh," and looks a bit worried about this limitation. Suddenly, all her coolness evaporates. Irene falls to the ground and screams in panic. It turns out a small rabbit jumped nearby, and she completely loses her head. Reed looks at her with cold disapproval and says, "How do you expect to defeat the undead if you react like that to a small animal?" Irene, trying to defend her dignity and barely holding back fear, screams in a senseless defense that she is not afraid of mages at all. During the walk, Sheath notices that Alio is staring at her too intently and directly asks whether it seems to her or he is really gawking at her. Alio immediately becomes uncomfortable and starts stammering, twisting with a vague answer to avoid the question. The atmosphere changed when Reed took the lid and warned everyone to act carefully. Irene is walking nearby. It is clear that she is tense and sweating. This expedition is clearly not to her liking. They arrive at the place to the gravedigger's house, a creepy area behind the gates which looks quite abandoned. Irene looks at the creepy building and aloud wonders what kind of person could live in such a place. Reed scolds her and calls the remark rude, and Sheath immediately approaches the gates and shakes them to make sure they are definitely locked. The main path is blocked, so Alio suggests looking for the key around. They climb onto the wooden porch of the neighboring barn to look around. Irene gets more and more irritated. Every second she grumbles that there is absolutely no sign of life here, and she definitely does not see the key. Leo tries to find a simple explanation for the emptiness, says that the owner probably lives somewhere else. But as soon as he says this, a sharp click cuts through the silence, and Leo instantly turns his head and sharply asks what that was. Reed notices something on the table nearby. She shows it to the others and makes them look at a spot on the wooden table. On the table itself lies a key, and Irene completely loses her head. Stepping back in horror, she definitely knows that a second ago it was not there, and even Reed looks worried, confirming the key just appeared out of nowhere. Alilo trembles like a leaf, completely frightened by the supernatural. While Sheath is more concerned with time than ghosts, she tells the group simply to do what they were asked and finish the job, because she needs to return home before sunset. The group gathered outside, weapons ready. Alios took command and firmly said they would stick to the plan they agreed on. Reed steps forward to do her part, lightly clearing her throat and humming quietly to focus, then immediately bursts into a spell chant, calling on inner light to invoke the blessing of a pure body. Magic begins to work, and Reed quietly explains to Sheath the mechanics. She was given a special blessing to cleanse the undead. If Sheath strikes them while this enhancement lasts, the monsters will not be able to resurrect. Alilo sighs with relief and says that a cleric is really necessary in such a matter, and even Irene, who usually complains, reluctantly admits that having this healer nearby is not bad. Suddenly her eyes widen. She feels that something is approaching. Sheath instantly switches to combat mode and shouts to Alios that enemies are already approaching. Alios does not hesitate, immediately accepts the warning and tenses, preparing for battle. The threat appears. A squad of armed skeletons rises to block their path. Reed starts another spell, but it is a bit stranger. She speaks poetically about golden waves and swaying scents, declaring herself the reaper of gold and plunderer of riches. Irene steps forward with a bow and radiates confidence. She says she will handle the 3 skeletons from behind and insists that others leave those targets to her. The skeletons let out a terrifying screech and rushed straight at the group. Irene steps forward to fulfill her promise. She draws the bowstring, begins to sing a spell, calls the lonely moon to appear and transform into scales of fear that devour flames, and when she releases, unleashes a technique called Flame Listened. The attack flies true, tearing through the silence of the cemetery. Magical energy strikes the ground and targets leap up, raising clouds of debris around the tombstone. Direct hit, skeletons caught in the blast zone are simply torn to pieces by black energy blades, scattering and screaming silently. Sheath froze and watched the display, eyes wide open. Unable to hold back, she exclaimed that it was incredible, clearly impressed by the unrestrained power. Alio stood alert while telling them all the details. The magical bow of Irene has stunning power and impressive range, but it drains a lot of magical energy because of this. She cannot just shoot arrow after arrow. When the immediate threat was repelled, Reed finally caught her breath and said that for now they managed to clear the area around. She continues her holy work, standing in the glow of her own magic and whispering a prayer to wash away the curse and revive the untainted earth. The light dimmed. Reed briefly said that a few more spots remain to be cleared and the request will be fulfilled, and Leah turned to her with a request. Could she just cleanse the entire zone at once to save time? Irene looks at Reed, her face softening. She admits that the healer is truly skilled. Reed responds to her with a glow and tells Irene that she is incredible too, confessing that she has never seen anyone release magic from a bow like that. Sheath feels completely useless after that display of power. She nervously asks the others if she and Alios are needed here at all. Alios immediately shuts it down, telling her that she can't say things like that. Reed also bursts in to calm her down, asks Sheath what she is talking about, and explains that she was able to perform that spell only because Sheath bought her time to say it. Irene is not going to wallow in self-pity. She waves everyone forward, shouting that they are going deeper inside and wants to finish this matter as soon as possible. When they gather again, Reed explains the plan. She won't be able to consecutively cast cleansing and blessing spells like just now, so from now on she will switch to physical combat, and Irene adds that she herself won't be able to shoot so many magical arrows. Hearing that she is truly needed, Perk instantly comes alive. She says she understands and suggests taking down enemies one by one without losing vigilance. They move deeper into the cemetery, but Irene immediately notices a problem and shouts that enemies are still hiding deep inside. Reed confirms she also clearly sees them. Irene looks ahead, serious. She begins to say something, but her voice fades. Meanwhile, in the tavern, Emmy approaches with 2 fresh mugs of beer, notices the kids have left, and looking at Lido, asks if he feels lonely now. Lido waves it off, mumbling that he is not a child. He asks about her shift, but Emmy just smiles, plops down on the bench nearby, and says she is on a break. Leto takes his drink and admits that this time she really set him up. Emmy pretends to be innocent and asks what he means, and Leto explains he means this whole situation she arranged. Emmy smiles at Leto and says that despite his grumbling, he was the one who decided to take on an apprentice. She asks where he gets his information, and Leto admits that last night he actually snooped around and did some investigating. Leto squints and becomes serious. He changes the subject and says that recently mortality among novice adventurers has been slowly increasing. Emmy agrees that he is right, and indifferently adds that the guys apparently constantly disappear the next day after confessing their love to her quite specific statistics. Leto ignores the part about the confessions and remains focused, sitting on the bench and thinking that managing adventurers has recently become careless and negligent. Emmy does not let him brood. She pokes him in the back with her finger, swings her legs, and teases him that he secretly worries about the children, no matter what he says about guilt. Leto lights a cigarette and tries to appear cold. In his head, he wonders if she and the others are really okay, but aloud he only says that this mission now fully depends on their skills. He runs through the scenario in his head. If this is just hunting undead in an abandoned city cemetery, and their group firmly holds the vanguard and rear, then with current forces there will be no problems. But Emmy freezes, looks puzzled, and asks to clarify if this is really the request they took. Leto notices the change in her tone and immediately asks what is happening. Mia aloud rereads the announcement, hunting undead in an abandoned cemetery. She says she thought it was a standard task for rookies, but there is a tremor in her voice. It seems this place is much more dangerous than stated. Emmy suddenly corrects him, says his information is already completely outdated, asks if this story is not from over 10 years ago, and explains that all cemeteries in the city were cleared 2 years ago on the initiative of the previous mayor. This hits Leto hard. If the cemeteries in the town are clean, he realizes that the place where Sheath and the others went is not at all what they thought, and he begins to guess which abandoned cemetery the group was heading to. Suddenly, Emmy remembers something. "Ah," she exclaims and tells him she heard about an old cemetery in the southern forest. Leto immediately asks if there are any residents nearby, and Emmy shakes her head, indicating that there should be no one there. Leto squints, smoke from the cigarette slowly drifts, something does not add up. He asks the obvious question, if no one lives there, who ordered the hunt for undead in a completely abandoned cemetery? He tries to attribute this to guild procedures. Usually the guild itself sorts out all the details before assigning a rank to the task, and he convinces himself that there cannot be a mistake in the papers. Well, at least he very much hopes so. But Emmy is not finished yet. She crosses her arms and asks if he has heard the latest news, preparing to pour heavy gossip on him. She tells him that there are rumors. Recently, the demand for new adventurers in the underworld is growing, and she adds that demon appearances around the city have become more frequent. Leto's face darkens as he processes this. Both pieces of news are bad, and he puts it all together in his head. If the demand in the underground has increased, then rookie adventurers can be sold at a high price. Emike falls silent and asks what is going on. Leto finally voices his concern and admits that he considered the possibility of a fake summons a trap to lure rookies and acknowledges that this is a chillingly real possibility. Leto sits at the table, completely stressed. He grabs his forehead and curses himself for not checking the details and not understanding earlier what is happening. He begins to piece the puzzle together in his head. If the request is fake, there must be some purpose behind it, so he thinks about the growing demand for adventurers in the dungeon and the recent demon appearance. And suddenly everything becomes clear. Leto's eyes narrow. He realizes that this is a hunt for rookies, a cunning plan to exterminate new adventurers before they have time to become strong. He thinks that the enemy is most frightened, not just by numbers. It is the people who truly know how to exterminate monsters. Their most terrible enemy is not monsters, but the adventurers themselves, so they are eliminated immediately. Emmy catches his logic, connects it with the increasing mortality of rookie adventurers, and asks distrustfully, "Are you really saying that it is actually the demon's fault?" Leto points and confirms she is right. If a person who worships the Demon King inserts a fake request into the system, the guild will not be able to detect the deception. And Leto notices that abandoned cemetery in the forest. It is simply the perfect place for an ambush. Leto suddenly jumps up from the table, startling Emmy. She looks at him and asks what he is going to do now. He turns back and tells her that he doesn't care if people call him overprotective, he follows them. The events shift to the ambush site, an abandoned, eerie cemetery on a hill, where crows have perched on crooked crosses. The demon guardian with a large horn on his forehead raised his voice and told his partner Grim that he definitely smells humans nearby. Grim, a demoness with 2 horns, calmly replied that she had earlier sensed a flash of purifying light and realized that girl actually hides a quite decent priest. The guard asks confusedly if they hadn't posted the request specifically for newcomers. Grim looks at the cemetery and thinks that these people are clearly too capable for newcomers, so this is a perfect opportunity for investigation. She thoughtfully touches her chin, guessing that the adventurers are probably already tired or bored, just cutting down weak zombies and skeletons. With a sly look, she decides that it's time to shake things up a bit and suggests sending them something a little more difficult to see how they handle it. She narrows her eyes and says sternly that they need to truly find out how strong these enemies are. On the ground, the squad still holds the line. Elio shouts that he will take on the zombies and hold the front with his shield, while Sheath stands behind and adds that she will join her attacks have enough range, so she can strike from a safe distance. The zombie lunged forward, claws out, but Liazes was ready. He sharply raised his shield, and with a heavy muffled blow, repelled the creature's attack. Without wasting a second, taking advantage of the opening, Elio thrusts his weapon forward, and with a clean move pierces the zombie in the chest. At the cemetery, Reed stands firmly in place. The undead horde approaches, and while the fighters are busy, she calmly looks them in the eye with a strangely quiet expression on her face. But she doesn't just stand and watch. Reed approaches, pushes the staff forward, and with a burst of magic hits the zombie right in the face. Blood, or that black something, flies everywhere. Meanwhile, Sheath and Irene almost break each other's voices over who should kill whom. Sheath shouts that the skeletons are hers, and Irene sharply replies, "Don't get in my way, and don't hold me back." To prove herself, Sheath rushes straight at the skeleton in the cloak, swinging her heavy sword for a big clash. But she completely misses. Her blade bites into the stone ground instead of the enemy. The weapon gets stuck, and the defense remains completely open. The skeleton instantly takes advantage and attacks, and Irene sees from the side how everything turns into a disaster. Irene bursts in shouting, "Careful," scolds Sheath for recklessness and calls her a fool. Sheath blushes confusedly, quickly apologizes and tries to recover. Airing intercepts the fight and chops at the skeleton's chest, but the blade slips. The cut was too shallow, and she grits her teeth in frustration that these creatures are so tough, although in reality just old bones. The skeleton counterattacks with a huge overhead strike when Irene is nearby. She tries to hold on, but hearing the shout Irene, she senses danger and realizes she is about to be crushed. At the last moment, Sheath rushes into the fight again, and with her heavy weapon blocks the skeleton's blow. Sparks fly. She holds the line, and relieved Irene thanks her for the rescue. They quickly reorganize. Irene asks if Sheath is okay and notices that only one enemy remains. She says she will take the defense to distract him and give Sheath a chance to deliver the final blow, and as promised, begins to swiftly parry the skeleton's strikes, opening a gap. As soon as the threat was eliminated, Elio gathered with Sheath and shouted that here too they finished off the enemies. He doesn't let the team relax, ordering everyone to stay alert just in case. Turning back, he reads and asks her once more to clear the area for safety. She agrees and immediately gets to work. But even before she managed to cast anything, they both froze, their eyes wide open, because they felt something huge shift the atmosphere. The ground fiercely shook beneath their feet, knocking the whole group off balance. They are flustered, trying to understand what just fell upon them. Irina instantly begins to panic, repeating over and over that this is bad news. She identifies the tremor as magical trembling, and Reed stands nearby pale, muttering that this cannot be. Reed starts to unravel the logic. The trembling is a consequence of excessive magical power released during a spell, and she says that a person could hardly create so much energy, and among the undead only Wrath can actually use magic. She insists that even Wrath should not have caused such a powerful shock. The scale of this magic is completely beyond imagination. Sheath does not wait for academic debates. She loudly shouts for everyone to get out of here immediately, referring to her teacher's advice and pronouncing Leto's golden rule. When an unexpected situation happens, you don't fight, you run. But they don't make it. Around them rises a wall of black energy, cutting off their path to escape. Someone shouts for everyone to stick together as darkness approaches. The four adventurers are forced to press tightly into a circle, completely trapped in the very eye of the fierce vortex of dark magic. Alio is all sweaty, looking around in panic and shouting what the hell is happening. Irina screams back that she has no idea, but suddenly someone's voice shouts a warning. Something is moving toward them. From the dark smoke emerges a huge skeleton warrior. This is not an ordinary enemy. His entire body burns with fierce fire, and he is in heavy armor. The group freezes for a moment. Alio stares at the monster, trying to comprehend what he sees. He says it looks like undead, but he is confused, and Reed is equally puzzled because she has never heard of undead that literally burns. Irina is the first to come to her senses. She shouts that she doesn't care what it is, draws her sword, and declares that since they are trapped with no way out, the only option is to destroy this thing. Alilo steps forward and takes the front line, firmly gripping his shield and warning the others. Although he doesn't know what the enemy is capable of, that burning sword is clearly dangerous. Reed instantly grasped the plan and told the team that she understood, but warned that her usual protective blessings would hardly help here, so she decisively changed tactics and instead attacked the monster directly with light magic. Sheath jumped forward, realizing her limits, and told Reed that they would buy her the time needed to cast the spell. Her magical bow would hardly harm that burning skeleton, so distraction was their best chance. Irene raised the squad to their feet, shouting for everyone to move. There was nowhere left to retreat. They had to win this clash to survive. While the others fought, Reed began a powerful spell. She sang about the cup of fallen heavens and how the golden moon merges with the silver stars. Magical energy thickened around her as she continued the verse, declaring herself the Golden Reaper and Judge of Sin. The burning skeleton warrior did not retreat at all. It let out a silent roar as the fire around its body flared stronger. A heavy blow struck Leo directly. He groaned from the strain, and his shield truly cracked from the impact. The monster immediately made a huge horizontal swing, unstoppable force, and the burning heat of the blade sliced the air right in front of Sheath and Alios. Sheath shouted that the enemy had an incredibly long attack range, and Alio added that the heat from that thing was becoming a real problem. Even Irene found it hard to find a moment to attack. She jumped back, dodging the blow, sweating and admitting to herself that this guy was really serious. Alio tried to calm the team. He stepped forward with a damaged shield and firmly said that for now he would take the front line. But Sheath began to panic, standing behind, trembling with fear and thinking that if this continued, they would all die. She just wanted to run away and hide from the heat. She tightly closed her eyes and, to drive the fear deeper, focused on one specific memory of her master. In the flashback, Leto, casually smoking, is giving her a lesson and says, "Don't fixate on a particular weapon. It's just a tool for killing enemies, nothing more. Think with your head, and if it doesn't work on a specific enemy, be ready to give it up." Returning to reality, she still hears Leto's voice in her head. He advised looking for solutions and always keeping a broad perspective, while she watches from the rear as the chaotic battle unfolds. Looking at the terrain, Sheath suddenly realized and exclaimed that she sees how to make it work using something nearby. Irene sees Sheath fiddling with the handle of her weapon and instantly explodes with anger. She yells at Sheath and asks what she is even doing in the middle of the fight. Sheath ignores the shouts, quickly grabs a heavy stone from the ground, firmly ties it to the end of her wire, and announces that the preparation is complete. Irene still nervously hisses at Sheath that now is absolutely not the time to play with stones while they are trying to survive. Sheath doesn't listen to the criticism, shouts a battle cry, and swings the modified weapon like a mace, hitting the heavy stone directly into the face of the burning skeleton. The monster is knocked back by the blow. Sheath looks at her work and joyfully exclaims that she really did it. Irene is completely stunned by the successful improvisation and admits that Sheath is actually impressive. Taking advantage of the open window, Alio steps forward and loudly shouts at the skeleton to keep its gaze on him, turning the aggression back onto the tank. He doesn't limit himself to mockery, immediately moves to action, and sharply strikes the edge of his shield against the body of the inattentive skeleton. Suddenly, light projectiles begin piercing the skeleton's armor. Alio sees the tide of battle changing and shouts that they really can do this. His reeds begin to shine. She raises her side staff high and sings a spell about rings of light that destroy evil, casting a magical curse she calls the Funeral Spear. The magical spell hits the target. Reed shouts, calls the team to act. Her funeral spear pierces straight into the armored skeleton and explodes with light. The blow is heavy. Alios takes the main pressure of the shock wave on his shield, shouts, and barely holds his position under the explosion's impact. Sheath does not miss the moment. She lunges forward, jumps high into the air, and shouting a battle cry, brings down an improvised weapon to deliver the final blow. She throws her entire body weight into the attack, shouting at the top of her lungs. The axe chain breaks through the armor, and the skeleton lets out its last groan before crumbling to dust. The saw settled and everyone understood. They had won. Irene threw her hands up and joyfully exclaimed that they really did it. Alios was also wildly excited, praising the team. "Great job, we did it." The family is not celebrating. The other face becomes serious. She senses something nearby and says there is still something there, asking if someone is fighting. Reed asks Sheath, to which she reacts, but Sheath doesn't even wait for explanation, staring away from the group and rushing to the new threat, leaving Reed shouting her name in confusion. Sheath arrives at the scene and is completely frozen in shock. She exclaims, "Master, it's Leto." He is in a fierce duel of blades with the female demon Grim, and Sheath can barely utter words, stammering, trying to comprehend what she sees. We return for a few moments to the appearance of Sheath. Grim stands among the tombstones and watches from afar as her burning night puppet does its work. Her partner, a one-horned demon guardian, appears with a warning, tells Grim that they are approaching and that she is no longer safe here. Battle between Leto and the demons intensifies. The horned demon guardian makes a powerful swing, forcing Leto to sharply jump back, clicking his tongue in irritation as he regains balance, realizing it will not be easy. Grim, the demoness, glanced to the side where Sheath and Reed were hiding, and with obvious surprise, said that until this very moment she had not noticed any allies nearby. Guard, without taking his eyes off the fight, warned her not to relax. Grim carefully looked at the situation and decided that it was a concealment magic that hid the others. She knows that such a spell is usually very difficult for humans. The guard fixed his gaze on Leto, looking sternly and demanding to know whether he was really alone or if there were still surprises hiding behind him. Leto knows he needs to divert attention from Sheath and Reed. He pulls on a confident smile and lies directly to the demon's face, clearly stating that he has no allies. Grim seems to completely ignore Leto's answer. She waves cheerfully and tells the guard that she leaves Leto to him because she herself wants to go play with those cuties she just noticed over there. Before Leto can stop her defensive strikes, a huge demon brings down his sword with crushing force, and Leto desperately throws himself aside to avoid being crushed. Leto instantly recovers and launches an attack to stop them. Seizing the chance and grabbing the blade, he forces the white pillar to bare its fangs and casts a spell called Ice Bite. He thrusts the sword into the ground, and jagged ice spikes burst from beneath the earth, wildly rushing toward the demon. Grim watches the incoming attack and her eyes light up with admiration. She says it is incredible and looks completely impressed, but suddenly she simply extends her hand and whispers, "Extinguish," and instantly the powerful ice magic vanishes into the air as if it never existed. The ice magic failed, but Leto does not lose composure. He instantly adjusts, dashes aside with his sword drawn, closes the distance, and is ready to strike Grim directly while she is still reacting. Grim's eyes widen as she precisely understands where he is looking. He is not swinging blindly, he is aiming directly at the precious gem embedded in her chest. Leto decisively goes for the strike, throwing the blade forward with a technique he calls the last nail, trying to pierce her right in the heart with a single blow. But he fails to hit. The guard intervenes with a heavy roar, swinging his huge stone sword to stand between Leto and Crash. Leto barely manages to dodge to avoid the blow, and Grim, instead of attacking happily, claps his hands, shouts "Class, class," and tells Leto that she is truly incredible, as if she is watching a sports match, not a fight to the death. The guard pulls his weapon out of the cracked ground, and Leto safely lands at a distance, looking back at the two demons. Leto clicked his tongue, sweat running down his face. He admitted to himself that the difference between their moves and pure strength was too great to overcome easily. Meanwhile, Grim noticed something interesting and shouted that Leto really cares about those children hiding nearby. Having seen enough, she told Guard that he could stop holding back and go full force, but Guard warned the body he is currently in would not withstand such energy. Grim is indifferent to the consequences. With a dark smile, she extends her finger forward and tells him that it's all right, brushing off the whole fight to the death as if it were just a game. The guard clicks his tongue and prepares for battle. Watching how they interact, Leto suddenly realizes everything. He looks at them, not believing his eyes, and asks if they are the smoldering vanguard. Grim does not look scared that Leto found out who she is. On the contrary, she is genuinely interested and asks him where he knows that term from. Leto continues to explain everything he knows to verify his suspicions, and directly tells them that he knows they are a tough faction among demons, those whom everyone usually calls the Fire Ones. He delves into the hierarchy and explains that inside that faction there is a special operational unit aimed specifically at humanity, a group known as the Smoldering Vanguard. Seeing their reaction, Leto understood he hit the bullseye, and added that only a group of their level would bother and travel to such a wilderness. The mood of the big guy changes slightly. The guard turns to his partner and tells Grim that this guy knows too much to leave him alive. Leto connects the last dots and sees that everything fits. Their presence exactly matches the words of the witnesses he read, and he accuses them of being the ones who submitted the false request to lure adventurers into a trap. Grim looks him over, clearly interested. She calls him Old Man and sharply asks who he really is, whether he is some kind of hero here or something like that. She points out that his fighting style is uncharacteristic of a human, and says that the ability to wield both magic and sword at the same time makes him behave like a demon. Leto smiles slightly and again compares heroes to demons, and he quietly corrects her, "I'm just a mentor." The demons are confused, no information. Grim begins to wonder what the Iraqi unit really does, and Guard honestly says he has never heard a word about a person who could fight like that. Grim asks if Arachne is the same intelligence that Leto mentioned, and Leto replies that this is actually his first direct encounter with demons, and since they are talking, asks if she would tell him what their goal is. Grim plays coy, repeating "objective" over and over, and pretending not to understand at all. She begins to explain their logic. Experienced adventurers are a huge threat. Fighting them often leads to casualties among demons because they act in groups, so she believes that if they knock out the rookies early, there will be fewer wounded in their ranks. Grim confirms that is exactly the goal of the smoldering vanguard, and she cheerfully claps her hands, calling it profitable and saying it's better to stop the threat in the bud before it grows. Leto is not convinced by her logic. He snorts and says outright that he will not allow them to do that. Grim stands next to the guard, looking at him with a mocking smile, and asks if he really thinks he can win a fight when there are two against him. Leto draws his sword and throws them his question, whether they have realized why he is talking to them so measuredly and slowly. Suddenly Leto shouted back to his team, "Focus on support." Grim and guard froze in shock, realizing too late that he was stalling so his allies could prepare. Leto immediately launches an attack. He shouts at the white pillar for the blade to arc and initiates a technique he calls full movements. Leto descends from the sky, completes the charged attack, and with terrible force drives his sword into the ground. Grim immediately sees through the attack, it signals and shouts to the guard that it is just a bluff, and the great demon instantly reacts to the warning. Leto landed on his feet, met their gaze, and the guard wasted no time roaring. He swung the giant sword horizontally as if to behead Leto. Leto stands firm, fully focused amid the assault. He activates the skill attraction, so the demons keep their attention only on him. The weapons clashed with a heavy roar, and Leto manages to parry the giant blade with his smaller sword. This completely confuses the guard. Leto does not retreat under the colossal weight of the demon's weapon. The guard looks at the man holding him back and must admit it is impressive. Grim watches from the side, puts all the pieces together, and says that Leto must have known the fire core was always his weak spot. But she does not just look, she fires a huge black spike at him, and Leto reacts lightning fast, dodging the projectile just as it shatters the ground where he had just stood. Keeping the demons occupied, Leto shouts over his shoulder to his comrades, "Hurry and finish the fight while I distract the enemy." Grim seems to be enjoying herself. She rises into the air, decides to increase the pressure, and announces that this time she will try to summon 4 spikes at once, releasing a technique called Last Name. But Grim won't tolerate this. She pierces them with her gaze and declares that she won't fall for the same trick again. Irene tried to catch her off guard with a long shot, but Grim just waved her hand indifferently and deflected the projectile. Irene is in complete shock. Her arrow was deflected so easily, and Sheath screamed in panic, calling for her master. Grim does not retreat. She launches a huge black structure at them, and someone begins to stammer in shock at the enormity of the attack. Leto steps forward to take the hit, gritting his teeth and shouting that he will block it, but Grim only smiles, presses harder, and says she is sending another shot his way. And just then Reed intervenes. He steps forward with a determined look and declares that he will not allow the demon to do whatever he pleases. Grim freezes for a moment. Clearly genuinely impressed, she says she never thought they could defeat Flame Iron, and must admit, this team is quite good. Irene was still standing, battered and furious, fiercely hissing at the enemy that because of them she is now covered in burns. Reed proved his worth. She created a magical barrier that successfully deflected the dark spikes and protected the team from the next attack. Leto sees the right chance and shouts to Sheath. This is the finale, aimed straight at the gem on the enemy's chest. Grim sees the writing on the wall or simply loses interest. She sighs, says she wanted to play a little longer but decides, that's enough for today, and prepares to retreat. Sheath does not hesitate for a moment. Following Leto's order, she raises her axe high and with a wild scream brings it down directly on the stone shining on Grim's chest. The attack hits only the air. The blade is almost touching when Grim smugly smiles and disappears, allowing the axe to safely fly through her vanishing sphere. Grim's face dissolved into black smoke. She left them a final message that she wants to meet them again. Then she was gone completely, and Sheath stands alone amid the settling dust. Sheath looks back and panics, calling Leto master, but Leto just stares into emptiness. He asks again what exactly just happened, clearly puzzled by the demon's strange departure. The battle is finally over. The whole team, Leto, Sheath, Reed, Irene, and Alios, stands there silently after the fight, their silhouettes outlined against the sky. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a guard covers his back in a room resembling a library. He reflects on the fight and cannot believe that ordinary people defeated them, even if they acted only in astral bodies, and admits that he would once gladly meet them face to face. Looking at the portals of the Black Void, they said that those transmitted the guard's questions when they were truly lost, but Grim corrects him. No, it was actually a generous harvest. Grim looks very happy. She tells Guard that this is exactly what she has been saying all along. People are incredible. Her thoughts return again to the battle, and she lingers on Leto. He used magic that works against demons without any hesitation. She continues to praise him, saying that his swordsmanship was so skillful that he simultaneously deflected strikes from her and from the guard, and finally says that this person is truly strong. In the demonic library, the guard begins to panic, asking what the torchbearers will say if they find out about the mission's failure, mumbling that as long as he stays silent maybe nothing will happen to him, but he is terribly worried about his father. He cannot withstand the pressure. He starts sweating and says that if the Demon King directly asks what happened, he physically will not be able to lie. Grim, on the contrary, is completely calm. She simply turns a page in the book and tells him that they just need to make sure no one ever asks about them. She warns him not to joke too much and completely brushes off his worries. Meanwhile, in the city of Lido, he rushes through the streets as if on a serious mission. The truth about the fight surfaced. It turned out that the entire mission was a setup, organized by demons specifically to hunt novice adventurers, and this revelation shook the guild and everyone in Gaddies to the core. Even when the city was gripped by fear, the squad's fame exploded. The Sheath group, which included Iron, Alios Reed, and Sheath herself, rapidly gained popularity because they brilliantly repelled the demon attack. You can't walk down the street without hearing about them. One adventurer endlessly boasts about his incredible weapons, another goes crazy over the moon girls who showed the Veil tribe's attire, and a third simply admits he envies the shield bearer because he constantly gathers a bunch of cute girls around him. Lido, acting as their shadow master after reporting the incident to the guild, tries to keep everything under control and gives strict orders. Do not show up, no orders, stick together as a group of 4, and most importantly, avoid standing still. But Iron is not the type to follow orders. She flared up and shouted that she would not listen to some old man she doesn't even know, and ignoring Lido's warnings, decided to act on her own. The reason for her outburst is quite simple. She is tired of the attention wherever she goes. People stare and whisper about her, and she is fed up with being the topic of conversation in every alley. Despite her loud dramatic exit earlier, Iron did not stay away for long. Not even a day passed before she swallowed her pride and rejoined the Sheath squad. Later, the whole team gathered around a table in the tavern. Everyone looked completely exhausted, and Iron pressed her face directly into the wooden table as if she had finally given up. Erang, collapsing into a chair, grumbles that as soon as they unite, people start bothering them with endless invitations, and Reedbex looks no less tired and says that other groups have bombarded them with invitations at least 10 times just today. But Sheath is heavy-hearted for another reason. She sighed and admitted at the table that their great victory was actually not even their achievement from the very beginning, since Lido did all the hard work. Alios tries to boost morale. He tells Sheath that she should not belittle herself, reminding her that it was she who dealt the final blow to one of the demons. Sheath agrees that he is right, but her thoughts instantly fly away somewhere. She raises her eyes and aloud asks where her master has disappeared to. Reed tells her that Lido is probably doing something necessary, so they just have to trust and wait it out. And Sheath says she understands, but is already nervous and really wants to finally get to some task. Suddenly, Iron came to life and jumped off the table, declaring that since they now really have money, they will stay tonight in a good hotel, because she desperately wants to sleep in a real bed at least once. The others do not hesitate for a moment. Reed and Alios immediately nod their heads, decisively and even aggressively agreeing. She understands that they are right. She recalls how during training they slept under a bridge, and some weirdo was watching them and almost attacked the girls in their sleep, so she decides it is definitely time to get a room. Just as they are making plans, a woman from the guild in glasses and impeccable uniform approaches their table, addresses both groups by their registered titles. Sheath's side is called Breath of the White Dragon, Alios' side Moonbow, and asks for a moment of their time. Sheath raised her head, a little surprised by the sudden interruption, and asked what she needed. The woman, without hesitation, tells them that the head of the Adventurers Guild branch personally asked to speak with them and sent her to escort the group to his office. Sheath freezes a little, repeating branch head, with a puzzled expression on her face. She is from the backwoods, so Sheath honestly has no idea who that is, and asks if he is even an important person. Someone else explains that he is basically the main boss of the guild in the city, and realizing that this is serious, Sheath asks what exactly it is about. The employee politely evades the question, says it is better if they hear all the details from the man himself, and gestures for them to follow her. The group sighs heavily. There is almost no choice here. Someone notes that you can't refuse such a summons, and Leo nods in agreement. The employee dryly adds that during the meeting she will have to take their weapons. Accepting this as a fact, the group stands up and follows her. They are led out of the tavern area into the administrative part of the guild, passing through a room full of cabinets with papers and busy clerks. Walking down the corridor, Sheath looks around carefully. After all, it is the first time seeing how the guild works from the inside. Seeing all those folders, someone remarks in amazement how much paperwork there is to keep everything running. The guide points them to the stairs. Finally, the worker stops in front of the massive wooden doors at the end of the corridor, signaling that they have arrived. The guild secretary opens the heavy wooden door and waves his hand, inviting the group inside. The branch manager is already waiting. The group nods at her gesture, one of them turns the handle and, entering the office, loudly announces himself. When they go inside, Reed suddenly remembers the advice she was once given, trust your master. But as soon as she looks inside, her eyes instantly widen with surprise. The office is incredibly luxurious, but that's not the main thing. The man on the sofa in the middle of the room literally radiates sparks, and the atmosphere from this simply overflows. Reed is so stunned that she can barely say hello, and next to her Sheath rubs his eyes and complains that this guy is too dazzling to look at directly. The man seems to pay no attention to the reaction at all. He greets them with a broad, friendly smile, immediately calls them hero kuns, invites them to sit down, and introduces himself as Henry Arno, head of the Gaddis Branch Adventurers Guild. Wasting no time, Shit goes out first. She introduces herself as Shit from the White Dragon's Breath Party and introduces Reed to everyone as her party comrade. The family politely bows to Henry. Then Alios takes the floor, introduces himself as a member of Moonbow, and gesturing to the woman beside him, presents her as his sister Ira. Henry instantly notices Iron, examines her revealing clothing and skin tone, impressed, and immediately guesses that she must be from the Vale tribe. Sheath decides to end the pleasantries and gets down to business, politely addressing Henry. She directly asks what exactly he wants to talk to them about. Henry just chuckles, tells her there's no rush with business matters, and with a friendly gesture asks them to first tell him about their recent exploits. She understood that she would have to pretend and agreed to his request. The whole group sat on the sofa opposite, ready to tell their story. The group enthusiastically recounts the fight, how a fiery skeleton appeared out of nowhere, how they defeated it and then finished off the demon with the last blow, and Henry is noticeably impressed and praises them for such amazing combat skill just 2 days after forming the team. But they themselves behave modestly. They say it was just a coincidence. If that person hadn't accidentally been there, they would have been finished. They admit he was the only one who survived while all the others were destroyed. Henry remembered that he had once heard about this mysterious helper. He turned to the secretary, addressing her as Diaz, and asked the name of that man. Diaz looked through her notes and reported that she had heard he was a former adventurer named John Doe. Henry immediately snorted disdainfully, pointed out that John Doe was clearly a fake name, and pressed Diaz, demanding to know what happened next. Diaz adjusted her glasses and apologized, explaining that she had sent her people to follow that man, but they lost him as soon as he managed to shake off the pursuers. Henry clicked his tongue in complaint, leaned back and grumbled that this was exactly why he couldn't trust people from the headquarters, then sarcastically reproached Diaz if she came with such a fuss. She should finally do her job properly. Having scolded his assistant, Henry turned his attention back to the travelers and focused specifically on Sheath to make sure of her identity. Sheath confirmed she was listening. Henry leaned forward, pressed the issue persistently, and directly asked the group if anyone knew where John might have gone. Sheath stands with an unwavering face and simply replies, I don't know. No, Henry is not yet fully convinced. Leaning back on the sofa, he recalls rumors that the two of them were supposedly seen talking with John Wright before they took this request. Leto steps forward to dispel the tension. He says that they actually met that man 2 days ago, admits that yesterday they just happened to talk with him again, but insists nothing more was behind that. Alilo supports this and adds that their first meeting was at the cemetery, and Irene, in defense, simply shouts that she knows absolutely nothing. Henry thought for a moment. When he realized that their story exactly matched the words of the waiter from the tavern, he sighed and accepted their alibi. Deciding to move on to Henry Skiff's business, he tells them, it's time to move on to the main topic of the meeting, how the guild intends to deal with them from now on. Shit, confused by his words, asks embarrassedly what he means by deal with them. Henry's face becomes serious, and he explains how important this is. This is a real problem, because no one, neither the guild headquarters, nor the national army, nor even the dark factions, understands what conditions are needed for the demonic Mark brand. He looks exhausted just from the story itself. He says that due to the complete lack of information, they had to investigate relentlessly, and this terribly exhausts everyone. Henry does not mince words. He directly tells the group that under these circumstances, he can no longer treat them as E-rank adventurers. Leo did not even flinch, calmly asks what exactly Henry intends to do with them. Henry throws a proposal on the table. He says he is thinking about promoting them all to C-rank as a special exception, but there is one condition: they must become guild knights. Sheath repeats the name, and his face shows complete confusion. He does not understand at all what a guild knight is. Henry explains that it is essentially like being an adventurer, hired directly by the guild, only they will have to put its requests above any other tasks. He adds that although there is enough work in the guild for everyone, there are delicate requests that can only be entrusted to those adventurers they trust. Irene sharply interrupts the professional conversation and directly asks if he means that they should be his dogs. Reed immediately jumps in from the side and reproaches Irene for rudeness. Dea intervenes, corrects them, and notes that dog is quite a bad choice of words. She calmly asks if there are any more questions, and if not, wants to finish the paperwork right now. Sheath panics and calls them to wait, and Henry asks what the matter is but immediately suppresses her, categorically saying that there is neither reason nor benefit to refuse his offer, so it is simply better for them to agree quietly. His face becomes threatening as he lays out the consequences. He says that if they refuse his offer here, he will be forced to consider that they have no intention of advancing in their careers, and warns them it will be very difficult for them to ever rise above the E rank. Alilo sharply asked what that was supposed to mean, and, understanding the truth, directly threw in Henry's face that the manager from the very beginning had no intention of allowing them to refuse this offer. Henry does not even deny it. He mumbles how annoying these adventurers are, then lectures them that his personal meeting with the E-rank no bodies is already a huge exception to the rules, and orders them to just shut up and do exactly as he says. Sheath just stands completely frightened and sweating from the pressure. Reed tries to settle everything diplomatically. She tells Henry that this is going too fast and they cannot decide right now, begging to give them some time to think it over. Henry immediately cuts her off, demanding an answer right now, and repeats the threat. If they refuse him here, they can forget about any future as adventurers. This drives her to the edge. She stumbles for a moment, then slams her hands on the table and shouts that what he is asking for is simply too much. Henry is not embarrassed at all. He raises an eyebrow at her outburst, reminds her that he is the head of the entire guild branch, and coldly states the bitter truth. He can crush rookies like them at any moment. Sheath tries to protest again, but Dea intervenes and sharply cuts her off. The secretary says, "Enough talk," pushes the papers forward, and orders everyone to sign the document immediately. Diaz adds a terrible detail. This paper is saturated with contract magic, so you can't get out of it with lies, and if they break the terms, death awaits them. Sheath stands there, pen in hand, trembling. She cannot force herself to sign. The rest of the group watches silently, and just as the tension reaches its peak, the door opens and a voice cuts through the silence, sighing, "Oh God." The tension in the room bursts. The door suddenly opens. Leto enters with a confident smirk and announces the fourth piece of advice: never sign a contract you do not fully understand. Sheath panics seeing him, involuntarily exclaims, "Master," but immediately corrects herself in panic, "No, stranger." Leto, without hesitation, cuts in. Enough of this awkward scene. Lowering her mask slightly, she rushes to him and pleadingly asks her master to hear what is happening. Leto does not look worried at all. He simply quickly winks at her, making it clear that everything is under control. Henry becomes wildly angry at the interruption, points an accusing finger at the uninvited guest, and stammering demands to know who this bastard is and who he thinks he is dealing with. Leto casually leans back and calls Henry the former branch manager, a clear insult. With a bitter smile, he says it is nice to meet as if for the first time, introduces himself as Rito, and adds that Henry does not even have to bother remembering him. For Henry, this is the last straw. He throws himself onto the sofa and yells at his secretary, ordering Diaz to immediately throw this guy out. Dia calmly adjusts her glasses and asks Henry if he is sure about this, pointing out that the man is essentially John Doe, just an unknown nobody, and Henry only looks at her, confused by her hesitation. While they talk, Leto behaves as if at home. He passes by everyone and shamelessly settles on the couch between Sheath and Reed, completely taking up the space, and the rest of the company watches silently. Leto picks up the contract and begins to read, muttering disdainfully, "All of this is terrible and disgusting." He raises his eyes and exposes the real plan. Henry actually did not help them. He wanted to use them as pawns, present them as heroes who supposedly defeated demons, only to advance his own political career. Leto reviews the document in his hands, notes that the fictitious name there is simply awful, but brushes it off and focuses on the real content of the contract. The whole room looks at him. Sheath, Reed, Alios, and Irene have gathered around, holding their breath, waiting to see where he will take this interrogation. Leto stops reading and raises his eyes with disgust. He tells Henry that the plan is terrible. Wasn't he going to use these adventurers as pawns? He exposes the whole scheme. Henry wanted to glorify them as heroes who defeated demons, just to use that fame for his own political career. Henry completely loses it, shamelessly admits it, and shouts that as soon as the adventurers stop being useful, they are simply disposed of, and that the guild knight exists exactly for that, as a convenient pawn in the service of the guild. Leto interrupts him, slapping his hand on the papers, addresses Henryson directly, and says that saying that quiet part out loud right here was a huge mistake. Without hesitation, Leto activates his magic. His hand bursts into flames and instantly burns the contract he is holding. Henry explodes, jumps back, and yells at Leto, demanding to know what the hell he thinks he is doing destroying the documents. Leto calmly looks at the ashes and notices that the countermagic does not work at all. This confirms his suspicion. The binding magic in the contract was fake and actually does not work. When the forged contract was settled, Leto throws a scroll in a tube across the room and tells the recipient that this is a real order from that terrible woman. Diaz caught the scroll with one light movement of one hand, remaining professional, and said she would report to Muriz El-Sami. Leto, feeling the atmosphere change, broke out in a nervous sweat and quickly explained that it was just a joke about that terrible comment. Dea completely drops the secretary role. She becomes cold and sharp when she tells Henry that he should be careful because he talks too much. Henry tries to take control of the situation, shouting at everyone not to decide anything without listening to him, but suddenly freezes mid-sentence when the name Leto, mentioned earlier, reaches him. He stammers and says Muriz. Horror covered Henry's face. He asked if they meant Murizel, the head of the information department, known as the Bloody Rose. Diaz ignores Henry's panic and turns to Toledo, addressing him formally as Ratomic Laughlin, confirms that she has the warrant in her hands, adjusts her glasses, and announces that they are now starting the operation. Henry realizes he is finished and runs away, constantly cursing, while Leto instantly takes control of the room and shouts to everyone without exception, under no circumstances move. Henry rushes to the exit, all sweaty, desperately shouting and asking himself where his plan broke down, muttering in despair. But his escape is interrupted suddenly. A squad of assassins in tight black suits and masks appears in his path, standing silently, weapons in hand ready to kill. The room is instantly surrounded. Henry freezes in place, looking around at the ambush, and whispers that this is impossible. He could not understand when they even managed to appear. Henry falls to his knees, surrendering to defeat. He looks at the squad leader, stammering and asking why the Black Blade unit is here. Dare approaches behind him and firmly says his name. She adjusted her glasses and confidently took control, introducing herself as Elright from DIA, head of the Information Gathering Strategy Department, looked down on Henry and informed him that he was to be arrested on suspicion of connections with demons. Dea stands over Henry and delivers the final blow to his career, saying that from this moment, his branch manager rank is revoked and all his powers are officially annulled. Henry is covered in sweat, stammers, says it must be a lie and doesn't believe it, but suddenly something clicks in his head and he accuses her of being a spy sent by Murray. Diaz doesn't even blink. She tells him that she has no intention of listening to anything he says and immediately orders her team to grab him. Henry tries to scream for them to wait, but falls silent instantly. A blade flies right past him. One of the Black Blade assassins appears as if out of thin air right in front of him, his face hidden behind a mask painted with a rose. Diaz turned to the rest of the Shadow Squad and decisively ordered them to continue the investigation. The other assassins instantly dissolved and disappeared from the way. Henry remains on his knees, completely broken and muttering some incoherent words, while the assassin presses a dagger to his back, and Diaz doesn't even pay attention to his pitiful state and orders the operative to immediately take him to headquarters. Before leaving, the female assassin freezes and silently looks at Sheath. Sheath notices this gaze and stands confused, wondering why the masked woman is looking at her like that. When the excitement subsided, Leto leaned back and, addressing Dea, who was passing by, gestured toward the place where Henry was and asked if it was really necessary to keep an entire squad of assassins on alert for such a weak guy. Dea doesn't stop and walks on, coldly replying to him that if Ratomic Laughlin could betray them, then the reinforcements she brought were completely insufficient. Leto watches as the chaos dies down and admits he never imagined anything like this. He shifts his gaze to the woman in command and casually says that they haven't crossed paths for a long time. Dea simply replies, yes. She looks him over and notices that despite the seriousness of the situation, he seems to be enjoying it quite a bit. Everyone else is completely lost. Reed nervously intervenes, addressing Leto as his master, sincerely says he doesn't understand anything at all and asks him to explain, while Olios tries to intervene, starts to thank, but is clearly confused himself. Irene cannot stand the pleasantries. She interrupts and firmly demands to know how this will end for them. Leto keeps himself composed and calmly tells them that it is not over yet. He promises to explain everything later and asks them to just endure a little longer. Dea watches how Leto handles his confused subordinates, and a slight, knowing smile appears on her face. Moving to the sitting area, Leto comfortably settled on the sofa and got back to business. He directly asks Dea, what will happen to this place now that that vile Henry has been taken away? Dio sits opposite him, all serious and determined, saying that they simply cannot stop work, so for now she will take the branch's helm into her own hands. Leto clarifies if this means that she is now officially the branch manager. Diaz confirms with one word. Her face sharpens, she leans toward him, and says that first she wants to hear his story, demanding to know exactly how he managed to negotiate with Murizel at the royal capital headquarters in just 3 days. Leto begins to explain how their trip will be organized, and says directly, ordinary travel at this time is impossible even on the fastest dragon carriage from this town. The one-way trip would take half a month. He freezes for a moment, realizing that they probably are not familiar with his methods. He says that ordinary people would not do it that way, and then reveals exactly how he did it. He used a portal. Diaz immediately understood everything and skeptically asks if he really sneaked into that ruined, flame-engulfed temple. Leto shrugs and says that passing through it is easy, but reaching the deepest part takes about half a day. He pulls out a map and begins to lay everything out clearly. He says that from the ruins of the fire temple one can jump directly into the giant prison sphere, and there is a portal almost under the royal capital. He simply emerged there, explained the situation to Murizel, got a signature on the order, and returned the same way. Diaz nods, accepting the explanation, but she has one more question. She directly asks him how he even found out that Henry was connected with demons. Leto leaned back, proudly boasting that his way of traveling took only 3 days, and the shocked face of Murizel seemed worth the whole trip. Diaz pays no attention and mutters that leaving Rhythmic Laughlin unattended is truly dangerous. Leto brushed off her compliment or threat, and answering the question about Henry, admitted he had not thought everything through in advance, understood the connection only on the day of the event itself. He adds who is the real brain behind the scenes is a completely different story, and says directly, I don't care about that. Dea looks at him, resigned to his attitude, and says that he has always been such a girl. The scene slides to Reed trembles with nerves. Leto explains that fighting demons was not his main goal. He intervened because it was obvious that Reed and the others were about to get involved in something terrible. Leto explains his plan. The most important thing, he says, was to notice in time how the Black Blade unit makes its move. He simply spread fake news around the area, took control of the situation, and got Murizel to sign the necessary papers. He smiled as he explained how he played it, saying it was nothing surprising finding such a unit in such a backwater was quite expected, and he guessed right. They came to investigate a scandal involving the branch chief. Diaz looks at him, all irritated, and says that he is literally the only person who would dare such a negotiation trick with Murray. Leto drops the topic of her exploits, brushing it off as unimportant, and asks Dea what she plans to do with the rest of the group. Dea replies that, as usual, everyone involved in the demon incident is immediately detained. She admits that it is hard for her to believe that some team of novices could defeat a demon, but offers a compromise. If they say they were just witnesses of the demon, she will treat them with respect as people bringing information, not as suspects. Leto immediately cut in. Being mere witnesses is not enough, and insisted that the official version should be, we drove out the demon, because otherwise, given the previous reports, the new guys would look like light. He points out that Diaz is also responsible, allowed the rumor to leak that the demon is already defeated. Diaz agrees with the logic but demands an exchange. She wants combat data from the battle. When she asks if he also fought, Leto throws a bag on the table and asks if that counts. Sheath instantly recognizes the bag. It's the same ash that Leto collected earlier. Leto confirms this and immediately looks back at Dea, who is calling her to make the next move. Dea realizes she has been outsmarted. She folds her arms over her chest and simply says to him, tell me what you want. Leto glanced at the group and said that his terms are simple. He just wants to make sure that these guys can continue working as adventurers. Leto decisively makes Diaz understand. He doesn't care about the details of this agreement, as long as the newcomers are not dragged into her problems with the demon. Dea lists all the benefits. He is ignoring rank promotion, rewards, better treatment, and with regret notes. Despite all these chances, he seems indifferent. She continues thinking and says that titles and rewards beyond their strength usually only lead to downfall, and adds even just making them more famous, they can receive a reward that justifies all the effort. Turning her gaze back to the group of newcomers, she asks, does this suit all of them? Sheath responds first and says that she is fine as long as it is exactly what her master said. Reed agrees it suits her too, and Earring complains that she actually wants everything. Leo instantly silenced his sister, sharply tells Earring to know her place, insists that they, more than anyone, must understand the risks of undeserved status, and adds that it's okay if everything goes as the old man says. He means the leader. Leto senses the offense and mutters that he is not old, but waves his hand, agrees that the deal is made. Dea says that they will agree to those terms, and calling him Rhythmic Laughlin, asks distrustfully if this agreement really does not provide any personal reward for him. Leto waved it off. He doesn't need a reward. Being indebted to people like her is scary. He said he decided to keep an eye on this group a little, and as long as she doesn't interfere, he's fine. Diaz quietly laughed, amused by the very thought that an S-rank adventurer would personally train a bunch of novices. She winked at him and said she would cooperate. The novices completely lose their heads from Diaz's casual remark. Sheath, Alio's reed, and Irene froze, their brains seemingly short-circuited when the word S-rank echoed in the air. They froze, looking at Leto's back as he began to walk away. Someone whispered if they really just heard S-rank, and the Sheath trembled, trying to digest the thought that her master could be at the very top of the food chain. Returning to serious matters, Leto and Dea sat down to discuss the recent clash. Leto says the enemies turned to ash after the fight and simply disappeared. Dea notes that those were not their real bodies and adds that if it had been their true forms, even she would not have been safe. Leto seriously emphasizes the level of threat. These are definitely high-level demons, and he warns her to be careful. The whole situation seems suspicious. Dea stands up, taking the warning seriously, says everything is clear, and assures him they will take care of the ashes in their establishment. She extends her hand and grabs a small pouch with the remains on the table. Looking at the tiny portion, she says it seems there is little that can be done with it. Holding the pouch in his hands, Diaz explains that the remains will be sent for magical analysis, but immediately warns him don't expect a big breakthrough. The sample is too small. The strategy meeting comes to an end. The conversation fades under the exquisite chandelier. Dea announces the end of the discussion and thanks him for his hard work. Her face tightens, her eyes narrow in burning concentration. She resolutely says they will exterminate these demons at any cost. Before parting, Dea again switches to an official tone, placing her hand on her chest and, as a representative of the Adventurers Guild, apologizes for previous troubles, adding that she values his head. Dea continues the thought, emphasizing how serious the matter is. Demons are the worst enemy for both adventurers and all humanity, so thwarting their plan is a great achievement. Her face hardened as she focused on the threat. With a cold, serious look, she swears they will exterminate demons by any means. Returning to a professional tone, Dea pressed her hand to her chest. As a representative of the Adventurers Guild, she formally apologizes for the earlier trouble and expresses gratitude for the help. The scene continues, and this panel again emphasizes what Dio said earlier. Demons are a real threat. The scene continues. This frame only more resolutely underscores her vow to exterminate the enemy. The meeting ended. Leto returns to his own and firmly says to move out, because the rest, those confused passersby like Leo and Irene, will need explanations for everything that just happened. Sheath immediately agrees, responding cheerfully to him, while Reed smiles beside him. The whole team moves forward. Leto leads, Sheath and Reed walk closely behind him, Leo walks silently, and Irene, with her hands behind her head, is surprisingly relaxed after the tense meeting. Just as they were about to leave, Dea spoke once more, turning over her shoulder. She shouted to check her name and ask if it was really her. Sheath stops and turns to the guild secretary, confirming that yes, that is her name. Diaz, fixing his gaze on Sheath, mutters about the girl's mentor, says he is hopeless and completely useless, but implies that there is something more behind this. She gives Sheath a parting word, tells the novice that if she is looking for a mentor in adventures, then he is probably the best in the world, but warns her not to make a crutch out of this. She must strive and rise by her own efforts. Sheath is not worried at all. She beams a huge smile, immediately agrees, and declares that her master is unquestionably the best. The scene suddenly changes completely. The camera moves away from the city and takes us to the harsh mountains called Darrow. The entrance to the mine is dark and ominous, stretching deep into the bowels of the earth. Inside the heroes' team, tension prevails. Tane rages and scolds Gustav, a great knight in armor, while Olna quietly stands aside and watches the drama unfold. Gustav is dissatisfied with the orders received. He clenches his fist and demands to know why he is not allowed to use his warhead. Tane instantly responds sharply that it is too dangerous, reminding Gustav how he almost tore off his head earlier trying to attack that cursed turret. Gust recoils, mutters, and excuses himself, saying it only happened because the hero kept coming too close to him during the fight. Tane ignores the excuse and orders Gustav to immediately stop using that ridiculously huge weapon, takes out a spare dagger himself, and tells the knight to use it, adding that he will lend it as a special favor. Gustav grabs the tiny weapon, and with such a small blade in his massive armored gauntlet, he looks ridiculous. He immediately complains that he will not be able to use the dagger, and Tane loses patience, growls at the knight to just come closer and stab together with him. Elena, the team's healer, stands aside, nervously sweating, while two men behind loudly shout at each other. She turns to Dill the mage and asks if he will intervene and stop this, but Dill does not care at all. He says, "Let these muscular fools fight among themselves," boasting that his magic will solve everything anyway. Olna lowers her gaze and quietly accepts this answer, realizing that now she is alone with these guys. In the heat of the argument, Tain pulls out his trump card. He tells Gustav that these are direct orders from the hero. He must use the dagger until they get out of the dungeon, and if he can't endure it, he will be fired. Standing before the threat of losing his job, Gustav slumped his shoulders and sadly agreed to this ridiculous demand. Tain tries to justify his choice of weapon, emotionally explaining that it is a consecrated silver dagger made specifically to cut the dark race. He admits that he does not believe such a race even exists in this dungeon, but returns to Dill to confirm this information. Dill does not even pretend to want to help. He closes his eyes and dryly says he does not know how to do it. Tain grits his teeth and clicks his tongue. He is clearly fed up with the team's disunity. Tain does not let Dill go for not helping. He orders him to look at what is happening with the enemy. Dill refuses, firmly saying that reconnaissance is Rado's job, and Tain shouts back that you cannot hide behind the absence of a thief. Alina stands, sweating nervously. While an argument rages above her head, Tain shouts that Dill should cover for the absent one, and Dill coldly brushes it off. He has never heard of such a thing and only does his own job. Gustav mumbles that mages are always like that, turns back to Tain and tries to get things moving, ordering the brave hero to move too. Dill instantly cuts in, asking what that idiot duck just said, and Gustav does not back down and threatens to crush the mage with his hand. Alina finally intervenes, shouting that now is not the time for a fight, and warns them she senses something nearby. Heavy footsteps thud on the dungeon floor, and suddenly 3 armed warriors from the turtle tribe appear before them, blocking the way. Tain clicks his tongue, clearly caught off guard, and admits that he did not know that there were representatives of the turtle tribe in this dungeon. He sharply orders the team to hurry and engage in battle with the enemy, and Dill steps forward and arrogantly declares that he will use his magic to destroy them all in one blow. The turtle warriors do not hesitate. They let out a loud roar and charge straight at the group with raised weapons. Tain did not wait for Dill's magic. He rushed forward, and with one powerful sword strike cut down the first enemy. The battle had barely begun, and Gustav was already falling apart, standing, trembling, and complaining that his huge weapon was too heavy to really use. While he struggles with his equipment, the turtle warrior does not wait. The enemy attacks, and Gustav barely defends himself, completely losing control of the front line. The tank failed. The enemy broke past him. Olna sees the danger and shouts to Dill to be careful, but the mage is too busy yelling at others to notice the blade flying straight at him. The formation completely collapses, the turtle warriors now swinging heavy weapons directly at the healer and mage, forcing the support team to flee. Everything instantly goes awry. Olna does not manage to escape, and in the midst of chaos she is knocked down. She screams. Tain heard the scream and jerked his head around. Seeing that his healer had fallen, he loudly shouted her name, Cut. The hero in fury, loudly swearing and shouting, demanding to know what the hell he is doing while the rear slows down. Turns out Gustav is in even worse condition than they thought. He is surrounded by turtle warriors, and he took a tiny dagger completely useless against their heavy armor, so he cannot fight properly. Desperately to save the situation, Tain switches to his offensive power and shouts to Dill, "Faster, cast magic and clear the enemies." Dill sharply replies. He stands completely exposed and surrounded, shouting that it is precisely because of this mess that they got into trouble. He cannot cast a single spell when the enemies stand right in front of him. Gustav is still fighting, but watching it is painful. He groans and strains with every move and loudly complains that his attacks are simply too slow to hit anything. The enemy also does not give him a break. The turtle warrior swung and hit the struggling knight with a giant fist, throwing him aside. Tain watches as his tank terribly fails, and he snaps, shouting, calling Gustav an idiot, while the knight shakes from the impact. The situation quickly escalates. Dill shouts to Tain that the enemies are still advancing. A whole army of turtle warriors is marching on them, and nothing stops it. At night, Tain freezes, sweat running down his face. He looks from the overwhelming force of the enemy to his useless bucket helmet and realizes that the formation has collapsed. The reality of the situation hits him with full force. Tain grits his teeth in pure despair. His face twists with rage as he realizes they have no more options. Elena, the end. She collapsed to the ground, pressed against the cave wall, and could no longer move. The only way out is to run. Dill picks up Elena in his arms and carries her, and the company shamefully retreats with Gustav clanking behind. Tain simply goes insane. He shouts curses, demanding to know why everything had to end this way. Marching away from the dungeon defeated, they walk gloomily, and Tain boils with rage. It was unthinkable for him to retreat and be humiliated like this. Later, already safe behind the city walls, the team gathered again, but there was no peace here even close. The consequences of the dungeon failure appeared immediately. Gustav clearly made his position known and loudly shouted that he was leaving. Thane raises his eyes in disbelief and asks again, "What did you just say?" and Gustav does not back down. He shouts at the hero not to get involved with him, especially after all the trouble Thane caused him. Gustav harshly scolds him. He tells Thane that leading the group and his orders are too immature for someone pretending to be S-rank, and insists they need to seriously think about why they suffered so much in such a minor dungeon. The night is not finished, yet he tells Thane that his hero rank and S-rank status are completely fake, and this is his final verdict on the map. Something inside Thane snapped. He grabbed the weapon's hilt and demanded that Gustav draw his sword, threatening that he would not tolerate such insults. Gustav did not flinch, calmly replied that he had no intention to fight. He explained that for a child like Thane, trying to command a former senior knight of the Blood Knights is simply too much. Thane does draw his blade and points it directly at his former tank, mocking Gustav's merits and asking if he plans to run away again, just like he supposedly fled, abandoning the Blood Knight. Gustav ignores the mockery and puts him in his place, warning Thane. If he continues waving the sword like a spoiled child, he should not expect things to go his way with such behavior. No one will stay around for long. Thane remains boiling with rage, unable to come up with a coherent response, only shouting out of pure despair while Gustav leaves. Dill steps between them to prevent a fight from breaking out, tells Sain, who acts as the party leader, here to stop, then addresses the armored knight. Gustav, shut up, go away and never show up near Mackerel again. Gustav does not argue. He just snorts, says a brief goodbye and walks out the door. As soon as he left, St. Louis loses patience and angrily kicks the furniture, loudly cursing out of despair. Dill remains calm, looks seriously and says the obvious. The raid in the dungeon is a complete failure. Fortunately, no one died, but Elena received a severe blow and will not be able to move for a long time. Saying replies that he knows. He tries to change the tone and suggests that maybe it would be better to go further, only the two of them. Dill immediately puts a stop. If they don't have someone who goes ahead or Elena for cover, he will not move anywhere. Syme sharply turned, threw a sharp glance and coldly asked what Dill doesn't trust him. Dill calmly explains. It's not about trust, he just points out that they lack the physical strength to do it on their own. Sain waved it off, saying everything is fine. Dill barked that he is a coward as always and has not changed at all, but ignoring the reproach, Sain declared that he himself will conquer the dungeon and told Dill, do what you want. Dill ignores the threat of the lone wolf and returns to reality. While Elena rests in bed, recovering from wounds, he insists first on finding new squad members and hits the sore spot accurately, noticing that Sain did not even manage to visit Elena. This touched a nerve. Sain turns away, does not look at him, and sharply hisses for him to shut up. Dill froze in the doorway, as if about to add something else, but bit his tongue, muttered that it was nothing, don't pay attention, and simply said that he is going to visit Elena. Sain tries to call him back, demands to know what he wanted to say, but Dill doesn't even look back, asks Sain just to think a little about his actions, and in farewell throws a harsh truth. If you can't even do that, then better give up the idea of being a hero. The Dill leaves in the room, fell silent. Sain remains standing completely alone in the middle of the empty house. His hand grips the sword hilt so tightly that it begins to tremble. He mutters under his breath, damn it, again and again. He covers his face with his hand, looks completely broken, begins to ask himself why this is happening and what exactly went wrong, clearly unable to understand how the party is falling apart. Next, the scene shifts to the local clinic, where Elena is recovering. In the room, Elena sat up in bed and, raising her head in surprise, saw a guest entering through the door. Quietly, he stands in the doorway with a bouquet of flowers and gently asks her how she is feeling. Elena looks at him and reassures him. She is fine. She even says that her wounds have already healed, hinting that she is better than he thinks. She smiles warmly in response to his gesture, thanks him for the flowers, and says they are beautiful. Lena asks what happened to Sain, and Dill bluntly says that Sain got drunk, and moreover, Gustav announced that he was leaving the squad and simply ran away. He adds that Sain was all fired up and shouting that he would storm the dungeon alone, although Dill hardly believes it. Elena looks worried and tells Dill that she must go and stop him, warning that Sain is now in a state where he might do something reckless and lose control. Dill refuses to meet her gaze, turns away with an icy expression, and simply says, "That's not my job." Elena does not let him off so easily. She looks him straight in the eyes and asks directly if it's not his job, then whose is it? Silence. Dill does not answer immediately. He just stands, sweating and looking awkward as the weight of her question crashes down on him. The conversation turns to their past mistakes, recalling how they drove out Lido. Elena tries to justify herself, saying that at the time it was the best option, but Dill throws it back in her face, reminding her that he was the one who was against it, and she, like a madwoman, did not listen to a single word he said. Dill sharply shouted no to silence the debate, and told her that arguing was pointless. It was already too late to talk about such things. Elena quietly apologizes. She admits he seems to be right and they really were wrong. She hasn't given up completely yet. When she thinks about Sain, she tells Dill that she doesn't believe anything is impossible to fix. She just wants Sain to open his eyes and see reality. Dill sits in the shade, looking as if he is already fed up with everything. He tells her that it's impossible in his eyes. Sain is just a guy who got dizzy from the S-rank hero title, and that can't be fixed anymore. Dill finally utters the bitter truth about their leader. Sain doesn't listen to any of his words and even ignores Elena, and Dill realizes that the only person Sain truly listens to is Rato, so only he can calm the hero and guide him properly. Elena, lying in bed, agrees and sincerely admits that all the good things in their lives are thanks to Rito, and he is the very reason why Sain was able to become a hero at all. She doesn't stop pouring out her sorrow and remorse. Elena says that it was Rato who was the reason for their rise to S-rank, and sadly notes that they realized his importance only after he was gone. Without him, they no longer have the right to call themselves S-rank. Reality crashes down on her and shatters all her confidence. She clings to the sheets and admits that in this state she cannot go on adventures, telling Dill frankly that defeating the Demon King is now impossible for her. Then Elena asks Dill to directly deliver that harsh news to Sain. Dill looks away, his face heavy, but agrees to tell him. As the shot pulls away from the clinic, Dill is left wondering what will really happen to their broken festive network. Now the scene shifts to Toledo. He is completely relaxed, with a drink in hand, and calmly tells the group that on his side he has almost explained everything to Diaz Erdogan. Lido sits at a large table with his new team Irene Sheath, Reed, and Alios. They are hanging out and chatting casually. Irene doesn't catch the conversation at all. She shouts that she doesn't understand anything and demands to know who Lido really is, while Alio meanwhile puts the puzzle together, rubbing his chin and saying that the phrase S-rank adventurer reminds him of something, as if he has been told about it before. Lido does not hurry to respond. He just sits silently, completely calm, holding a cigarette in his hand. Lido scratches his head, closing his eyes, with a look as if he finally understood there is no way out of this conversation, and he will have to come closer. He sincerely apologizes to the group, saying that he did not try to deliberately hide his identity, it just happened. Sheath instantly jumps to his defense, clenching her fists and insisting that there must have been a good reason for this, while Reed just smiles and says that she is completely satisfied with everything. Lido awkwardly scratched his neck and finally told the truth. He admitted to them that he really was an S-rank adventurer, or rather, he was once one of the most important ones. A spark of admiration lit up in Sheath's eyes. She leaned forward and eagerly asked which party he belonged to, but Lido immediately silenced her question, and with an empty expression on his face, said not to ask about that person. Sheath immediately descended, looking completely broken, and quietly accepted his refusal. Seeing her so sad, Lido was a little upset, so he patted her on the head and apologized for rejecting her so sharply. Irene watches that quarrel but remains focused on the matter, resting her chin on her hands. She says that she does not care about the S-rank and turns the conversation back to the mission, asking what was the essence of that request about the abandoned cemetery. She looks sharply at him and asks the most important question. Was the former department head who was arrested really in collusion with demons? Lido confirms this. He says that the man only craved money and received payments directly from the supporters of the Demon King, and for this money, the leader rigged the system so that the investigation of this particular request was lenient and superficial. The scene shows a dark silhouette of corruption schemes. Lido says that although Diaz will have to find out the full depth of this corruption, it was clearly organized by the branch chiefs themselves. Lido precisely explains how they pulled this off. He says they hid a fake request, mixing it among a pile of usual documents so unobtrusively that it is almost impossible to notice without careful scrutiny. Lido explains the mechanics of this cunning scheme and painfully shows that by agreeing to rigged orders, the guild actually delivers adventurers straight into the demon's jaws. He continues to describe this grim truth, noting that this method allowed novice adventurers to simply disappear quietly, leaving their fates completely shrouded in mystery. Sheath pieces together the puzzle in his head and realizes that the job of exterminating the undead in the abandoned cemetery was exactly that trap order. Lido nods she is right, and he sighs sadly and says that if he had known the request was so suspicious and dangerous, he would never have allowed them to accept it from the very beginning. Aaron interrupts, looks guilty, and begs not to mention it, while Lido continues thinking aloud, saying that he could not have imagined it was a forgery after all. The request went through official channels and they initially accepted it. Lido pondered the logic of all this and realized, as soon as he started thinking seriously, everything seemed unnatural. It made no sense that someone would suddenly ask to clear a completely abandoned cemetery. He says that it was then that something clicked for him. Lido explains that as soon as he realized something was wrong, he immediately ran to catch up with Sheath and the others. He says he managed to catch up with them right before the cemetery, but it turned out that he was not as quiet as he imagined. Reed, this message is for him. Reed Bims confirms this. She says she definitely felt that someone was on their heels, although she admits she was surprised to learn that it was returned. Leto changes his tone and teases them their reconnaissance failed. They should have found the key he left right away, and suddenly Sheath lights up. He finally understands that he was the one who put that key on the table for him. Leto finally tells the truth. He admits that it was him all along. He deliberately made noise and placed the key in a place they did not look to push them in the right direction. Reed clarifies, probably she would not have noticed him at all if he had not physically reacted earlier to Aaron's scream. Leto looks very embarrassed hearing this. He realizes that he, of all people, gave himself away because he could not hold back. Alios takes this news seriously. Iron quietly sighs with relief that their stalker was not a ghost, and he coldly emphasizes the harsh truth: if Rado had turned out to be an enemy, they would have been defenseless, and he directly tells the group that everyone could have died. Leto waved it off. Don't worry, now it no longer matters. He added indifferently that few would notice anyway that he was following, but then changed the subject and admitted that while he was following them, he watched how they fought. He smiles, begins to evaluate, and warmly says, "Well done," noting that each made several successful moves during training. He notes Reed first. Leto tells her that her magic was the right choice in this situation. Instead of trying to be a hero and rushing forward with attacking spells, she cast a protective blessing on the allies, and he praises this decision as successful. Moving on, Leto looks over the guys and says that Alios will do as a frontliner, and shit is still a real mix. She has both strong and weak sides equally. Then he turns his attention to the loud one who mentioned Arena. She immediately responds sharply, defends herself, and demands to know what he means by that. Leto sincerely praises her, says she is a step ahead of the others, notes impressive technique with bow and magic, adds that he observed her movements at the front, and confidently confirms she is definitely at the level of an average adventurer. Irina suddenly makes a full turn. She shines with pride, agrees with him, and says that he really has a good eye for talents. Leto pressed the cigarette butt to the star and noticed their performance in battle had been quite decent so far, but everything changed the moment he felt the presence of demons through a sudden surge of magic. He glanced at the sheath and confirmed his suspicions, rhetorically asking if it was really demonic magic, but even before the answer he understood everything himself. It was definitely a summoning. Leto lays everything out for them. The creature that was summoned was called Flame Iron. It is a C-class threat, and he honestly admits that for its type that monster was really strong. In fact, he tells them directly that they were lucky to have defeated it at all. He adds that although it was undead, the burning heat enveloping its body made close combat a real nightmare for him. He says it as it is ordinary novice adventurers would have been killed outright when encountering such. Leto once again took a drag and spoke about the choice in chaos: either rush straight to help the group or immediately finish off the summoned demon. He admits himself, trying to fight several demons alone would be suicide, so honestly he almost had no choice. He took a risk and said he decided to trust the team; they would handle the summoned monsters themselves. He lays out his tactic regarding the enemy: one warrior and one mage. The plan was simple. If they could remove the warrior first, the squad in numbers could overpower and destroy the mage. Leto leaned back at the table and summarized. That is why he decided to go alone and give all his strength to first of all overthrow the demon warrior, leaving the rest to them. Irene spoke up, admitting that in the end, probably everything worked out. They did defeat the enemies, but added that she did not expect to get so involved in the guild's internal chaos. Leto looked at the matter more broadly. What really tormented him was what happened afterward. He knew that the Black Blade unit was involved and suspected that the department head was pulling the strings, explaining that thanks to old connections, he managed to solve the urgent problem for some time. Leto, sighing wearily, says that although he resolved everything, because of that matter, he was still identified by the real problematic people, in particular that brilliant department chief Henry Arnabas. Sheath looks worried and asks for an explanation, reminding everyone that the guild members said they would not touch either them or her master. Leto instantly shatters these optimistic notions. He tells Sheath not to take that statement literally and explains that although they will not directly touch them, that is the only real guarantee. Instead, they will most likely resort to underhanded methods in society. Reed looks concerned and asks what they should do then. Seeing everyone's mood drop, Leto instantly changes tone, puts on a bright smile, pats Diaz on the shoulder, and tells everyone not to frown, saying Diaz is essentially an ally of the adventurers. He decides to sharply change the pace. Leto shouts that the serious talk is over, calls everyone to drink, addresses the tavern staff to bring 5 jugs of drink, and happily says they are celebrating a joint request and everything is on him, so eat and drink as much as you want. Iron slyly smiles and says that he is truly a brave man, paying for everyone. Nearby, Leo is calm, but in his eyes there is a spirit of rivalry. He says he will show them exactly how people from Veiled Doctor behave. But before the party starts, Alio becomes serious for a moment. He addresses Leto as Rito-san and says that before they take up their glasses, he has one demand. Leto froze with a mug in his hand, looked at the warrior, and asked Ali Oz what was on his mug. Alio straightforwardly asks Leto to train his sister Iron. He says harshly and honestly that he does not have her talent, taught her everything he could, but for her to go further, she needs a better teacher, and Leto is the right one for this. Work someone from the side picked up and almost summarized, and she firmly tells Leto, having seen how he handled Sheath and the rest, she believes he can be trusted and asks him, please, to teach Iron just as he taught his own. While this is happening, Iron does not allow her brother to humiliate himself. She shouts at Alios, orders him not to speak like that, and insists that she became a warrior only thanks to him, but Leto interrupts this brotherly drama with a short, dry answer. He refused. Chet tries to insert a word, awkwardly admits to Toledo that he still does not really know what kind of person he is, and cautiously brings the conversation to his plan. The conversation returns to this again, and Reed once more says that he believes in him, insisting he is exactly the teacher they need, because his track record speaks for itself. Iron still protests against her brother's modest behavior, and Leto steadfastly refuses. Leto's refusal hit the group. Sheath immediately shouted, addressing her master, "Why do you say no?" And Reeds immediately joined in, demanding the reason for such a refusal. Leto begins to explain directly and clearly why he is refusing them. He looks extremely serious and tells Alios straight that he really does not like how he formulated the request, calling him out for honesty. It sounds as if Alios is sacrificing himself, and as if he does not care about being left behind, just so Irene gets training. Leto pointed his finger directly at him, turned the course of the conversation, and without any hints directly asked Alio what he really wants from his life, momentarily ignoring his sister. Alilo froze. Leto's tense questions clearly threw him off balance. The word seemed stuck in his throat, and sweat was running down his face. He tries to find his voice, with despair on his face, as he begins to explain the reason for what is in his head. Alio presses his hand to his heart and lowers his gaze, acknowledging the truth of his upbringing. He says he was born for only one thing, to protect Irina, and since childhood he was taught only this. Irina looks at her brother with anxiety, and Leto does not let him get away with a rehearsed answer. He leans closer and directly asks what this really means for him personally. This drives Alios out of himself. He hits his chest with his palm and roars his true desire to become strong in order to have the power to protect Irina forever, not because someone ordered him, but because he himself wants it. Leto blossomed into a satisfied smile, and pointing at him with his finger, tells Alios that he finally said it and sternly warns, never say anything as pathetic as just train Irina again. Leto makes a decision. He tells Alios that he will take care of both of them, him and Irina, then turns to the girls, Sheath and Reed, and asks if they mind such an arrangement. Irina is overwhelmed with emotions when she hears that she is included too. She wipes tears of relief and quietly says, yes. The other girls glow with joy, and Sheath laughs, already dreaming ahead, and says that the team name can be invented later. The mood in the room instantly soared. Alio looked determined, and Aaron winked playfully. Leto announced that their quartet is now officially formed right here. There in the tavern, the newly formed team immediately began to celebrate. Leto raises a toast, and Sheath, Reed, Alios, and Irina clink their huge mugs of beer with a loud. Darkness thickens. The scene changes. A woman in a tight black bodysuit, one of the operatives of Black Blade, stands straight and asks the captain what her next mission will be. Captain, a blonde woman at the table, gave an order to the operative. Continue gathering information and especially watch and direct that person. The operative immediately confirmed. Captain begins to ponder the tactics. She recalls his skills. He is skilled both in swordsmanship and magic, so he would be ideal for training recruits. They could even give him the title Universal Instructor. Standing in her office and surveying the space, she thought, having him as an instructor would be perfect, but there is a catch. It only works as long as the recruits remain under their control. She admits that if he raises a bunch of students just as powerful and independent, it will become a big problem for the people. The operative agrees with the captain's assessment, but adds an important detail. She says she believes the target has already figured out her true identity, and that is probably how he confirmed that the Black Blade unit is already in motion. The captain suddenly understood everything. She jabs that the operative deliberately made him aware, didn't she? But she agrees if this ultimately disrupted the demon's plan, then it turned out for the better, and she changes course. If she had known he would guess, she wouldn't have exposed the operative, but now this connection can be used to help with the monitor. The operative apologizes for her mistake. The captain reassures her, saying that she actually has nothing against that side of her character. Then the captain lets her go, noting that it is already time for her work shift. The operative bows and apologizes. Left alone in the office, the captain sits in silence, deeply pondering the situation. Finally, they reveal who this operative really is. Her name is Emilia Alcember, and even among the elite Black Blade squad, she is considered incredibly talented. It turns out Emilia is the same Emmy, the waitress from the tavern Leto frequents, and the captain thinks that while she keeps her under surveillance, she still needs to figure out how to truly win her over. As the scene moves away from the captain's office, her voice lingers for a long time, reflecting on how best to use rhythmic Laughlin. The shot shifts to the man himself, while Leto and Shit are in high spirits, completely unaware of the conspiracies brewing around them. After the celebration, the company sets off into the night. Walking is difficult. Leto carries the unconscious one on his back. Alio similarly drags his sister Irene, and Reed walks between them, seemingly the only one sober enough to walk on her own. Sheath is completely unconscious, breathing quietly and drooling a little on Leto's shoulder. Iron on Alio's back does not feel much better, murmuring in her sleep that she can no longer drink. Walking down a quiet street, someone throws out, "After all her boasting, she turned out to be not so cool after all." They reach the tavern, and Leto immediately takes on all the troubles. He says he will book 2 rooms, decides to leave Iron under Reed's care for the night, and hints that he himself will take another room to look after her. Reed instantly panics, shouts at him that this is absolutely not allowed, and leaves Leto, who stammers and awkwardly says "WI." Leto just stands there with Sheath on his back. Above his head, question marks seem to float. He makes a puzzled sound, trying to understand her reaction. Reed tenses and shouts that this is not it. She looks at him distrustfully and asks if he really still hasn't understood what the matter is. Leto sweats a little and simply asks blankly, "Understood what exactly?" Completely not understanding what decency is being talked about, Leto decides that this is just an interpersonal drama and asks Reed if she still doesn't get along with Iron, saying that when they drank before, this was not visible at all. Reed sharply lashes out at Leto, shouting that he does not understand the essence at all. She looks at him with open despair and asks if he seriously still hasn't noticed the obvious, and Leto just looks back with a confused, innocent look and asks, "What exactly am I supposed to understand?" While Sheath lay exhausted on Leto's back, Reed finally exploded. With a scream, he said that this whole matter concerns Sheath. Leto still does not understand. He looks back at the sleeping adventurer on his shoulder and innocently asks what is wrong with him. Seeing Leto's density in action, Alio, who was walking nearby, asked Reed if that guy was even sane. Reed awkwardly admits that he has no doubts about Leto's combat skills, but with common sense, it's a completely different story. Leto adjusted his grip on Sheath, wondering why everyone was making such a fuss, but when he shifted his weight a little, something noticeably pressed into his back, a softness that definitely shouldn't have been there if Sheath were a guy, and he made a surprised sound when the touch finally made itself known. Leto froze in place, stammered, and asked everyone to wait a second while his brain finally comprehended everything. Reed, apparently exhausted, confirmed that yes, really hadn't noticed it until this very moment. The family finishes his thought and directly says that Sheath is actually a girl. Leto has complete emptiness in his head. He stands with an empty gaze while the universe expands behind him and his entire worldview quietly crumbles. His brain seems to rewind the tape, and he realizes that he actually missed a bunch of clues. He justifies his mistake by the fact that when he first saw Sheath, he automatically thought it was a guy because of her clothes and athletic build. Continuing his internal defense, he thinks that even a girl could have such muscles if she had helped her father with hard work all her life, say blacksmithing. In Leto, the brain switched on fully, barely manages to process this information, and in his imagination examines her body, reassuring himself that given her age, this is probably just a growth period. He continues the examination notes that she has narrow shoulders, and her fingers are clearly thinner than the boys. The signs were there all along. Memories finally come together. Leto recalls how incredibly nervous she was when she first met Emmy and Reed, and now understands it wasn't just social anxiety, but the fact that there were almost no young women in her village. He remembers how Sheath said that after spending time with the group she became better at communicating, but now, looking back, Leto realizes that even with that practice Sheath was still a bit nervous, especially around other young women. The weight of his stupidity finally crashes down on him. Leto covers his face with his hand, completely shattered, and admits to himself that he has terribly messed up. He looked back at Sheath, who was still sound asleep on his back, and trying to save his conscience, decided that she was unlikely to be upset by this mistaker. Knowing her, he even doubted whether she noticed how she was being treated. Leto thought that any ordinary girl would be outraged that she was not perceived as a girl, but when it came to Sheath, he seemed to hear her voice firmly saying, "For a sword follower, gender does not matter." Reed, observing how Leto is losing ground beneath his feet, decides to give practical advice saying that, given Sheath's character, Leto is best off just continuing to treat her as he has so far. Reed turns to leave, but she leaves him one important condition. She tells him, let him behave as usual, but when the situation truly demands it, he must treat Sheath as a woman. Leto stands and looks at his boots, feeling the full crushing weight of his own stupidity. He considers himself a failure as a mentor and cannot believe he did not notice something so obvious for so long. Leo intervenes in the calming conversation, carrying his sleeping sister in his arms, and tells Leto that everything is fine, they will all still make mistakes in the future. And Reed agrees and adds that this is exactly why it is perfectly normal for Leto to sometimes make mistakes too. Leo confesses to Leto that he finally feels some familiarity with him, noting that seeing Leto's spiral over the mistake proves even those who have S-rank turn out to be human, while meanwhile Irene mumbles in her sleep on his back, complaining that she is treated like a monster. Leto, who is carrying the sleeping shell, truly looks relieved by their support. He thanks them and admits that he is simply glad he noticed his mistake in time before he did something truly fatal. The group walked through those quiet streets, agreeing that enough was enough for today. They arrive at their lodging, a large multi-story building, silently standing in the moonlight. In the girls' room, the Sheath and Blade quietly lay down in their beds. Leo apologizes to Reed for dumping responsibility on her, says he is leaving the two girls under her care, and Reed accepts this duty and replies, put them on me. Outside under the night sky, the guys disperse. Someone shouted, see you tomorrow. They exchanged good night and went to sleep. The next morning was a sharp, painful awakening for Sheath. She wakes up in a cold sweat, screaming apologies to her master for getting drunk to stupor the day before. She immediately panics, desperately wanting to know if she said anything strange while she was drunk. Leto decides to joke a little about her hangover anxiety. He makes a serious face and lies, telling her that she got up and declared she would defeat the demon lord. Sheath completely breaks down, grabbing her head in shame and groaning that she said something so embarrassing. Later, the entire squad sits down at the table for breakfast, and Leto starts a conversation about business. He asks if their name for the upcoming operation will still be Breath of the White Dragon. Irene interrupted the conversation about the name and reassured Leto it doesn't matter to them what they are called, and Leo immediately responded and assured that both he and his sister are quite satisfied with the choice. Leto takes a sip and nods, accepting their agreement since they don't mind. The matter is settled. He doesn't lose momentum, even during the meal, immediately moving on to the next topic and asking what their actual plan is going forward. Leto answers himself and boldly lays out the schedule. He says that now they need to focus on training and fulfilling orders, and mornings are reserved for combat exercises tailored to each individual. In the afternoon, he wants them to storm the order board. He says to take as many tasks as they can, without being selective, because variety is key, and he is confident they will learn much faster in practice than from his theoretical lectures. Sheath greedily stuffs her mouth with bread, but listens. She agrees that his logic probably makes sense and asks if he means that they should exterminate monsters. Leto pulls on his gloves and tells her that hunting monsters is good, but he wants them to take on more types of tasks. It would be better if they fulfilled the most diverse orders possible. He insists on one thing: it is really worth actively seeking requests from other guilds. Reed lingers with her drink, a slight surprise showing on her face at that instruction, and she asks what exactly he means by other guilds. Leto lays everything out clearly, listing the Merchants Guild, the Mages Guild, and the Blacksmiths Guild, and explains that they need to look for orders coming through these key local organizations. Leto explains the logic behind targeting certain guilds. He says that as their rank grows, those guilds themselves will more often request joint operations, so it is beneficial to establish relationships with them now. Sheath listens attentively and confirms that she understands the strategy. Having defined the strategy, Leto moves on to the daily schedule. He announces that he will immediately train everyone in movements for the front line, lays out the planned training, lunch break, and then work on real orders, and adds that while they prepare, he will first go to the guild to pick up the task. The group starts eating, but Irene is a bit confused by the pace. She says that everyone else eats incredibly fast compared to her. Leto gives her a temporary reprieve today. She can relax a bit, but warns they need to get used to eating quickly, because time for travelers is not always a luxury. Before they finish, Leto puts his hand into his jacket and tells the group that he has something for them. He places a set of jewelry on the table, a ring and 3 necklaces, each decorated with its own special stone. The girls immediately stir at the gifts. Irene recognizes the stone and asks with interest if it is aquamarine. Reed and Sheath simply admire enthusiastically how beautiful and delicate they are, and Leto explains it is both a talisman of luck and a sign of their apprenticeship, and adds a simple thing. The stone holds light that demons fear, so it can save in a difficult moment. Irene holds the necklace up to the light, examines it with her skilled eye, and admits that for a simple talisman, it is surprisingly high quality. Reed immediately puts it on her, and her cheeks blush slightly. She thanks Rado, confessing that it is the first time in her life she has received such a gift. Sheath takes it to a completely different level. Tears roll down her face. She thanks her master and emotionally declares that she will never take it off until the day of her death. Sheath is still overwhelmed with emotions from the gift, so Leto teases her, saying she is being a bit too dramatic, and then, turning his attention to the others, extends a bracelet to Elio's and says that this one is for him. Irene looks at the item with interest and asks what it is, and Elio takes it in his hands, his curiosity ignited, and says he wants to take a closer look. Elio immediately understands what he is holding. The stone set in the metal is not just a beautiful piece of jewelry, it is the heart of a red dragon. Irene picks up the conversation and tells a bit of history. Once the parents from the Vale clan gave such a bracelet to young men when they became adults, and Alio confirms this and adds that the custom involved filling the bracelet with a core purified inside the body of a red dragon. Leto smiles and tells Irene that she definitely knows a lot about these things. Elio, clearly moved by the cultural significance of the gift, begins to formally thank Rito, but Leto interrupts him before he becomes too serious, says not to worry about formalities, and adds that he will hear the full story another time. Alito waved his hand saying, "It's just a simple gift, no need to fuss over it." Alilo nodded, understood, but it was clear that he still intended to keep it as something precious. Gifts distributed, so Leto shouted to the group, "Time to move out." But as soon as they moved, Irene froze. Her hand involuntarily touched the necklace that Leto had just given her, and she suddenly understood something about the stone he had chosen. The stone is aquamarine. They say it has a special power to protect women, so men have long given it only to daughters, wives, or lovers. Irene looks ahead. Leto walks alongside Sheath and Reed, and thinking whether that stone hides romance or a family connection, she glances at Sheath and decides it's better to treat her as always than to look for something extra. She tells herself everything is fine and hurriedly catches up with the group. Leto and Shit walk together on the street. Shit, full of energy, impatiently asks his teacher what exactly they are going to do in training, and Leto replies that first he needs to see each one's skills before they do anything. They arrive at the destination, a large building that serves as the local center. When Leto opened the door, he was immediately greeted by the waitress Emmy. She instantly noticed him, shouted his name, and joyfully said she was waiting just for him. Despite the smile, Leto feels a dangerous tension from her, so he nervously asks what is wrong, and Emmy, with that strange smile on her face, insists that nothing happened, though her voice says otherwise. She stops pretending and sharply points to the bulletin board, complaining that it smells like water here, as if he treats them like strangers because of his detachment, and says that he really should have said from the start if he planned something like this. Leto and Sheath stood as if rooted to the spot in front of the board, and Sheath, clearly confused, was repeating Emmy's words in a muddled way. The room buzzes with bustle, and the quest board is completely covered with announcements. Everyone in the room cannot take their eyes off it. Leto notices two other adventurers nearby. They are quietly whispering and gossiping about the state of the board, glancing in his direction. Emmy turned to him tired and reproachful. She says that he made them spend the whole night yesterday cleaning up this mess, or no, she corrects herself, it seems he made the staff do it. Leto begins to sweat, realizing what this means, and instantly denies involvement, insisting that he has nothing to do with it. Sheath suddenly notices something strange on the announcement board, and looking quite puzzled, shows it to his master. In front of me is a huge flyer, an advertisement for a special hall for beginners, run by none other than the S-rank adventurer Ratomic Laughlin. Leto's pseudonym. It promises to reveal secret tips and tricks for an entry fee of 1,000 dame, and directs everyone to the registration desk. Leto and Sheath stood, stunned and horrified, looking at this. Leto clearly understood who had set him up. The building trembled as Leto, shouting at the top of his lungs, demanded to know what the hell was going on here. He rushed to the reception window where Diaz was sitting, shouted her name, and demanded an explanation for the unauthorized advertisement. Diaz remains completely calm while Leto is boiling. She says she wanted him to help the beginners at least with knowledge, and casually adds that she will pay for it. She casually adjusts her hair as if she doesn't care at all. She reminds him that he had previously promised to cooperate, so she decided to help by providing a place for it. Leto does not buy it. He says he never agreed to it, and more importantly, he is currently busy training his people. Maya's face becomes sharp. She leans in and quietly says that this is just between them, but there is a suspicion in the air that he was involved in that demon incident a few days ago. Leto froze the landing of the threat, just as she planned. Diaz pronounces the name Murizel so that he understands she sees this connection. Leto admits that he expected it. Sooner or later she would notice. Dio, without ceremony, immediately gets to the point. Calling him Rito, she directly says that he wants to hide his connection with demons. While Leto sweats nervously, she clearly lays out the conditions. She will help him with cover, but in return wants him to become an instructor. She crosses her arms and in a steady voice tells him that this is how it is. Leto clicks his tongue, clearly irritated that he has been cornered. Nearby Sheath just stands with a question mark over her head, completely confused. Leto tries to set boundaries, telling Diaz that his priority now is to train his guys, and in the morning he will only deal with them, so he cannot look after all the newcomers. Dea remains surprisingly pleasant, saying that it's okay. He can just come in anytime during the day and give a short lecture. Realizing there is no other choice, Leto mutters that it's time for him and turns to leave. Sheath, completely unaware of the hint of blackmail, with eyes full of stars, enthusiastically says that it's incredible he will become the official guild instructor. She still shines with excitement, and Leto just looks at her tense and all sweaty after this meeting. Leto decided that he needed space. He brushed off Sheath off and shouted to her, "Forget about me for now, go look for your own requests." Sheath approaches the task board, humming under her breath and mentally trying on which task to take, while nearby Irene also reviews the announcements and shows options for her team. Next, Leto runs into Emmy, or rather Amelia, the operative of the Black Blade. He says that this whole guild story somehow turned into a real hassle. He smiles and corrects him, saying that it didn't itself turn into a big problem. Leto accuses her of setting him up, but she just pretends to be innocent and asks what he means. Leto waves his hand, drops the argument, and walks away, muttering that he needs to go to work. Alone with his thoughts, Leto begins to ponder that new imposed role in the beginner's hall. He starts convincing himself that this job isn't so bad, improving the skills of novices, and in general, it's important to give them the right knowledge from the very beginning. He sits down to plan his course and decides, first the basics of weapons and armor. Sitting on the bench, he suddenly realizes, about his student he needs to tell Sheath to buy proper chest armor, but his thought is interrupted by a shout master from the other end of the room. Sheath runs up to him, holding 2 applications in her hands, shining with excitement, and happily says that she thinks she will take exactly these 2. Sheath stands next to Reed and reads the available options: work as a sorter in the warehouse of the Key Trading Company and extermination of goblins in the old sewer ruins. Leto nods, says it sounds good, but immediately advises her to first take the sorting quest in the warehouse. Sheath energetically rushes away, shouting that she understands everything. Meanwhile, Irene returns to Toledo and moves on to practical details, precisely asking where exactly they will conduct this combat training. Leto says he knows exactly the place, and they approach the gates of a huge, fortified castle. An attractive man in a clean military uniform comes out to meet them. He immediately recognizes Leto, calls him by the nickname Rudo, and exclaims, "Long time no see." Leto calls him Harold and jokes that he doesn't age at all, and when the camera pans over the scene, Harold tells Rudo that if he returned to the city, he could at least come in and show his face. Harold gestures to the rest of the group and asks who these children are. Leto begins to introduce them, presenting Sheath as his apprentice. Walking along the line, Leto points to Reed the sister, then introduces Irina and Alias. Harold seizes the word apprentice, and, as if sensing hope, says that if Rito has an apprentice it means he is finally on their side, then solemnly introduces himself to the trainees. Harold, commander of the training unit of the 3rd Garrison of the Kyla Defense Forces. Leto explains to Sheath that Harold is an old friend with whom he once was in the same adventure group, and Sheath simply beams with admiration, unable to believe that this commander once traveled with her master. Harold confirms that it is true. He tries to address Sheath, but hesitates, unable to decide whether to say Sheath-kun or Sheath-jan. Sheath just smiles and says that calling her simply Sheath is perfectly fine. The welcoming words fall silent for a moment, and Harold honestly admits he had no idea that Rito had returned to this city. Leto tells Harold all the details. Recently, a lot of business has piled up here, and somehow he got stuck with the job of training the guild's newcomers. Harold listens and immediately understands that's exactly why the old friend appeared at his gates. But Leto is not just asking. He corners Harold with his arguments, points a finger at the commander, and asks if he really intends to refuse, reminding him that he once advised to implement adventurers' experience in military operations. Under the pressure of his own rules, Harold Caves immediately raises his hands and shouts, "I understand," then mumbles that it actually sounds fun, for which he receives a sharp rebuke, probably from Leto. "Don't say that out loud because of your rank." Having received permission, Alias looked around and, asking again for certainty, confirmed this huge building is indeed a training facility of the Kyla army. Leto addressed the group and, with a slight smile, confirmed Alios is right, but added that this facility operates somewhat differently than ordinary military bases. Harold led everyone behind him, waved his hand for them to follow, and casually said to Rito on the way that some Rinton has been feeling lonely lately and constantly complains that his ungrateful student never visits. Leto snorts disdainfully upon hearing that name. He calls Rinton an old fool and grumbles that he does not remember ever agreeing to become his student. The group walks through the complex territory. As they pass by, soldiers and cadets drop their tasks, stand at attention, and salute Harold, showing how much he is respected here. Harold looked at his old friend and was moved. He told Leto that he has truly grown, finally achieving S-rank status, and sighed nostalgically, because once that rank was the great dream Leto chased. Leto's face darkens slightly. He quietly agrees with a short word, but turns away, hiding his tangled feelings about his current position because of that title. The group approaches a massive brick building on the base. Harold steps forward and abruptly opens the heavy double doors, letting everyone inside. Harold grandly spread his arms as they entered, welcoming everyone to the pride of the 3rd Garrison, a training complex for any conditions. He explains that in this space they managed to recreate simulated environments. We see a divided view, on one side desert, on the other a flowing river. The simulation is captivating. Huge rough rock formations look completely real, even though indoors. Sheath excitedly looks around and says it is incredible, while Irene, who grasps things faster, asks what is really happening here and adds that she barely feels the magical power emanating from everywhere. Leto steps forward and replies this is the reproduction spell. By influencing the magic around, they can reproduce almost any environment needed for training. To demonstrate, Leto says he will show them an example. He snaps his fingers sharply and casts a spell called Dream Reproduction. Instantly, the empty floor before the group transforms. Wooden tables and benches appear as if from nothing in a magical flash, and the group members look on in surprise. Reed approaches one of the new tables and runs her glove over the surface. She freezes at the details. It is an exact copy of the table where they always sit in their usual tavern. Leto reveals the catch. This spell lasts only about 3 hours, and saying end of dream, he dispels the magic. Harold continued explaining, waving his hand toward the simulated forest around them. He told the group that this is exactly where they hone combat skills and undergo training. Reed is not just admiring the spectacle, she is more concerned with logistics. She begins talking about reproduction magic, noting that it clearly does not fit into known magical theories, and asks how they manage to sustain such a colossal amount of magical energy for all this to work. Harold waved his hand dismissively from the technical depth, saying that now is not the time to go into details. He admitted that it is the work of a certain necromancer combined with their own efforts, and upon hearing this, Sheath immediately intervened and asked if her master was also involved. Her old proofreader smiles and says that it is not just about his involvement. In fact, Rito invented all this, and Sheath puffs up with pride and says that this is exactly the kind of master she had hoped for. Reed tries to make sense of everything and asks if this means they will train right here, in this room, and if Harold will also teach them. Leto interrupts the conversation, decisively tells her, "No, I will take care of this," and begins to mention some other person. But he is interrupted. A dark portal tears open in the air. Someone senses a furious magical power, and at that moment a voice thunders from the abyss, shouting that the vile Rato has finally appeared, and a silhouette bursts forth from the darkness. The reaction was immediate. Iron screamed, recognizing what was happening, and cried out in horror, "What is this doing here?" The rest of the party stands in astonishment. Olios turns to Reed and asks, "Did we seriously just hear it speak?" Reed replies, "I definitely heard it too." A massive figure landed with a heavy dull thud, raising clouds of dust. Everyone tensed, eyeing Sheath. Leto and Harold prepared themselves. Sheath nervously glanced at Leto and, stammering, addressed her master, because the situation suddenly became dangerous. The dust clears. It turns out to be the enemy, and the squad immediately panics. Someone shouts it's a skeleton, and another voice yells that it must be defeated right now. The skeleton responded boldly, asked what was going on here, realized that travelers stood before him, and mockingly declared that they shouldn't think a few puppies like them would stop him. Harold tries to stop the fight before it starts, mumbling something about that man. It is clear he recognized him, but Leto doesn't listen, tells Harold to forget it, and rushes straight into the attack. Leto charged at the enemy, but the skeleton was unimpressed. He mocked him to his face and said the boy lacked muscles. Sheath rushed into the thick of the fight beside her master. She shouted and swung her weapon, putting all her strength into the strike. The skeleton deftly dodged her attack and mockingly said she was too slow, then began to dismantle her technique, asking who even announces an attack, shouting like a fool. He didn't just speak. A brutal blow followed to the stomach, and Sheath lost her breath, coughing as it landed. Reed tried to finish him off, sharply thrusting his staff forward to catch him off guard. The skeleton merely leaned back toward dodge it and sarcastically muttered what a terrible matter it was. Now it was Iron's turn. She sharply barked at the noisy skeleton and flew in with a swing, cutting with her sword. But the skeleton simply reaches out its hand, and with a bare hand catches her blade, as if it were nothing, and then begins to lecture her, saying that if the first strike in the combo is stopped, the whole attack is weak. Irene breaks free, shouting at the enemy to release her weapon. While she was distracted, Reed begins to cast a spell, summoning her inner light to enchant. The skeleton throws Irene aside as if she weighs nothing, and she hits the ground with a dull thud. Reed rushes with her staff, but the skeleton is too fast and disappears from her sight. Reed froze, completely stunned. Her attack hit only air. The skeleton cut her off and knocked her legs out from under her, shouting that her movements were too obvious, and during the fight began to lecture her, shouting that she should have immediately used the holy blessing as soon as she realized she was fighting the undead. He kicks Reed into flight, but before more damage can be done, Leto intervenes and very indifferently tells the skeleton to stop, calling him Rinton. The girls look embarrassed, but this name triggers something in the skeleton. He freezes, sharply turns his head 180 degrees, and shouts Leto's old name, Rito, calling him a bastard. Leto just stands and says, "Long time no see," adding that Rinton hasn't changed at all. Rinton immediately cuts him off and calls Leto his stupid apprentice. Rinton is still growling. He thought Leto would finally return after all this time, but instead he appeared with a bunch of random people who are completely unprepared for a real fight. Leto, without unnecessary words, gets to the point. He introduces the girls as his apprentices and announces a new plan to Rinton. From now on, the two of them will train them here every morning. Rinton panics, throws his bony hands in the air, and shouts why he has to do this, and Leto coldly exposes his bluff, reminding him that Rinton himself long wanted to train adventurer apprentices. Leto warmly presents the group to his old mentor, honestly admitting that although they are absolute beginners, they clearly have potential. Rinton just grumbled and looked angrily at all this. Rinton looks at Reed and Sheath with a critical, piercing gaze. He sees that they still lack skills, but must admit they have potential worth developing. Harold bursts into the conversation, emphasizing to Rinton how rarely Rito takes on students, and jokes about the skeleton, saying that if the girls now rely on Rinton, then essentially they are his dear granddaughter students. Harold is clearly having too much fun with this, shining with energy, while Rinton just stands and looks as if he is completely tired of his attitude. Leto gives Rinton full freedom of action, saying, boldly pierce the girl's heart. Rinton sharply cut him off, shouting that he doesn't need to be told how to do his job. The skeleton straightened up and accepted the challenge, muttering that he doesn't quite understand this whole business with the great student, but said one thing clearly: he will be strict. Rinton turns away and sighs, my God, grumbling that these students look like they will just break under pressure. The girls are completely confused by the sudden agreement about training. Sheath asks what it means, and Reed admits that she doesn't understand that skeleton at all. Irene, as always, flares up and declares that she will take him down herself, but Leo steps between them and stops his sister, warning that this is not an ordinary skeleton at all. Leto steps forward and dispels the confusion, explaining to the group that the skeleton is actually their old friend or relic from the past. Rinton instantly switches to strict instructor mode. He barks at the group that he will toughen them up right now, and warns get ready, because unlike Rudo, he has strict rules. Sheath looks at the skeleton with an empty gaze and asks the most obvious question: how can he even talk? Rinton immediately shouts back that it is exclusively the power of his will, and orders from now on to address him as Instructor Rinton. Irene bursts in with impudence, calls him Bones, and grumbles that he is always so noisy, and Rinton sharply replies, asking what she wants to achieve by that, because calling the skeleton Bones doesn't sound like an insult at all. Looking at this chaos, Harold turns to his old friend Rato and asks if it doesn't make him nostalgic, and Leto agrees yes, definitely. Leto closes his eyes and lets his thoughts drift into the past. He nostalgically returns in his mind to the days when they were younger, and as if counting line by line, recalls the old team: Harold, Necromancer Migeji, and Archer Hora. And there was also Migeji's partner Rinton. Leto says that these four gathered into a group and worked as adventurers right in this town. Back then, to become stronger, they honed their skills day by day in duels with Rinton. Young Leto is shown deeply thoughtful. He remembers how they always wondered if there was a better way to train than ordinary exercises. Leto explains that it was Migeji who eventually solved the mystery. He came up with the idea of reproduction magic, which was supposed to solve their problem. Thanks to that innovation, Rinton's training became much more effective in practicing frontline combat skills for the team. Leto says that because of this system, the four of them rose through the ranks at a speed never seen among rookies. Leto recalls how the beginnings were. It was hard then, but even then they did not believe it would be like that forever. He feels that deep inside he still walks the same path, although Migeji and Hora disappeared without a trace, and he admits that part of him still dreams of those old days. He calls it a bitter dream, from which it is painful to wake up, but still admits that the chance to meet again like that really means something to him. In the memory, Harold decides that it is time for him to leave. He says that the town has become too noisy lately. Harold tells Rudo that he and Rinton will take the training spot for a short time, and Rudo gives them permission. Harold suggests stopping by the guild tavern later for a drink, and says he has figured out how to squeeze some money and needed information out of the guild. Smiling, Harold recalled their old side jobs, how they used to make and sell various things, and said that Rito had always been quite skilled in such work. Rito defends his work and corrects Harold. These are not just some things, this is a real guidebook and instruction manual. Harold teases him and warns, don't overdo it, because the guild might start watching you closely, and Rado sharply retorted that Harold should be grateful that's exactly how they gathered that money. Harold's face suddenly became serious, and he tells Rado that he has a very bad feeling about what is happening now, so he asks him to be especially careful. Rado assures that he knows everything. They bump fists, and Harold says he will see him later. The skeleton Rinton is not known for patience. He sticks his head out of the dark portal and yells at Rito, demanding that he figure things out faster and finally come up with a training menu. Rado steps forward to set things straight. He divides the group and announces that today he will personally take Irene and Reed under his wing and sends the frontliners Alio and Shit to train with Rinton. Irene immediately doubted such logic and shouted into the portal. Didn't Rinton just say that he is dead and became a skeleton? Rinton did not appreciate her cheek and sharply retorted, calling her a noisy little girl. Despite the attitude, Rinton agrees to take on the task and declares that, as a survivor of the Dragon War, he will drill into the heads of Alios and sheathes the simplest basics of how to be on the front line. Having dealt with the other group, Rito returned to the girls and said it was time to start, although they are technically rear guards. For now, they will be fully focused on close combat training. He immediately catches their weak spots and throws it in their faces. Looking at Irene, he directly says that she relies too much on her combat style based on a veil. Then he turns and reads. He notes that her ability to make decisions completely falls apart every time she is thrown into a sudden skirmish, just like before. Irene listens to the remarks, placing her hands on her hips with a slight audacity, and directly asks him, "So what are we supposed to do with this then?" Rado shows the peace sign and issues a challenge. Let both of them attack him simultaneously on one condition, no magic. He orders them not to hold back and to go at him with full force. Reed looks a bit nervously at the prospect and asks if he means that even 2 against 1 will be an easy victory for him. Rato only briefly confirms, and when the ground starts to hum, he launches dream reproduction magic to set the scene. The training field is ready, and Rudo sets simple rules for the 2 girls. They cannot leave the newly reproduced zone, but in return, the victory condition is generous. If they hit him even once, they win. Marinese fills with excitement and immediately agrees to the terms, and Reed, holding her net, adds her cold warning. If her net does hit, Rado will not get off easily. Radoj smiles, not at all scared by the threat to cut him, jokingly repeats her words as if asking if it will catch everything, and waves them forward, provoking, "Come on, try." The girls instantly coordinate. Irene leads, giving the sign Reed to follow her. Reed loudly confirms, and they both rush into the attack. Irene throws herself first, but Rito starts lecturing even before the first strike. As she rushes over the rocky ground, he points out that fighting on uneven terrain is difficult. Iron swings her sword, but Rito, as if dancing, dodges the strike effortlessly he manages, while evading, to say that it is much harder than she imagines, and she continues to chop, but each time only hits air. Rato slips past another attack from Iron, notices a gap, and while he is distracted, another bursts in from the side. She shouts that she has the long reach and swings her massive scythe to catch him. Rato reads her flawlessly, dodges the big blade, and immediately criticizes her form, says that although she has a long reach, her movements are too wide, so the attacks are very easy to predict. He does not stop instructing her even in the middle of the fight, suggesting that she needs to add a pullback in the swing, otherwise she will not be able to deliver the proper strike. Suddenly he rapidly closed the distance and pressed his weapon tightly against the shaft near her side to stop her swing, then directly told her the harsh truth. In reality, her reach is much shorter than she thinks. The sparring continues without pause. Rado constantly lectures Reed, deflecting her strikes, and insists that a defensive stance must become her foundation, and a reliable tactic is to attack anyone who comes within her reach. But he immediately issues a warning. If she focuses too much on defense, she will miss the moments when she can truly strike. He leaves no doubt, telling Reed directly, she needs to change her mindset, become proactive, and take the initiative, not just sit and wait. Reed loudly shouts her agreement, taking the advice to heart. She immediately quickens her pace and rushes into him near the rocky walls. Suddenly Irene sees a loophole and throws herself back into the fight. She shouts, "I'm here," and boldly attacks Rato while he is busy fighting Reed. Rato easily subdued the interruption and told Irene that her courage is definitely her strongest weapon, but warned her not to get overconfident. He easily deflects her thrust to the side. allowing momentum to carry her right past him. As she flies by, he sharply says that such a direct approach simply won't work against a stronger opponent. Irene stumbled and completely missed, but Rito no longer looks at her. He approvingly shouts, seeing that Reed is making her move exactly as instructed. Reed takes advantage of the distraction Irene created. She flies in and strikes from above. Rado watches her movements and smiles exactly what he wanted to see. Reed lands and without hesitation performs the technique Rito taught her earlier. Instead of a simple wide swing, she sharply pulls her arm back with a hook, forcing Rito to actively block this sneaky angle. The duel freezes. Reed's weapon abruptly stops against the rocky ground, and the clang of metal on stone echoes, announcing the end of the fight. Rato looked at Reed and said, "The match is decided, do you agree?" Reed, lowering her gaze and realizing she had lost, quietly replied, "Yes, it's all over." She looks completely exhausted. Reed admits that he doesn't even know how to put it into words. She just feels like she has absolutely no chance of ever defeating him. Rito does not let her fall into despair. He explains that on flat ground everything could have been different, and reminds her that real fights rarely happen under ideal conditions. He draws her a clear roadmap. For now they will train in practical, real conditions, like here, and he promises that as soon as her skills reach the required level they will move on to magical training. Reed nods together. Meanwhile, Irene sits on the floor, a bit sulky, and reluctantly admits to herself that although it is annoying to hear, Rita's criticism was really accurate. Rato sensed her mood and gently encouraged her. "Don't worry, Irina, we will train exactly on your weak spots." When the tension subsided, he suggested moving on to the fight analysis. Next to another group, the skeleton instructor was summing up and dismissing the students, ordering Sheath and Elios to return tomorrow, and they were somehow miraculously upbeat, loudly shouting "thank you" and showing way too much enthusiasm. Reed and Irene stand aside, both exhausted to the bone, wondering where those guys get so much energy from. Turning to his team, Rato smiled and praised them. "Well done," ordered them to go eat and rest to be ready for the afternoon session. Reed nodded, accepted the order, and was already dreaming of the break. After training, the group begins to disperse. Rato turns back and heads in one direction, while Sheath, Irene, Reed, Alias, and the skeleton instructor gather together and head in another. She realizes that Rato is not coming with them. She looks at him and asks about his plans, wondering if he will join them for lunch. Rato explained that he still had matters to attend to, and told her that he was returning to the guild right now to discuss all the arrangements regarding future lectures. Sheath understands and says that they will also return to the guild as soon as they finish their request. Rato nods, but before leaving gives a brief advice: goblins are unlikely to be a big problem, but still one should be careful. Sheath agrees, nodding. The scene shifts outside a large complex, behind high walls under a bright sky. It turned out that the group arrived at Key's Trading Company, a large warehouse complex, to get to work. Inside, the work is already taking its toll. Sheath sits on a crate and asks how others are doing, and Irene, visibly exhausted and sweaty, complains that they are also at zero, and insists that sorting in the warehouse is simply exhausting. The whole team takes a break. Sheath quietly states that manual labor is a harsh reality. Irene practically melts on the bench and groans from fatigue, and Elios stands fresh and only with a smile says that it was a good workout. At that moment, a gray-haired man named Wayne Walks appeared with a tray full of wooden mugs. He smiled at everyone, said they did well, and as a reward treated everyone to beer. Sheath instantly straightens up, politely addresses Wayne, and apologizes for the inconvenience. Irene does not hesitate for a second. She is delighted with the drinks and joyfully exclaims, "Thank you." Wayne continues talking to the group, explaining that shops like his stay afloat thanks to adventurers like them. He leans in, winks, and adds that especially with the best adventurers for his business, it is extremely important to have good relations. Sheath seems frozen by the praise and immediately doubts that "excellent," reminding him that they are just ear anchors and still complete novices. Wayne raised a finger, but did not buy their modesty. He recalled the case when they drove away a race of demons, and although the guild tried to cover it up by adjusting the report to say it was only an observation, he hinted that locals know well what really happened. The elder man finished his speech, looked intently at Irene and Reed from Alio, and said that, seeing how hard they worked today, he definitely knows they can be trusted. The group sincerely thanked him for such warm words. The scene shifts to city streets, and Wayne's voice echoes behind them for a long time. "Come to my shop next time in the city. All businesses are glad to have regular customers like you." Sheath calls back that they will definitely visit again. Work at the warehouse is finished, and Sheath moves on to the next item in their schedule: goblin hunting. The scene shifts to Rito, probably in the guild, or when he is giving final orders before departure. He says that the goblins have nested again, orders the team to thin their ranks a bit, and report back to the guild immediately after. Now in the dungeon, the group was sneaking through a stone corridor, and one of the companions noticed that Rito's orders sounded a bit cold. Sheath, who was walking ahead, just replied that she was used to it, saying that for beginners this was a completely typical request. Sheath takes on the role of leader. She gathers the team, calls to move out, and sternly reminds that the attacks must be coordinated exactly as agreed earlier. The team confirms they are ready. While they were walking, Irene was lost in thoughts about her combat skills and frankly admitted to Reed that she was not yet at the level she wanted, criticizing herself and saying that in that scene it would have been more effective to kick rather than use the sword. Reed walks beside her and simply agrees. While they were walking, they talked about how they fought. Irene agrees with the previous assessment, and Reed, self-critically, admits she could not switch so smoothly between her great scythe and staff as she wanted, and honestly adds that she would like to hunt about 50 more enemies somewhere to finally catch the rhythm. Sheath does not listen to this negativity. She interrupts them and says that despite their self-criticism, they both actually did great there. Next to her, Alio nods, supports her, and agrees that they really did an excellent job. After the debrief, the group heads back to the guild time to submit the report on the completed mission. Moving down the street to the guild building, Sheath suddenly notices something strange. She exclaims, asking the others what happened to that huge crowd gathered ahead. They approach closer and see a guild employee standing in front of the crowd of adventurers, announcing that all seats for today's lecture are taken and registration is closed. She tries to calm the people, promising that there will be another session tomorrow. Sheath does not hesitate. She shouts, "Excuse me," and pushes through the crowd to get a better look, while Reed stays behind, surprised. Inside, the scene is even more chaotic. A huge crowd of adventurers sits and listens tensely to the speaker, and Sheath looks at the overcrowded hall. She has never seen so many people in the guild at once, and puzzled, says that this is just madness for the first day of the program. At the front of the room, the instructor suddenly turned around, and seeing his squad mates standing behind, was genuinely surprised. He instantly regains composure, and without breaking stride as an instructor, throws them a cool, confident thumbs-up gesture to show he noticed them. Sheath completely loses her head, her eyes literally sparkling, as she enthusiastically praises her master for gathering such a crowd. Reed keeps things practical, advises to just wait quietly until he finishes, and Elios agrees to stay out of the way. The lecture hall is buzzing. Rito stands at the front of the crowded room, leading a lesson for a crowd of adventurers, among whom are Sheath and her group, settled in to listen. The scene shifts to a few days earlier at the guild headquarters. Sain is furious, shouting at the staff to move aside as he tries to push through. He completely loses patience, yelling at them to quickly hand over information about the demons. His path is blocked by two members of the Black Fang unit. A masked woman on the right coldly says that Murazel is currently busy, and her partner sharply orders him to turn around and leave. Realizing he cannot get through them, Sain turns his back to the heavy doors and stomps away. Later in the city, Sain vents his outrage into the open air. He shouts curses at the sky, cursing everyone who recently opposed him. In his mind, recent betrayals replay over and over. He bitterly remembers how Elena refused him, then recalls Dillo's technical excuse that a mage supposedly cannot act in a squad without a proper vanguard and priest. Sain walks alone, angrily muttering that none of them even imagine how truly incredible he is. He indignantly asks what they even consider an S-rank hero, clearly offended that they could leave someone like him behind. Suddenly, a voice cuts in from behind, agreeing with him and calling him a hero. In the shadow emerges a figure in a cloak. The stranger asks if he hadn't said this to Saint this before and fires a loud accusation. Even the guild itself is infiltrated by demons. Saint noticed the figure lurking in the shadow and immediately insulted him, calling him a rat. He looks at that man with obvious contempt and says for him not to show his disgusting face. The hooded figure only chuckles and remarks that the hero, as always, is so stern. Getting down to business, the hooded man tells Sain directly, there is only one way to fix his current situation. Sain will have to kill the demons with his own hands. He continues to persuade Sain, if you kill the demons and return a triumphant, true hero, the comrades in the guild simply will not be able not to recognize you again. Sain instantly takes the bait. His facial expression sharpens, and he resolutely asks where the demons are. Under the hood, the man smiles, and this smile reveals that the enemies are already lurking in Gaddis. Sain responded with brazen confidence, saying he knew it from the very beginning, and declared that he must set off immediately to deal with it. The figure stops him and explains that the event will likely happen within a month, adding that although the dragon carriage is on the road for half a month, a hero like Sain can use the portal, as that man did. In St. Paul, his eye twitched at that mention, and he sharply asks who is that man talking about. That silhouette explained he means the man who left Saints' party. Sain was outraged at the mention of Leto and demands to know why that man mentioned him. The hooded figure continues to tease Sain, saying he really hasn't heard the news, and then drops a real bombshell. That man Leto is now in Gattacy, and rumors are already spreading that he is plotting something. Zane's reaction is instant and physical. His jaw clenches so hard that his teeth grind, veins bulge, pure rage takes hold of him. He completely loses self-control and shouts the name Rito so loudly that the room shakes. Turning away from that tense scene, the story returns to the village. A whole month has passed, and Leto and the team have not stopped. They trained and took on tasks, and with the rewards they earned through hard work, they finally decided it was time to update their gear and buy new equipment. In the shop, Sheath tries on a new set of armor. Someone off-screen says she looks great, but Sheath hesitantly asks if it is too bright for her. Rito approaches and gently encourages her. He says she is naturally beautiful, so there is nothing to worry about, adding that her hair has grown a bit, and the whole look emphasizes her femininity even more. Meanwhile, Luzj is working on weapons. She shows the axe sword and explains that she repaired it. It took longer than she expected, but assures that it is now in excellent condition. Leto thanks her for the hard work. Leto enters the room with a shield in his hands and says that his gear is ready too, but he freezes when he sees the girls pressed close to each other and asks what is wrong. Returning to the armor fitting, Luz vividly explains the technical details. The breastplate is made of magically forged steel, so it can be adjusted anytime. She asks Sheath if it feels tight on her chest, and Sheath puts her hands on the flat armor and, gasping, says she doesn't feel anything at all right now. We see the group gathering again. Leto stands ready with the new gear while the girls finish their moment. Sheath looks at Leto with a wide smile, folding her arms, and asks him if he feels good in this new equipment. Leto stands getting used to the new gear, in a fresh tunic and armor, holding his large shield. He admits, yes, the spear and shield are indeed much lighter than his old gear, but he looks a bit skeptical and says that for the price they paid, it is almost too cheap for such quality. Kirka smiled and assured him that everything was fine. This job became a great lesson for her apprentice Luzj, so she was not at all against a discount. She never gets tired of explaining. They collected these materials anyway on behalf of the Guild of Blacksmiths, so they didn't have to pay for the raw materials out of their own pocket. The expenses were quite small. Hearing this, Sheath bowed low to both, sincerely thanking Kirka and Luzj for introducing them. When the equipment was organized, Reed spoke. Now that they are well equipped, they can finally take on more difficult orders, so she suggested heading to the Eastern Forest for the next job. Reed does not calm down and directly adds that she no longer intends to fight goblins. Leto nods, agreeing that the Eastern Forest is a perfectly reliable plan. Leaving the shop, a little later the scene shifts to the city streets. It seems Leto is again in the role of a teacher. With a notebook in hand, he draws a line under today's lecture, tells everyone that that's all for today, and tomorrow he will talk in detail about magic. Leto finished the lecture and sincerely explained that even those on the front lines who do not cast spells must understand magic because many monsters use it. Then he said that's all for today and dismissed the class. When the students leave, the boy in the helmet wonders, maybe they should try crossbows. Another student says they definitely have to go to the magic lecture tomorrow. At that very moment, Sheath noticed Leto and called out to her master. Leto turned around, noticing her approach. Leto immediately notices that they have changed, points to the new equipment, and Sheath joyfully confirms to him that everything was made for them in the forge. Leto Nod said he remembered her mentioning that plan and decided it was a reason to celebrate, so he immediately went to the bar counter and ordered 5 bottles of beer for the company. He looked closely at the Sheath dress and noticed that the cut suited her very well, but his gaze caught on the stone set in it. Sheath lit up at the compliment and thanked him, explaining that it was an interference stone that allowed them to block certain physical and magical attacks. Reed also did not stay aside and showed that she had earrings made of the same material, designed as a set. One of the other recruits steps forward, boasting about his new spear and shield, and says that he took the advice and preferred physical protection in his gear. Leto surveys the group and agrees that everyone's equipment is finally top-notch. He says that since they are well-equipped, it's time to raise the difficulty of their tasks. Sheath promptly informed Leto about their team's plans. Next on the list is the Eastern Forest, and she added that requests are also coming from Wayne. Leto smiles. It seems that Kay's trading company treats them well, and he says that although the tools there are expensive, it's better to get equipment from a reliable seller. Reed intervenes and explains that thanks to those relations, they saved well. She adds that housing is cheap and dinner is free. Leto puts the beer on the table and warns a little saving must be taken seriously because you never know when that gold will come in handy. He says that with rank promotion, there will be requests with bigger expenses, to which the girls respond that they understand. Leto becomes a bit more serious and admits that apparently everyone is really growing. Even Rinton was surprised, especially Sheath, but he immediately adds a warning. The most dangerous moment is when everything starts to calm down, so don't forget to stay humble. The girls listen breathlessly as Leto reminds them, you can't rule out that something crazy, like the incident at the abandoned cemetery, might happen again. The conversation slowly dies down as they hang out in the tavern. The whole company sits together among other visitors. Later, Lido goes out. Sheath sticks his head around the corner and asks Rito-san if he is not going home, and Lido waved in response and explained that Diaz called him briefly, so they will see each other tomorrow. Lido goes into a private room and, opening the door, loudly says that he is coming in. In the room, the guild secretary Diaz is settled on the sofa. Noticing him, she nodded friendly and thanked him for the lecture given. Diaz begins the briefing under the shine of a luxurious chandelier and says that the situation will soon improve. She adds that through Lido she received complaints from several shops, but assures him she has already silenced them. Lido immediately guesses that she means the Merchants Guild. He grumbles irritably that they bother him every day. Diaz thanks him for his efforts, but in her voice there is both gratitude and irritation. She sighs and reminds him that she said do as you wish, but honestly you have already overdone it. She voices the sharpest issue. In large stores they are already selling weapons and armor with his name. We see a vision of a smiling shopkeeper, while Diaz explains that they advertise the equipment as recommended by the S-rank adventurer Ratomic Laughlin. Lido does not look worried at all, on the contrary. Holding a small box, he is clearly pleased with himself. He says there is no problem because he receives his royalties, and thanks to that deal his pockets are noticeably fuller, and Diaz just looks at him and notes that he is still the same as always. Lido leans back, crosses his legs, and insists even more. He says the guild is to blame because they did not do such simple, practical things earlier. Diaz moves on to the results and sincerely says, I cannot deny his methods worked. She adds that in the last few weeks the number of dead and missing adventurers has sharply fallen, and the number of successfully completed quests has increased. But then her expression behind the glasses becomes serious. She notices that although mortality has fallen, a new problem has appeared recently. There have been several strange cases. She voices a chilling statistic. This week 10 people committed self-immolation, and Lido reacts, saying that he also heard such rumors and agrees 10 is an extremely large phenomenon. On the screen, a terrifying picture. A charred body lies on the ground. Diaz says that according to the city guard's investigation, every case was recognized as self-immolation, and adds that the time and place in each case were different, and there were almost no witnesses. Diaz continues to analyze the details of the victims, noting that their age and gender are completely different, so at first glance there seems to be nothing in common between them. Lido felt that but was about to be said, so he nudged her. Go on. Dea voices a chilling connection. Each victim has the same wound in the middle of the chest, as if something was brutally torn out, and there was one more common detail. Lido instantly puts the puzzle together and interrupts, suggesting that they all worshipped fire. Turned out he was right. Geddes is a city with several religions that usually coexist peacefully, but there was one faith that was strictly controlled and forbidden. It is referred to as the sect of the Burning Flames. This is an ancient religion that has been persecuted throughout history as complete heresy. The reason is very simple. The fire they worship as a god is considered the sworn enemy of humanity because it embodies the race of demons. In the room, Dea confirmed that Lido was right about the sect, but then linked these mysterious suicides of cult members to something much bigger in politics, and said that because of these cases, senior defense officers began hinting that they might declare an emergency mobilization. Lido is not at all thrilled. It sounds suspicious to him. He says that this whole matter smells of suspicion and calls it the worst of possible scenarios. The scene changes to explain what this order really means. If the city is considered in crisis, it gives the defense the right to forcibly take adventurers and make them become soldiers. And this is not up for discussion. Everyone who belongs to the Adventurers Guild practically has no right to refuse the draft. If they try to say no, they face lifelong exile or, in the worst case, simply arrest. Dea warns Lido the city will burn, and the enemies he defeated earlier were only scouts, but Lido does not want to listen to preambles and coldly says, just tell me why you came. She changes her expression, switches to an official face. As the head of the branch of the Adventurers Guild, Geddes, she solemnly asks the S-rank adventurer Ratomic Laughlin to take on a specific task. She clearly states the goal of the task. He must destroy the demons responsible for a series of self-immolations plaguing the city. Lido does not take his eyes off the request she has given him. He considers the situation and bitterly realizes how limited he is on his own. Although the students have indeed grown, a threat of this scale is still beyond their capabilities. Dea adds another complicated detail to the matter. She says it is unclear whether it is good or bad news, but she has information the hero Sain arrived in the city alone. Lido reacts silently as soon as the hero's name is mentioned. For a moment he closes his eyes, then tells Diaz to also ask Sain for help. He believes that for something like this, it is better to have as much reinforcement as possible. Diaz smiles. She is one step ahead. She says she knew he would say exactly that, so she has already sent someone to deliver a request form to the hero. Leto signs the paper, accepts the job, and says, this city is now connected to him. They cared for his students here, so he will not allow the demons to just do whatever they want. Diaz tells Leto, just name what you need, and she will prepare it instantly. Leto looks at her and simply says that she is a wonderful subordinate. Leto says that since that's the case, he already has a person in reserve whom he intends to deploy, and Dare agrees, saying then she does not need to provide anyone else additionally. She adds that her subordinate will deliver the report, and she will immediately set off to start the investigation. Leto closes his eyes for a second, realizing the damage his new schedule has caused, and decides that he will have to pause the lectures for a while. Dea crossed her arms and told Rudo that she was counting on him, but deep down she had a very bad feeling about how this might turn out. Leto headed to the door, agreed to the mission, and asked her to be careful before leaving. Without wasting a second, as soon as he touched the floor, he immediately burst into a sprint. Leto runs and immediately thinks about the hero angrily calls Sain an idiot in her head, and cannot understand why he decided to go alone. We move on the coast stands a lonely, abandoned lighthouse. Grim, a female demon, stands there next to her partner, a demon with one horn named Reese. She says it is time to begin the fire awakening ceremony, and although Reese stammers a little, he agrees, confirming he is ready. Grim turned to him with a gloomy look and explained that this festival has a specific requirement. It needs eyes. She explains in detail exactly who she is hunting. They need someone strong, but more importantly, they need a target that can be completely consumed by the flames of envy. Turning to the lighthouse, Grim tries to clarify the mission details with his chief, addressing him as Badum, and asks for confirmation. Is the plan really just to gouge out the eyes of people in this area? The voice of Badum echoed from the void, but this time he corrects Rise, as if erasing his misunderstanding. He explains that the eyes he spoke of are not literal, but a metaphor for the main essence of the entire festival. Grim tries to make sense of it, and asks if it means that she and Rai themselves are not the main focus. However, she quickly agrees and tells Badum that she understands. The voice continues the lecture, once again and even more precisely driving the same idea into the listeners, but Jim insists the matter is not at all about this. The main focus, until the very end, will be entirely about people. Riss listens, and with every minute his smile becomes more and more maniacal, while Badum describes in detail exactly what he wants. People fight, insult each other, and kill, and a voice proclaims that after all this chaos, they just need to be burned, let everything burn down. Thunder seems to rejoice in this philosophy. It tells Badum that now everything is clear and agrees burning is truly wonderful, and with a calm smile it says, fire forgives everything, fully agreeing with the will of its master. But Jim's voice confirms Riz's reaction, telling him, exactly. Riz was already completely fired up about clear time to start. He announced the beginning of the fire awakening, and proclaimed that they would awaken all humanity in flames. Leto meets the same subordinate that Diaz promised him. It turns out to be waitress Emmy, who is now simply bursting with energy, calls him Ridosane, asks what the plan is, and enthusiastically suggests starting with the basics of the investigation, for example, going to the crime scene. Leto instantly dampened her enthusiasm, saying, what use is there for a random adventurer like him to play detective at the crime scene? Then he froze, looked at her with a stone expression, and, as if without emotion, asked if she was really the assistant assigned to him. Emmy coquettishly struck a pose, winked and showed a peace sign, introduced herself as Amelia, and declared that she was the twin sister of the very same Emmy, the tavern waitress everyone knows. Leto did not believe her act about the twin sister for a moment, and accused her of making up that backstory on the fly. Emmy did not even object, she just said her name was Amelia, so Emmy fits perfectly. She instantly changes the rules, teases him for immediately calling her Rudo-san, although they just met, laughs and says he is cheeky, exactly the womanizer she expected. Leto was clearly tired of her manners and grumbled mentally about what a nuisance she was, so he shifted the conversation to her clothes and asked if that too formal black and white suit was really her work uniform. Emmy admits that technically it is her uniform, but she finds it a bit boring. Usually she does not wear it, unless she wants to stage a drama and show that the Black Blade has been waiting for someone all this time. Leto coldly says he will report this to Muraisel. Emmy pouts and asks not to take everything so seriously, but at that moment, Leto stops. He feels something. Without saying a word, several throwing knives fly at them from the shadows. Emmy reacts instantly with a wave of her hand. She deflects the blades with terrible precision, even before they hit the target. From the darkness emerges a killer in a hood, with several more daggers in his hands. He is clearly impressed that she noticed the ambush, and says that this is exactly what he expected from a representative of the S-rank Black Blades. Leto draws his sword, sighs at how tired he is of everything, and asks Emma if he can rely on her to cover his back. She smiles cheerfully and says no problem, but if it gets too dangerous, she will betray him and save herself. Leto rushed into action and shouted back to her that her promise does not reassure him at all. Leto does not even pause for politeness. He immediately launches an attack, shouting the name of his technique, Gia Ridge, and swinging his blade. The ground instantly responds to his command. Huge, torn stone spikes burst through the asphalt, tearing up the street and trying to pierce the figure in the hood. Leto is stunned by the enemy's reaction. He is incredibly fast. The killer effortlessly dodges the wave of debris, his feet lightly touching the surface of the rubble. The man in the hood rapidly closes the distance. He tells Leto that the moment he decided not to retreat, the fight was already over. The killer tries to unleash his technique, shouting, "Cry gravel," but everything turns into a disaster for him. Sharp stone spikes burst out, and instead of Leto, they pierce the killer's own body. Blood splashes, the killer groans, realizing his mistake, and asks if Leto is an earth magic user. Leto stands completely calm and confirms that earth magic is indeed his element, so when the fight took place on his element, he simply took control of the situation. Realizing he is outmatched, the mercenary jumped back to a broken wall and said he would gladly take with him that valuable information about Leto's magic. Leto rushed after him and swore that he would die before he managed to go anywhere with that data. But the killer is not scared at all. A creepy smile stretches across his face, and he says that they are just puppets controlled by a spider, adding that in fact he is already dead. Leto clicked his tongue and, realizing what he was about to do, shouted in rage. But it's already too late. The killer blows himself up. A huge pillar of flame bursts upward, destroying evidence and blocking Leto's path with a wall of fire. Leto stands amid smoke and debris, looking at the spot where the killer just blew himself up. Emmy runs to the scene and calls Leto to check if he is okay, while Leto just clicks his tongue and mutters irritably that the enemy took the easiest way out. Leto thinks aloud whether he made a mistake by not extracting more information from that guy at first, but looking at the charred remains, he decides it probably wouldn't have changed anything. These guys seemed from the start to be just animated corpses or puppets. Emmy pointed anxiously. If the enemy attacks this directly, then they have almost no time left. She asks Leto what the plan is. Leto does not hesitate. He tells her they need to call in defensive units for joint work. They simply don't have enough people to handle it alone, and he knows that demons are hiding somewhere in the city, so finding them is the most important thing. As he moves on, Leto runs through the whole situation in his head. Even when others from the Black Fang and experienced high-ranking adventurers scour the area, they still haven't found anything. He looks around. The city is huge and packed with people, so searching here is a real nightmare. Usually demons are visible from afar because they look different, but they give no sign of themselves, yet he is sure that the followers of the Burning Flame sect are gathering right here, in this city. Leto's thoughts darken. He understands the nature of the enemy. Human followers can sneak around secretly, and demons rarely hide like this unless they are preparing something really big. He realizes the danger is real. These demons will probably wait to appear openly only when their plan is ready, and at the moment they come into the light, no one will be able to stop them. Leto touched his chin and pondered. This time everything felt different. These are not just random monsters attacking novice adventurers, but a well-organized affair. Leto sank into thought. His face growing serious, he feels that this time they are facing something much more evil than usual, and he foresees horror. He constantly replays this situation in his head and puzzles over why they initially took on the Gaddis, because it begins to seem that the enemy doesn't just want to destroy the city. They would even be fine if the city perished as a side effect of their real plan. And then he realizes that maybe other countries are involved in this too. Leto, deciding the next step, pointed his finger to the sky and called everyone upstairs. In the alley, Leto, Sheath, and Rinton, wrapped in a cloak, gather again, and Leto admits there are too many thoughts, catastrophically lacking information, so he suggests for now to go to the Defense Corps headquarters. Harold intervenes and sharply rejects this idea. He says no, explaining that he actually has acquaintances in the 3rd Garrison. Upon hearing this, the plan instantly changes and the group agrees, asking if they should run there. They climb onto the roofs to travel. Sheath climbed onto a tiled roof, glowing with excitement, and says that it feels like a real adventure, and Leto just looks at her and asks if she really feels that way. Again on the roofs, Leto clearly lands on a lower roof and continues his way to the garrison. He paused for a moment, gazing at the cityscape stretching to the ocean, and, as if tempting fate, muttered that he really hopes that nothing bad will happen. Meanwhile, the action shifts to the ancient forest of Elsia. In a clearing, a group of goblins lounges carefully, and someone in the bushes counted there are 6 of them, and 2 of them are goblin mages. Sheath's party conducts reconnaissance. Reed turns to Sheath, who is now in charge, and asks how they should act. Sheath weighs the situation and tells the group that although these guys were not in their request, if they have to fight them later, it will be a complete hassle, so it's better to remove them now while they can strike first. The team aims at the enemies, especially those with staffs. Everyone agrees that the goblin mages are a real trouble, so they decide to eliminate them before they can utter the first spell, taking advantage of the surprise attack. Sheath lays out the battle plan, open with a fire spell, and at that moment she and Alios rush forward to close the distance. Sheath orders Reed to hold back on support magic for now and just cover Irene. Leo nods, gripping his spear. He agrees with the plan and says that Iron's magic arrows will work best here. But even before they leave the cover, Iron raises her hand, interrupts them, and says she has one proposal. Irene suggests replacing fire with ice magic because although fire is powerful, it produces smoke and noise that make them too noticeable, and it's not worth attracting more monsters here. She understands that Irene has a valid argument about the noise and smoke, acknowledges it, and apologizes to the group, admitting she didn't think it through when she proposed the fire plan, and Leo picks up to support Sheath and says her idea wasn't wrong, she just chose fire because it's usually the most reliable method, so she shouldn't blame herself. The Chimes family joins from the side and says she also agrees with Irene's assessment. Once the decision is made, Alio turns to the archer and asks Iron if she is ready to pull it off. Iron doesn't even speak. Her confident, sharp smile silently says she can handle it completely. She immediately starts her mantra, calls the lonely moon to descend and scatter feathers. She unleashes the Ice Elf spell, a wave of icy magic bursts forth before her. The goblin mages in the clearing notice something is wrong, but react too late. At the very moment the magic took off, Alios and Sheath ran out of the bushes and charged at the enemies at full speed. Iron's aim is flawless. The ice magic freezes the goblins' feet to the ground, instantly rooting them in place, while two warriors close the distance. The goblins howled as the icy cold struck them in complete panic. They can't move or cast their spells. She attacks first. It's a real slaughter. She spins her huge axe with terrible speed and slices the motionless goblins like butter, even before they can defend themselves in any way. Leo, right beside her, definitely thrusts the spear forward. The weapon passes straight through the goblin's chest, because the enemy froze and cannot dodge. Work is not only for the front line. Reed stands her ground when the goblin rushes at her with a mace. Without blinking, she simply swings her staff like a sickle in a pure horizontal arc and cleaves the attacker in half before he can reach her. Irina also shows her skills. She dances across the battlefield. With one swift strike she beheads the goblin and immediately, lightning fast, jumps to the next target, performing acrobatic somersaults. A little further, the goblin mage tries to cast a spell, raises his staff and shouts, but Sheath is already charging at him at full speed. She brings down her massive axe with a heavy overhead blow. The blade cleaves the mage in half, and when the enemy is downed, she breathes out with relief. The skirmish is over. Sheath steps back to regroup with the team and asks if that is all. Leo confirms that the area is clear. Meanwhile, Irene examines her performance, noting that her ice magic wonderfully slows enemies, but has almost no destructive power. Reed intervenes to calm her. She says that Leto told her, dealing heavy damage with ice magic is extremely difficult even for those with high abilities, so there is no reason to be ashamed. Irene nods, accepts this explanation. The threat is behind. Leo urges them to move on, and Sheath checks the map and says that the ruins they are looking for should be just ahead. The company lines up again and moves further along the forest path. Finally, they break through the trees and find what they were looking for, a group of ancient stone pillars, scattered and bathing in sunlight. Sheath points directly at the ruins, as if announcing that they have arrived. Reed agrees, but her attention instantly focuses on the vegetation. She notices certain flowers blooming around the stone structure. Sheath happily confirms that they have found the flowers that absorb fire and are needed for the quest. Someone suggests splitting into two groups to speed up the gathering, and the team immediately agrees. They immediately get to work. Reed, Sheath, and Irene kneel settled in the grass near ancient stone pillars and gather red flowers growing around the ruins. While working, Sheath examines one of the plants and says it's strange the flower can absorb fire. While Reed collects flowers, she quietly tells that she was told these flowers bloom only where a terrible fire once occurred. Sheath asks what exactly the fire disaster was, and Reed explains that it's actually a legend passed down in the Golden Church. She continues the story. Once, when demons still walked the surface and fought with human ancestors, battlefields were always left completely burned. According to the legend, the earth absorbed all that fire and spilled blood until these flowers sprouted from it. So that's how they got their name. It is said their bright red petals are colored by the blood and fire the earth absorbed. Irene says in surprise that she has never heard this story before. Nods adds that similar legends exist in other lands, although she is not sure if such tales are common in the Vale. Sheath just looks at the flower in her hand and imagines how they grow from human blood. Irene, with 4 large bags full of flowers, decides that it's enough for today. She tells everyone they have gathered enough, and it's time to return. When the gathering was finished, the group set off back. Sheath asked if they were finally leaving the forest. Reed laid out the plan. First, they need to stop by Kay's trading company and deliver the shipment. She had just started thinking about what would come next when suddenly she noticed ahead something that froze her in place. The mood instantly changes. Sheath panics, screams, and asks what the hell is happening, while the rest of the group just stares ahead, completely stunned by what they see. Irene doesn't waste time on the obvious. She shouted that the situation is bad, and Elio immediately becomes the leader and shouts to everyone that they need to hurry and move. Without arguing, the entire squad rushed along the path towards the city. Something strange began to happen in the city. Around the great lighthouse, an ominous phrase echoes as soon as it lights the awakening of fire. This is not just a voiceover, people on the streets are talking about it too. In an alley, a man stands alone, his eyes completely empty, and he repeats the incantation about the lighthouse and fire again and again. High in the stone building, the guild's secretary Diaz stood by the window and seriously gazed into the city while the words spread relentlessly. On the street, ordinary people begin to get scared, and a couple stops, staring at the man wandering in a trance and repeating the phrase about the awakening of fire emptily. More and more people gather and raise their eyes to the hill. Everyone's attention is fixed on the tower as the chant resounds throughout the city. Suddenly, a woman on the street points and shouts for everyone to look. At that very moment, the top of the great lighthouse explodes, engulfed by a huge column of roaring flames. A strange phenomenon spreads through the streets. A man raises his head, hoping the fire is awakening, and the woman next to him precisely repeats the same words as if in a trance. It becomes increasingly eerie. One man tightly clutches a strange dark object in his hand, like a seed, and repeats the mantra, trembling, pressing it to his chest. On the roof, Emmy shouted, "Toledo." He looked down at the chaos unfolding, cursed, and realized they were too slow and failed to stop what was happening. Lido does not hesitate. He tells Emmy to follow him to take a closer look, and she, right on his heels, rushes across the roof tiles. In the market square, true panic. People scream and run for their lives because right in the open stands a man completely engulfed in dark, ominous flames. The boy in flames falls to his knees and groans in pain, and a few steps away another person is unlucky. She is already lying face down on the sidewalk, completely burned and smoking. Lido looks gloomily at the scene and asks if this is the same self-immolation that rumors were about, and Emmy shook her head and replied that this is different, much more brutal, and too extravagant compared to previous cases. Before they could figure it out, the burning man's body began to react wildly. His muscles swell and bulge so rapidly that his clothes tear and fall off his back. The transformation was completed in a fraction of a second. The person was gone. In his place appeared a huge dark-skinned monster with pointed ears and that strange seed embedded right in the center of his chest. He let out a huge roar. Emmy sees the monster and instantly realizes that everything went wrong. Lido jumps from the roof straight into the fight, shouting at her to focus on evacuating the residents to safety, and he will deal with the monster, and she immediately confirms the order. Without wasting time, Lido rushes into battle, uttering a powerful spell about a lord tearing the sky and cutting branches, and releases Kronos, who summons lightning. The electricity strikes the target, but Lido is already landing, sword drawn. He is ready for the next move. He doesn't give the monster a second to breathe. Rushing forward, he utters a spell, and a white pillar raises its fangs. He casts frostbite, and huge torn ice shards burst from the ground to grab the beast. But the ice doesn't hold the monster, instantly breaks it, and delivers a powerful punch. Lido dodges the attack and responds with a sword strike, and they engage in a lightning-fast exchange of blows. The monster opens its jaws and unleashes a torrent of fiery breath, and Lido is forced to jump back and dodge the tongues of flame while the creature roars. They retreat a little, and Lido notices that the cuts on the monster are already healing. He clicks his tongue, irritated that on top of everything he has to deal with the ability to regenerate. Lido was truly stunned. For a moment it flashed through his mind. A person transforming into a monster like this is unheard of. When the enemy lunged at him, he instantly studied him, burning horns and a distorted core pressed into the chest. Although it was confusing, he understood probably. Before him was a person who had completely transformed into a demon. When the monster swings again, Lido frankly admits that he does not want to get into hand-to-hand combat with this creature at all. He dodges another blow and immediately responds with 2 earth spells, Stone Fine and Cry Gravel. The earth instantly responds. Several sharp stone spikes emerge from the ground and pierce the monster in the chest and shoulders. Lido immediately began growling orders. He shouts at Emmy to report immediately to both the guild and the defense forces, quickly explains the tactics. The monster's weak spot is the core in its chest, but it must be warned that it also regenerates quickly. Emmy instantly confirmed the order. She shouted that she was heading to the lighthouse and understood the task. Before leaving, she told Lido that she would catch up with him as soon as she could, so he must not die until then under any circumstances. With a brief goodbye, Emmy instantly disappears from sight, and Leto watches her go and shouts that she should not say such reckless things and just go faster. Leto runs out onto the roofs and rushes to the next target, cursing the demons within himself and feeling the seriousness of the situation. If they really have a power that can turn any person into a monster, this is a real nightmare. While he moves, this logic continuously spins in his head. If the power of these creatures depends on how strong the original person was, then the people with the greatest potential now are the most dangerous. Something clicked in him. Leto understands. That is why they chose the city of Gades. This city is famous for being home to high-level adventurers with formidable abilities, those who operate on the outskirts, far from the oversight of the main capitals. Here is a real smorgasbord, an endless stream of powerful personalities. Meanwhile, Sain, a hero who has recently been going through difficult times, comes to a deserted place outside and looks around, unsure if he is in the right place. He looks up. The lighthouse is completely engulfed in ominous dark flames, and Sain immediately recognizes this is demonic fire. Inside the building, the demons Reese and Grimm stood before a swirling dark portal, and Reese addressed the entity on the other side. Badum, we have found the target, the eyeball. Sain notices two figures near the lighthouse and immediately shouts at them. Grimm gently descends, wonders where the noise is coming from, but quickly brushes it off and tells Sain that everything is fine, he will become the eye anyway. Sain does not want to talk. He sharply replied that he has no intention of speaking with demons at all, and rushed straight forward. Reese looked at the angry hero and smiled, noticing that he looks like good material. Grimm wastes no time, orders Reese to deploy a fiery curtain. Fireballs poured from the sky, exploding all over the land, and Sain does not stop weaving between the strikes while flames engulf everything around. Sain clicks his tongue in irritation and swings his sword, cutting through fire and smoke. Reeves watches this spectacle and truly looks impressed, saying that it is incredible. Reese goes into battle completely casually, and Saint stands ready, and the demon notes that suddenly encountering an opponent of such caliber is really pleasant, even if they were expecting some resistance. Reese enthusiastically notes how insanely fast Sain rushes. Grimm hovers nearby and pulls out dark chains, adding that although he is fast, his movements are too straightforward. She throws chains at him. Sain proves he knows how spinning and somersaulting in the air, dodging metal chains that hit the ground where he stood just a second ago. Sain finally takes everything seriously and unleashes his technique, Liberation of the Deadly Wind. Ree watches as the blade is enveloped by the power of the wind and puts the puzzle together. This guy must be the very hero the rumors are about. Sain closes the distance, shouts at the demon die, and strikes down with his sword. Recent work. Reeves stops a massive blow with one finger, creates a barrier called immovable, and with an ironic smile lectures Sain. For demons, the concept of death is a bit different than for humans, so he should study it a little more. Saint clicks tongue infrastructure and he retreats, irritated that his powerful attack did nothing. Rice mocks him, explaining that he is not stupid enough to keep his weak spot right in the center of his chest, where any fool can hit. Before Sain could react, the dark chains tightly wrapped around his armor, and he cursed, realizing he had been caught. Grimm squinted and sarcastically remarked that his previous strike was truly painful, and she looks at him as if he is just a thing, calling him I again. Grimm sharply pulls the chain, and Sain freezes, completely unable to break free from her grip. While Sain struggles in vain, Rice calmly watches and aloud asks what kind of flame Sain can ignite. He sincerely says he looks forward to seeing the result. Grimm does not hesitate. She tears the chain back with colossal strength, sharply pulling Sain through the air straight to her. When he flew into reach, Grimm punched him right in the chest. The blow was powerful and shattered his breastplate. Sain's armor instantly shattered into pieces from the force of the blow, and he writhes in pain as the metal cracks and flies off his body. Sain falls to the ground, groaning and writhing in pain. Grimm looms over him, looking satisfied with her work, and calls him I again. Rice stands with crossed arms, smiling contentedly, and announces to Grimm that the time for the awakening of the fire has finally come. Rice wastes no time. He thrusts a dark, jagged crystal right into the broken hole of Sain's chest plate, and Sain's eyes widen in complete panic as the object bites into his body. A huge scream tore through the air, echoing around the crumbling tower as the energy exploded. Reeves and Grimm look with twisted smiles, clearly enjoying the spectacle, while below Sain has completely transformed. His skin darkened, a large horn grew from his head, and he grabbed his face in a painful groan. The soldiers surrounding the place are completely confused. One shouted, "What the hell is going on here?" while they meanwhile aim crossbows at the new threat standing among the debris. The female soldier turns to Harold, puzzled by what is happening, and he immediately interrupts her, quickly saying, "Sorry, I'll explain later," because he is fully focused on the threat. The soldiers open fire, turning the transformed Sain into a pincushion. One of them shouts in horror, "What kind of monster is this?" Because Sain just stands there, ignoring the arrows sticking out of his chest and legs. The scene changes. Sheath runs up to the group with obvious relief and shouts, "Finally, I found you." Sheath stands next to Reed and, looking at Leto and Emmy, says with relief that she is glad they got out alive, while Reed quietly stands beside her, visibly a bit shaken. Sheath nervously laughs and scratches her cheek, saying that the whole city is a complete mess and total chaos, trying to keep the mood light despite the ruins around. Sheath is not in full panic. She demands to know exactly what is happening and asks where her master is. Guild Secretary Diaz intervened, took control of the situation, told Sheath that she understands her feelings, and asks her to calm down, then announced that an emergency call has been sent throughout the city to all adventurers. Emmy intercepts the explanation and anxiously informs Sheath that a strange creature has appeared in the city. She explains that the Guild and Defense Forces have called it a fire incarnation and are currently engaged in its destruction and evacuation. Emmy raises a finger and insists that the most dangerous area now is the port zone. There are still residents and tourists who have not been evacuated, and there is a catastrophic shortage of people to help them. Hearing this, Sheath connects the facts and asks for confirmation. Should they immediately head to the port district? Emmy is confused. She honestly admits that she actually wanted to tell Sheath to run away, but acknowledges that going to the port is the right move, and adds the most important thing: Rado has already headed there. Becoming serious, Emmy addresses Sheath personally. If it becomes dangerous, run. She insists that you must never die and reminds that sometimes retreat is also courage. Sheath agrees, recalling that her master told them exactly the same thing. A memory flashes in her mind about Leto, who told her to set off. Emmy became cheerful again. She winked, waved her hand, and sent Sheath away, saying she prays for her success. Filled with their support, Sheath firmly says yes and prepares to depart. On the coast, a squad in full gear marches straight to the ocean, right into the zone from which everyone else is fleeing. In the square near the lighthouse in the port district, real chaos. People shout for everyone to leave quickly, driving panic-stricken crowds away from the danger zone. Moving against the flow of the stampede, Leto, now acting under the name Rudo, pushes through people fleeing and rushing toward the source of trouble. He notices a man in a white tunic holding some kind of sheet. The man gasps, caught off guard, as Leto stomps and dashes into reach with a lightning-fast lunge. Leto crouches low and, sliding sharply, closes the distance before the man can react. The man in white completely loses his head, shouts at Leto, "Don't interfere with me," wildly brandishing a dagger, his eyes rolling with madness. But he is too slow. Leto slips past the attack like a shadow, instantly appearing right behind the guy and twisting him. With a quick strike in the spell word bind, Leto knocks him down, and the magic immediately paralyses the cultist as soon as he hits the ground. Leto sharply snatches the leaf from the boy's hands, and realizing that he caused all the commotion, without hesitation utters the spell petrification, turning the leaf into stone and smashing it, solving the problem at its root. Throwing the fragments aside, Leto continues walking through the park and grimly notices that cultists are still hiding nearby. Nearby, the battle is already in full swing. A squad of adventurers crossbowmen showers bolts on the chest of the horned demon, trying to bring him down from afar. Others from the party also rush into the fight. The warrior swings a heavy blade, and the mage shoots magic from the rear, all simultaneously attacking the dark figure. Meanwhile, Leto approaches the perimeter, looks up at the towering lighthouse that is bursting with magical energy, and confirms, just as he thought, this lighthouse is the epicenter of all this trouble. He rushes to the tower to intervene, but suddenly stops sharply. Something ahead has caught his gaze. In the clearing, he sees a horned figure on its knees motionless, supported by a huge sword stuck in the concrete. Leto is fixated on the weapon, especially on the strange shape of the hilt, which the demon's paw tightly grips. Something clicks instantly in his mind. This is Karen's wind blade, and realizing who holds it, he freezes. He cannot believe his eyes. In panic, he shouts the name Saints. Leto dashes forward, rushing to his former comrade, and for a moment completely forgets about the monster, asking if he is okay. He slipped and suddenly stopped right next to the one who was kneeling. Leto looks down at him, sweat running down his face. He stumbles, pronouncing the name of the one who went mad, confused by this transformation, and asks the boy what is really wrong with him. Leto stands right next to Sain, but he looks really bad. Sain, or the demon who once was him, just stands there, his chest convulsively rising, gasping for air. It seems Sain is fighting something in his own head. He mumbles how hot it is here, completely delirious, asks what this fire is and mentions some woman, clear hallucinations or painful memories, and begins to spiral down, repeating over and over that it is unbearable and hateful. And then he just snapped with a wild scream. Sain swung his sword straight at Leto, and Leto barely managed to react, raising his weapon to block the sudden attack. Leto realizes he cannot just stand and endure this, so he pushes back and throws a compact acrobatic somersault to distance himself from that huge blade. But Sain does not stop. He strikes the weapon against the ground and releases a technique called Gya Ridge. The blow tears the floor apart, debris flying everywhere as Leto lands. The fight turns into a lightning-fast clash. Sain wildly swings with demonic strength, and Leto is forced to block the strike with double blades, cursing under his breath as the blow pierces his arms. Sain is now completely himself no longer. Fully mad, he lunges forward with another strike, shouting at Leto, "Just die." Leto barely catches the blade with his own, cursing again, and tries with all his might to hold back the overwhelming power of his former friend. Sain spins and releases a huge shock-cutting wave that tears through the air and forces Leto to keep moving constantly to avoid being sliced in half. While Leto is nearly dying, other adventurers nearby hear the noise, see Sain in his demonic form, and start to panic, asking, "What is this?" And saying it is a new kind of monster. Leto hears them and immediately yells at these idiots to shut up because they are out of their depth. Sain does not slow down for anyone. He yells at some adventurer to retreat, and the latter barely has time to be scared by Sain's insane speed before he finds himself under a rain of blows. And so, Sain with one brutal slash knocks down that man. Without even hesitating, blood splashes everywhere. Leto watches as the violence unfolds, sweat dripping down his face, and he realizes that the situation has now officially turned into the worst possible scenario. Turns out, the transformed Sain draws full power from the blessing called Wind of Death, and this power has turned him into the deadliest enemy Leto can face right now. Leto recalls his past. It was far from a smooth path. The team breakup was quite dirty. They constantly argued about everything, and eventually Leto was even kicked out of the party. But looking at him now, Leto begins to doubt that the normals are simply enemies, and quietly mutters under his breath, calling his former leader an idiot. Leto slipped and stopped in the middle of the ruins, even with all his burden. He admits to himself that he will never truly be able to hate Sain. He fiercely clenches his sword and decides, no matter how you look at it, this whole mess is clearly because of those damn demons, and therefore only he can stop Sain from rampaging further. With a look of pure determination, Leto swears that he will save him. He does not hesitate for a second. Leto dug his boots into the ground and rushed back into the heat of battle. Sheath notices how Leto rushes past them and calls out to his master, while Reed, in surprise, shouts the name Rato. Leto shouted in despair and rushed forward, yelling stop, but the transformed hero was cold and did not react at all. Realizing the danger, Leto panicked and turned to the group, shouting for them to run and get out of here immediately. Sain ignores the pleas and launches an attack, shouting for them to die. The shield-bearer Elio manages to block the blow at the last moment and immediately checks if the sheath is okay. Attacks do not stop. Sain jumps up and delivers a heavy blow from above. Elio blocks it with his shield, but under immense pressure he cannot hold and curses. Irene stands next to Reed and loudly says she will not let him get away so easily. When swings his blade, she intercepts the attack and their swords clash with the corrupted hero in sparks. But Sain is too strong. He easily pushes Arena away, and Sheath tries to take advantage of the distraction, swinging an axe, but Sain is too fast and deftly dodges the blow. Moving at insane speed, Sain runs around and ends up right behind Sheath before she could recover from the swing, and she freezes in fear. Sheath is in a terrible state. Her head is spinning, her body feels like a stone. She cannot even raise her hands, as if losing control over her limbs. Her vision blurs and she feels herself slowly fading. Suddenly a memory cuts through the fog, and she remembers how Leto taught her never to take her eyes off the enemy. He said that if she keeps her gaze, no matter what happens, she will always find a chance to strike. Sheath remembers the advice and comes to her senses. Her eyes instantly sharpen, and just as Sain's blade crashes down, she raises her weapon and manages to block the blow. But she will not have to handle it alone. Leto rushes forward, and striking Sain with his sword, intercepts the attack with a stunning blow. Leto pushes the monster back and, sliding into a fighting stance, stands between the enemy and his pupil. He glances over his shoulder with a proud smile and tells Sheath that she has truly grown, adding that this is exactly what he expects from his students. Turning his gaze back to the corrupted hero, Leto becomes serious. He shouts Sain's name and declares that he will fight him now. Leto stands his ground and shouts to the others to run away from here while he deals with the monster himself. Ignoring the order to run, Alia and Reed rushed to Sheath and asked in panic if she was okay. Reed immediately gets to work, whispering a medium healing spell to patch up the sheath. In the background, Leto desperately holds back the relentless onslaught of the monster. Leo panics and shouts what on earth is going on, then turns to Sheath and asks what to do, convinced that they cannot win against such power. Sheath is no longer afraid. She wipes her face, looks completely focused, and firmly says she will support her master. Sain crashes down from above with a powerful strike of dark energy, shouting at them not to stand in his way. Leto catches the blade with his sword, but the blow is heavy, and tension is visible on his face. He is trying with his last strength to hold back the power of the corrupted hero. Sheath calls and firmly tells the group that running is the only sensible option, ordering them to get out of here and immediately report everything to the guild, while Alio looks at her as if she is crazy and asks what she herself intends to do. Sheath is completely focused. She tells him she will support her master and adds that she is already reading the enemy's moves. Irene screams in panic, "What the hell am I even saying?" And Sheath admits she knows she is not fit to be a leader when giving such orders. But it does not change her mind. She looks completely serious and says that is exactly why she must go alone. Sheath explains her logic watching Leto struggle. She knows that if someone does not stop repeating right here, everything will turn into a real disaster, and her master will not manage alone. Leo's, Iron, and Reed just stood silently, stunned by the determination of the newcomers. Sheath does not wait for permission, throws a quick "sorry" over her shoulder, and rushes past them straight into the thick of the battle. Iron will not tolerate it. She called Sheath an idiot for trying to abandon them like that, and firmly declared that they would never just run away. Alio can no longer stand sitting aside, he swore, admitting that he was supposed to slow down the enemy at first, and decides that they will also rush into the fight. You support him by explaining that if they manage to block at least one enemy path, they might finally see the way to victory. Leto is still trying to play the defender, shouting to the group that he told them to run away, but Sain will not tolerate this. He calls them pathetic little losers for meddling in matters that are not theirs, and orders them to get lost. Sheath ignores the insults and fully concentrates, taking a powerful blow with her weapon. On her face, it is visible how she puts all her strength while holding the line. While Sheath holds the demon, blocking his weapon, Leto sees his chance and rushes from the blind side with two blades, ready to strike while Sain is distracted. Leto finishes the attack. His weapon crashes into the enemy with a heavy, loud blow. Since Snaps focuses all his rage directly on Leto, shouting "you," and releases a fierce sweeping dark strike, Leto barely manages to react to the speed of this counterattack. Sheath watches in horror as the attack hits and shouts for her master. But she suddenly breaks out of that state, realizing there is absolutely no time to stand and worry about him. She forces herself to move, swinging the heavy weapon and loudly shouting a battle cry to maintain the pressure. Sain bounces back, trying to create distance, but the team doesn't even let him catch his breath. Reed instantly moves forward with a shining staff and shouts that he will no longer let him get away so easily. Alio steps forward to take the blow himself. He shouts that this time he will stop the enemy and orders Sheath to retreat immediately so she won't get hurt. Reed rushes into the fight to cover the others, releases a magic arrow to distract the demon, and shouts for everyone to retreat. Sain simply brushes off the attack, but Reed notices something important and calls the team. Slashing attacks don't work on this guy. Sain is clearly irritated by their coordination and growls at them. Stop pretending to be smart. Reed instantly identifies a weak spot and tells Sheath and Alios that they need to find a way to aim directly at his chest, where the core is located. Hearing the plan, Sheath and Alios immediately focus, gripping their weapons and preparing to spring into action. Sain won't wait. He lowers his huge blade down with terrifying speed. The team barely manages to react. Alios takes a heavy hit on his shield, and Sheath jumps aside to avoid being crushed. Sain raises the sword high, gathering enormous dark energy for the final strike, and shouts that each of them will die. Panic grips everyone. Reed shouts that the situation looks bad. Alio calls for everyone to stand behind him, and he will take the blow, but she quickly realizes the mistake and responds with a shout that just blocking won't be enough. They need to stop him before the swing. Leto notices what Sain is doing and shouts loudly, calling him an idiot for releasing something like that right in the middle of the city. He immediately recognizes the move. It is the most powerful technique, Dragon Storm's Fang. Leto knows exactly what he is capable of. From the air grows a huge, devastating blade of wind. Leto understands that if that strike hits, Sheath and the rest will be completely doomed. He lunges forward, desperation grabs him, and he slams his hand on the ground, summoning an earth wave, trying to raise his defense in time. The wind blade crashes into the earthen wall with a huge explosion. Debris flies everywhere, and Sain looks on with a twisted, maniacal smile. In Sain's consciousness, the scene shifts inward. He clearly remembers this familiar feeling: helplessness, envy, rage, and overwhelming disappointment from defeat before demons. All these emotions merged and flared into a flame that burned his heart to ashes. He says it turned into a fire that reduced his heart to pure ash. He admits that part of him wanted to extinguish that completely black flame, but it was devouring him. Since then he lost control and lashed out at everything he saw, like a puppet controlled by fire. At that very moment, he realized he would never be able to become human again. Right before him stood Shit, the traveler who called Rito her master. He barely had time to comprehend what was happening. His body had already shifted into an offensive stance, but the fight turned out to be far from easy. They were much stronger than he expected, and then Rito joined fray. Irritation grew inside, and the black flame in his heart suddenly flared up. He decided it was too much trouble and just wanted to burn everything to ashes, but even though he put all his strength into that strike, he missed. Sain completely loses his composure and shouts right in Lito's face, accusing him of always standing in his way. But even amid this explosion, Sentnotis feels something strange inside. He realizes that the intense, all-consuming flame within him seems to have started to weaken. Yet he ignores this feeling and continues to shout, pouring all his accumulated tension onto Leto. He looks at Leto with eyes full of venom and bitterly says that he hates him for always pretending to be cool and calm. Noticing that something has changed in Saints, Leto looks at him worriedly and asks if he has finally come to his senses. Sain instantly snapped back, shouted that he had been conscious all along, called Leto an idiot, and said that they all just need to die. Realizing that words won't work, Leto sheathes his swords and tells Sheath that they need to find a way to deal with him. The fight flares up again. Leto and Sain clash, sparks fly from their strikes, and Sheath tightly grips her weapon, looking for her chance. Sheath notices her chance and lunges forward, swinging her axe with all her might and letting out a loud battle cry to bring down Sain. Sheath does not retreat for a moment. Her eyes blaze with concentration as she strikes Saints' sword with her axe, forcing him into a deadlock. Saini rushed forward, finally dropping his guard and confessing the truth. He said he just wanted to become stronger, but secretly envied Leto for being able to do anything. He throws a desperate strike, tears rolling down his face, and shouts that he just wanted Leto to notice him, yelling his name. Leto watches him come in and directly tells Sain that he really is an idiot. And Leto instantly counterattacks a powerful blow right to Sain's face. The hit was so strong that Sain flew back, staggering and completely stunned. Sain falls to the ground completely broken, raises his eyes to Leto and asks him to just kill him, saying that he is no longer fit to be a hero because he has hurt too many. Leto simply looked at him condescendingly and muttered that he is an idiot again. Then Leto raises his voice and demands to know if Sain has something he needs to do. He yells at him, asks why he even came here, and orders him to say it. Lying on the ground, answering weakly, he says that he came to defeat the demon. Leto stands over him and, shouting, agrees. He is a foolish, reckless idiot because instead of defeating them, he himself became a tool in the hands of demons. Leto pointed his finger right at Sain and shouted, "Even after everything that happened, you are still a hero." Tears well up in Sain's eyes. He admits that Leto is right. A memory flashes for a moment. A little boy with a toy sword and eyes full of hope, and he says that he went through harsh training just to become the hero he adored since childhood. The shot pulls away over the ruined square, and Sain admits, what he did is completely unforgivable, but in his thoughts, a faint question about redemption begins to glow. Looking up at the sky over the city, he asks aloud, can someone like him really become a true hero again? Then Sain looked at his body, noticed the dark corruption on his chest, and simply said that it stands in his way. Without hesitating for a second, he thrust his fingers right into his chest, tearing the corrupted flesh to pull it out. Leto immediately turned to the healer and shouted for Reed to use her magic. Reed agreed but nervously hesitated and asked if he can really be helped. Leto confidently smiled at her and said that everything was fine, assuring that Sain was no longer their enemy. Reed activates his staff, and the healing light gently envelops Saints' body, stitching the wound he inflicted on himself. Sain stands upright, as if that corruption has disappeared or been suppressed. He says he is fine and resolutely declares that even in this state he can still fight. Sheath looks at Leto with worry in her eyes and is about to address him as her lord, but he immediately interrupts her. Don't think about complicated things now, I promise. We'll deal with this when it's all over. Sheath nods, instantly composing herself and agreeing. Meanwhile, Reese watches everything with dark curiosity and begins to analyze the situation aloud, muttering that emotional highs and jealousy seem to affect compatibility with the demon court. Reese steps forward, visibly genuinely impressed. He himself did not imagine that Sain would really come to his senses and tear the demonic core from his own body, and with a twisted smile says that this hero is truly amazing. Sain instantly notices the demon and calls Leto Rato, showing that behind all this stand Rise and that demon woman, and Leto calmly waves it off. At least, he says, they won't have to chase villains, and urges Sain to move. When they rushed forward, Leto called out to Sheath, saying that he would need her help this time. Sheath does not hesitate. With a fierce expression, she draws her weapon and loudly confirms. The three Leto, Sain, and Sheath line up in the courtyard, ready for a clash, looking at Reese, who calmly stands amid the ruins. Reese enjoys this laughing. He says their little drama used to be a real spectacle. Then his face takes on a manic look, and he asks if they are ready to play, declaring that each of them looks like a perfect host. Clarifying tactics, Sain warns Leto that this enemy deflects sword strikes with some invisible force. Leto adds that there is a good chance to reach his fiery core from the other side, exactly the kind of trick a demon would arrange, and turns to the hero with a simple question. Can you handle the fight? Sain looks beaten, sweating, and covered in soot. He grimaces and admits that he would gladly say, "Leave it to me," with confidence, but is clearly at his last strength. Not at full strength, Sain calls Sheath's attention, calls the short-haired girl, and orders her to go with him to the front line, because all hands are needed. Sheath looks at Leto as if seeking a hint, and again addresses him as Master. But Leto does not waste time on titles. He tells her to move as she wishes during the battle, and promises to be nearby to back her up. The plan is agreed upon. The attack begins. Saint, shirtless and battered, rushes forward shoulder to shoulder with Sheath. They charge at the enemy, weapons drawn and ready to fight. Sheath is now fully fixed in place. She loudly and confidently shouts confirmation. All her doubts have disappeared. While the vanguard rushes forward, Iring turns to Leto and asks what her squad should do, and Leto orders them to stay behind and cover them with fire alongside him, explaining that if they get too close, the demon can destroy the entire group with one blow. Leto gives Iring a specific task that suits her sharp eyes perfectly, to watch every movement of the demons and instantly report any oddity she notices. He continues to give lightning-fast orders to the rest of the squad. He tells Reed to focus entirely on healing and support magic, then orders Alios to stand guard and protect the comrades in the rear. Leto crouches with daggers in hand and gives two final warnings. First, he bluntly says, "Do not die." Second, he reminds everyone to be vigilant because somewhere around here, one demon is still wandering. Head, Sain, and Sheath unleash a barrage of attacks on Reese. The demon does not even flinch. He laughs, finds this person interesting, and notes that people suddenly become stronger when they start to unite like this. Reese activates the protective ability, Inviolable, a dark energy barrier, instantly flares up and completely blocks the sword strikes from Sain and Sheath, while Reese does not even twitch a muscle. The attack was repelled, but Sain did not despair. He shouts to the demon that coordination is the true strength of the party, and Reese only snorts disdainfully in response. Sheath does not hesitate and delivers a strong blade strike, but the attack vainly breaks against the invisible wall protecting the demon. From the height, Leto rushed into the thick of the battle, shouting a dramatic incantation about falling winds that gather and will break out with fury, so much so that it seems as if a huge magical attack is about to arrive while he descends. He lands, but instead of releasing magic, he smiles and tells Reese that he was just joking. The demon, tensed up, notes that pretending to be unconscious is an interesting move. Sain instantly took advantage of the momentary distraction and, swinging his huge sword with all his might, forced Reese to block a heavy blow with one hand. Standing aside, Sheath was simply stunned by Sain's combat instincts. She cannot believe that he instantly figured out Leto's spell was a bluff, adapted his attack accordingly, and at the same time fights at such a level using only one hand. A little behind, Iring closely watches this exchange, quietly whispering that she noticed something, and then decides, "I'll try myself." Without any warning, she slips past the others. Sheath, Sain, and Leto look around in surprise, and Iring rushes toward the enemy with dazzling speed. She checks the defense, causing energy to swirl around the demon, and seeing what she needed, immediately retreats, thinking that everything went exactly as she expected, and that she needs to tell Leto immediately. Alio shouts his sister's name, confused when she suddenly breaks away and rushes back to the party. It seems Leto came to the same conclusion. He says that just as he suspected, there is a significant difference between the demons simply dodging attacks and actually blocking them with that invisible barrier. Sheath lands next to Leto, ready to back him up. She says she will support him, and Leto agrees. As they regroup, Sheath loudly calls Leto to get his attention. She reveals vital information she learned during Irene's reckless assault. The demon's invisible barrier works only against physical swords. Magic does not affect it. Leto smiled, confirming her theory, and said that this was exactly what he expected. He had a premonition that the demon had a specific reason. Some attacks he blocks with the barrier, and others he simply avoids. The plan is ready. The two of them line up again to exploit the weak spot. The team instantly coordinates. The attack sword hits invisible walls while the rest press on the demon, but this time they fight with purpose. A dark voice from the portal notices that the people have figured out his trick. Rise grumbles angrily that this has become a hassle, so he decides to finish the job and casts a spell, Fire Curtain. Explosions tear everything around, and Leto must break off the attack and rush aside to avoid burning from the sudden surge of magic. Rise stands calmly amid the ruins while the adventurers scramble to escape, and the voice from the darkness only sighs and notes how troublesome it all has become. The voice from the shadow addressed Rise directly cold and contemptuous. It told the demon that although he was not the smartest tool in the box, he was still a good carrier, and throwing in a final, well then, the entity used a technique called the Grey Ashen Doll. The spell worked instantly. The demon's form seemed to dissolve or change, and in its place appeared two figures, bound by chains, an ordinary-looking boy with dark hair and the demoness Grim. The Grey Ashen Doll's magic activates fully right before Leto and Shit. Heavy chains tighten around the bodies of the bound man and demoness Grim, turning them into raw material for what is about to be born. The figures dissolve in the very center of the spell. Leto watches as they merge, and only mutters that this cannot be real. From the swirling darkness, a new voice emerged, took a breath, and sighed quietly. The darkness disperses. A demon in an elegant suit appears. He stretches out in the new body and says he hasn't taken such a form in a long time, then calmly mocks his predecessor. Letting someone run wild in greed was a bad strategic idea. He turns his attention to the group, and with a polite but sinister smile, asks to be introduced. His name is Badum Rise. He continues his introduction, says that he holds the 5th place in the hierarchy of the fire grain, adds that in the realm of logical fire he is well known, and asks if anyone has ever heard of him. Saying spits on the resume, instantly rushes inside with a raised sword, and shouts that he has no idea who this man is. Jim Reese watches as the attack approaches him, and does not blink at all. He simply looks at the charging attacker and calls him a cheeky hero. Sint lowers the sword, but it hits the dark chains of Bajim and instantly shatters into pieces. Sint stands, stunned, looks at the broken weapon and shouts that this is impossible. But Jim Reese defends himself in an instant. He summons a dark blade and stabs it straight into Saint's stomach, piercing the hero before he can react. Sain falls from the knife strike and crashes to the floor with a thud. Leto and Sheath do not hesitate. They immediately rush from opposite sides to trap the demon in a pincer movement. They strike perfectly in sync. Sheath swings her massive axe from the left, and Leto bursts in from the right with a dagger strike, aiming to trap Badum Reese between the blows. The demon does not even blink, coldly tells them that although their teamwork is good, it is simply not enough, and in the same motion casts the spell Flaming Hammer, releasing dark energy outward to counter them. Leto falls to the ground, barely conscious. He tries to shout, worried about the others, but Badum Reese just glances down and mocks whether he really has time to care about others. Then the demon utters another spell, Maxwell. From the spell bursts a massive vortex of spiky energy, hits Sheath and throws her across the room, and she has to dig her heels into the floor to avoid being completely swept away. But Jim Reese does not chase. Instead, a roaring wall of black flame rises around him, forming a barrier and separating him from the beaten adventurers. Sheath trembles, looking at the fire vortex inside. Panic eats her up. She realizes she cannot stop this fire and does not know how to save even one person in this situation. She quickly looks around and sees that the situation is hopeless. Iron is not covering with arrows, and Leto and Sain are lying on the ground and cannot get up. Sheath frantically goes through all options, thinks about cold air or water to extinguish the flame, but quickly realizes that there is neither magic nor the necessary things here. But then it dawned on her. She realized she was wrong. She shouted that there is actually something she can use. She rummaged in her pouch, grabbed a handful of flowers, and threw them right into the dark flame. Badum Rai looks at the petals falling around him and seems truly impressed. He says that using a flower that absorbs fire was a smart move by Sheath. But the praise doesn't last long. He heavily presses his heel down, crushing the petals into the floorboards, and pushes the flowers away as if they were an annoying trifle. Leto gets offended and shouts at the demon, "Maybe you are too confident to turn away from us in the middle of the fight." Sheath shouts a warning to her master, but the demon moves quickly. But Jim Riss swings a huge blade of dark flame, forcing Leto and Sint to jump back. Saintland stands aside and carefully studies the enemy. He understands that the demon casts magic without a single word, wields a powerful sword, and has insane physical strength, all big problems. And Saintland also admits that he still doesn't know where the fire core is located. His analysis did not scare him. Leto grits his teeth and says that they still have no choice, they must attack. Suddenly something clicked in Leto. He shouted that he now sees, urgently called Sains, and Sheath looks confused and asks what is happening. Leto turns to the hero and asks if he can still create wind magic. Sain replies that he can, but skeptically tells Leto that he doesn't believe such an attack will hit the demon. Leto looks deadly serious. He begins to tell Sain that he has an idea. But the enemy won't let them talk. Jim Reese acts instantly. He appears behind Leto and slashes his back, and the demon coldly says it would have been better if Leto had just died rather than trying to carry out his plan. Sain and Sheath froze as if rooted to the spot, looking in genuine shock while Leto takes that huge blow. But the demon does not give up yet. Dark energy wildly coils and attacks again, grabbing Sain before he can react, and the hero groans in pain as black magic strikes him. Jim Reese looms over the fallen hero, completely unimpressed. He calls their resistance a completely futile attempt, while Sain writhes on the ground and emits a painful groan. The demon raised his weapon again, a cold smile frozen on his face. Sain lifted his eyes from the floor, sensing another heavy blow coming, and he cannot die now. Jim Reese calmly says he no longer needs common sense, and releases the spell Flaming Hammer, which covers the hero with a huge wave of dark, destructive fire. Sheath screams Sain's name in panic as he loudly falls to the floor, but Sain, beaten and lying on the metal grate, shouts a desperate command to her. He orders her to pick up the sword. Sheath blinks, completely confused by this request, but Sain has no time to explain. He shouts to her, "Hurry up and just do it." Jim Reese casually adjusts his suit, looking as if he just came from a business meeting, not a fight, and calmly says he has gathered all the data about the magical core, so it's time to finish this once and for all. Sheath no longer asks. She rushes forward and dives straight for the weapon lying on the ground. The demon moves with terrible ease, simply descending the stairs and simultaneously delivering an intercepting blow right in her path. Jim Reese raises his chain blade high, dark energy swirling around him. He commands them to listen to the sound of fire burning beneath a layer of ash, then shouts the name of his spell, Sky Ash Blaze Flare. In the darkness above, chains clatter fiercely, and above it begins to grow a massive, intricate magical circle, its light flooding the demon standing beneath it, preparing to unleash something colossal. The air rumbles from the heavy pressure as the magical circle fully activates. Lightning and dark energy wildly spark around Reese, and the power of the spell grows with every second. Leto was not afraid of the sight and sharply shouted to Sheath, "Do not approach the demon, just swing your sword with all your might right where you stand." Sheath instantly replied that she understood. Sheath puts all her strength into swinging the heavy blade through empty air, but already during this she is covered in nervous sweat and thinks to herself that just swinging at nothing will not work. Meanwhile, Leto looks at the swing and says no, calming her that this will be enough, while Jim Reese is less convinced. He stands unimpressed and mocks their resistance, saying these are futile attempts, just a light breeze. Leto steps forward with a confident smile, dagger at the ready. He informs the demon that he will teach him. He scattered petals of a flower that absorbs fire, and now, dried by the flame of the sheath and his magic, they are ready to explode. He utters the command word torch. What? He says they exploded beautifully and just in time, and the space before him immediately flared with a chain of explosions as hidden petals detonated in the air. Jim Reese stands amid the smoke, looking irritated but completely unharmed. He shouts at Leto, calling him an idiot and reminding him that fire attacks do not work on demons. Leto, completely unperturbed, points the dagger downward and says that the fire was not meant to hurt the demon, but suddenly urgently shouted to Sheath to look at the real target of his plan. Leto finally notices the moment he was waiting for. The demon's shirt is torn and the fiery core is exposed. He shouts to Sheath that this is their only chance and loudly says they are going right now. Sheath immediately responded, shouting confirmation as they both aimed at the target. Reeves is not just standing aside. He contemptuously calls them pathetic people and releases a dark explosion of magic, the Hammer of Flame. Leto and Sheath jump back to dodge the attack, and Leto shouted to Sheath, "Cover yourself with the petals." Riz suddenly loses his head and shouts that they are miserable fools when his attack doesn't stop them. Leto bursts in, mocking the demon, points out that Riz relies too much on fire and is to blame for being unable to do anything else in that form, and immediately casts the spell Petrification. The spell hits and Riz reacts. His hand turns to stone, he freezes in place and becomes completely defenseless. Sheath sees a gap, swings, and puts all her strength into one decisive blow. She delivers a powerful strike right into the exposed core on the demon's belly. Core cracks and shatters from the blow, and Reeves, spitting curses, warns, "Don't think this is the end of humanity, but it is already fading," saying they are always ready to return. The attack hits perfectly. Reese's form begins to crumble into particles of light as the magic takes effect, and Leto and Sheath gently land on the tiled roof, holding their weapons at the ready. Sheath hesitated for a moment, looked back to where the demon had just been, and quietly asked if they really managed to defeat it. Leto was breathing heavily, clearly exhausted, but managed to smile and told her she did wonderfully. Leto begins to stagger on his feet, his vision probably swimming. He whispered that this was exactly what he expected from the apprentice, but his body is failing him. She screamed, calling her master when she saw him collapse. Leto fell onto the roof tiles with a dull thud, completely powerless. Seeing that he was safe, or maybe just feeling relief that the fight was over, Sheath broke down and cried from pure relief, saying she was so glad. Tears are still flowing, but she is already laughing through them. The tension finally releases her body. Nearby, Irene runs up to check on both of them now that the danger has passed. And Leto on the roof is not left behind. The warrior with the shield grabs one side, Sheath the other, and together they carry the exhausted commander away from the battlefield. When Leto Secure is activated, Sheath shifts attention to another victim, looks seriously at Reed, and asks for a status report. Reed stands over Sain the hero who was transformed. He lies unconscious and shirtless, and in the center of his chest is a vile dark wound. Gripser tightly grips the staff. Sweat runs down her face. She looks broken as she tells Sheath that it is in vain. She explains the bitter truth. She cannot heal him. The wound on Sain's chest does not respond to her magic, and she says she is barely containing the spread of corruption. Despite Reed's grim prognosis, Sain sat up and looked conscious. He brushed off her concern, assured that he was fine and definitely would not die from this, then shifted his attention to her. Better go check on Rito. Reed hesitates, gripping the staff tightly. She begins to object after all. She knows very well that the dark wound on his chest is by no means okay. Sain interrupts her with a reassuring smile and insists that he is fine, then changes the subject and asks Reed for a favor. He wants to talk to that girl, confirms her name is Sheet, and asks to call her. Reed fell silent. She feels that arguing with him now is pointless, or maybe she simply respects his request, no matter what. Sheath runs up to the hero who is resting and still firmly holding his sacred sword. She nervously looks at him, calls him Saint-Send, and immediately apologizes for taking his sword without asking permission. Sang leaned against the wall, tired but calm. He tells her that everything is quite fine and praises her, saying she did well, and Sheath simply quietly accepts these words. He looked at her tenderly and honestly said that although her abilities are still raw and weak, she is strong in what truly matters. Sheath freezes at the recognition of a true hero and stammers, not knowing how to respond to the compliment. Sain shifts his gaze to the weapon in her hands and explains. The sword contains the power of the wind, but that's not all. Its nature changes depending on the potential of the one who wields it. He confesses to her something unexpected. He was completely hopeless with magic, so in the end, he could only draw the wind from the blade. Sang wastes no time. Sheath directly says that he gives her the sword, and admits that through all this mess he caused her a lot of trouble, so he wants the sword to be with her. Sheath panics completely, shouts that she absolutely cannot accept this, and looks horrified at the very thought of taking the hero's weapon. Sain sharply interrupts her panic with a simple phrase, "Forge the blade into any shape you like." He says that he no longer needs the blade, but in the middle of the sentence he freezes, sensing that someone else is nearby. Suddenly a voice calls out, "Hero, Saint Zarfa," and Sheath freezes, looking surprised at this interruption. It is Dio, the guild's secretary, wearing glasses. She tells Senti that she has a lot of questions for him and asks him to come with her, adding that there is no need to worry, he will be able to leave as soon as everything is over, but the atmosphere here is definitely serious. Sheath does not believe these words. She rushes in front of the wounded Sain, spreads her arms to block Diaz's way, and loudly shouts that Diaz is completely wrong about Sain, trying to protect him so that he is not taken away. Sheath raised a grim rumor about Diaz's unit and asked if anyone had ever returned after being taken to the Information Command Department, and Diaz just stood cold and professional. Dea brushed off the accusations about her unit and ordered Sheath not to interfere, but then sharply changed her tone, addressing the newcomer and praising her. She really handled the monsters well and broke the demon tribe, and assured Sheath that these feats would be officially recognized. Diaz repeatedly talks business, saying that the reward will be negotiated after all the mission matters are settled, and now is not the time to discuss it. Sheath instantly sharply retorts, shouting that it is not true. She refuses to take credit and insists that it was Sain and her master who actually stopped the invasion and beat the demons, not her. Diaz completely silences. Sheath coldly says that she does not hear a single word about refusing credit and declares that she accepts the facts as they were reported to her, effectively dismissing the novice's objections. Sim bursts forward, pushing Sheath aside, and sharply tells her that he has not sunk so low that some child has to defend him, and when Sheath quietly whispered his name, full of anxiety, Sint turns to Diaz and with cold fatigue, orders her to just take him away from here. Without any resistance, Sain steps forward. Magical shackles appear around his body. He surrenders himself into the hands of Dioza. Before leaving, Sain leaves a harsh farewell message, asks Shit to tell Rado that he is not a comrade to him and nothing more, and adds that Rado is now forever expelled from his party. Sheath froze in place, stunned by that cold rebuff. She only whispered the name of Saints, looking broken. She helplessly watches as Diaz leads the bound, still conscious person down the street, moving away from the scene. Irene approaches to look at the novice and gently asks Sheath to allow the medics to examine her wounds, emphasizing that Sheath herself was also burned during the fight. Adrenaline finally subsides, and a wave of emotions overwhelms her. Sheath raises her hand to her face and rubs her eye. She can no longer hold it back. Tears well up and overflow, and she stands there crying. The shot pulls back, showing the destroyed houses and smoke slowly dispersing, and the raid in Geddes has finally come to an end. The scene shifts from the city to a dimly lit shelter, and Jim Reese is sprawled on the floor. He pounds his fist on the floor in despair, swears loudly, and completely loses his mind because some lower life form managed to beat him. He crawls forward, feeling that the situation is becoming critical. Jim looked at his hand, it seemed to be cracking. With disgust, he felt that his body was only a temporary construct of ash and magic, and it was by no means comparable to the high-quality ash dolls used by the nobility. He again turns his thoughts to his grand plan. The whole point of using the Great Lighthouse was to conduct an experiment with transplanting the fire core. The reason he targeted the Geddes family was cruel. He grabbed strong fighters and turned them into monsters, forcing them to join his side. But behind all this was an even higher goal, and now it no longer matters. The entire operation ended in complete failure. Jim Reese stands up, his anger once again directed at the people who destroyed everything. He declares that they stand in his way and that he will definitely kill these adventurers. But in the middle of the thought, he changes his mind. No, killing is too soft for them. He decides to turn them into carriers and subject them to eternal torment. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air and asked what exactly he was going to do with those adventurers. Jim Reese froze, his eyes wide open in shock. He looks up and is completely shocked when he sees who it is, shouts, "No way," and demands to know why she is here. Demoness with long hair and a horn stands, pressing a finger to her lips, and with a slight smile reproaching, calls him Bajimshin, reminding him that the father clearly told them not to touch that place yet. Jim panics. He thinks about running away and tries to justify everything, saying that he supposedly thought for the sake of the demon lord. Grim immediately interrupts him and says that it is pointless. She does not hesitate for a second. She pushes her hands right through his chest, shattering his body. Jim lowers his eyes in shock, barely whispering a word, while Grim just smiles and says Bajim-chan, farewell. A powerful explosion swept through the outskirts. Bajim was completely destroyed. The guard approaches closer, his voice trembling. "Grim, did you really do this?" Grim responds with a vague, maybe, saying that the sensation of the core of the flame is no longer the same as before. She suggests that the recent explosion was part of the main plan, prepared in advance. She adds that she was going to check here later anyway. Raising her eyes to the massive structure, Grim admits that the situation has become complicated, corrects herself, and calls the Great Lighthouse the activation tower, saying she can't believe those guys really knew about it. But then she smiles and admits that those kids really did well. She tells the guard that they handled the most troublesome of the fire seeds, so now their job should become a bit easier. The guard says that others will most likely now seriously start targeting this place. Grim agrees it will be trouble, and the guard adds that soon there will be a commotion here. Grim looks at the chaos with satisfaction and says that after all this, the ancient dragons will probably finally come to the main stage, and aloud asks if the Age of Twilight is finally beginning. The guard intervenes and says that in fact they have only one thing left to do. Grim instantly agrees understood and declares that now it is really time to head straight to Gaddy. Without saying a word, two demons turned around and walked into the light, leaving the battlefield behind. Transported through time, the scene shifts to the city. Thanks to the joint efforts of adventurers and defense squads, Gaddes began to recover almost immediately, and within a month the city fully recovered, once again as lively as before the attack. In a quiet park, Leto and Sheath sit on a bench. Leto is smoking, and Sheath is looking at the ground. Clearly upset, she calls her master and admits that she simply cannot come to terms with how everything turned out. Sheath insists, yes, he spoke painfully, but he was manipulated by demons the whole time, and for her, that's a completely different matter. Leto takes a drag from his cigarette and coldly pours the truth into her face. Logic works only for them. Because they knew him, he asks if she really thinks that the families of the fallen adventurers and members of the defense team will accept such an excuse. Sheath desperately searches for answers, but insists that at least Sain should be remembered as one of those who helped defeat the demon tribe. She falls silent sadly, realizing that it seems only she and Leto will ever learn the truth about him. The narrative tangibly conveys the full weight of the situation. There had been no demon attacks in the city for over 100 years. This was not just some local skirmish. It was a large-scale event that sent shockwaves throughout the world. And in the official chronicles of this historic event, a new hero emerges. The narrative brings to the stage the adventurous party E-rank, known as the Breath of the White Dragon, led by none other than Sheath the Shrug. The story continues to reveal the consequences. The Guild of Adventures not only recorded the event, it announced the names of the demon slayers to the whole world. But there is a catch. Two key names are completely missing from the report: Rado and the fallen hero Sain. The guild deliberately decided to completely bury any involvement of Sain and his former partner Rado. Instead, they chose another cover-up method. They declared that the demon's killing was carried out exclusively by rank E adventurers. This news not only stirs up the locals in Gaddy, it ignites adventurers all over the world. This is exactly the story about outsiders, that everyone was waiting for a true heroic tale that low-rank adventurers could look up to. On a park bench, Leto persistently asks Sheath to look broader. He explains that the scale of this matter is completely different from their previous incident, and emphasizes that since she dealt the final blow, it is logical for the guild to hide his name and name his name. Leto hangs in the distance and adds that there are quite deep and tangled reasons behind this, because of which they had to do exactly so. Sheath quietly agrees, but sadly looks down at the sword on her lap and tells Leto that even if she accepts the glory, she at least wants to return the sword. Leto gently cuts off this thought, reminding her that Sain said directly the sword is given to her, and asks her to respect this and just leave it. Leto throws Sheath a harsh truth. Sain will never be able to swing that sword again, and Sheath lowers her eyes, sadly whispering that the demons are to blame for everything. The narrative tells about the heavy price Sain paid. He was completely stripped of both the hero title and the rank S adventurer position, and also his rank S team, Holy Wolf Dragon, was forced to disband. It turned out that Sain took all the blame on himself. To protect his comrades, he said that he himself banished them forever, so the punishment ended only with the disbandment and did not ruin their careers. Sitting back on the bench, Leto looks seriously at Sheath and says that the time to play the rookie adventurer is over. From now on, people will expect deeds and strength worthy of a hero, so she needs to hide her spoiled sense of justice deep inside. Sheath looks confused, nervously sweats and stammers, saying that she is not a heroine at all. The frame briefly shows Reed and her cat near the city fountain, and Leto's voice off-screen continues, addressing Sheath. Although she may not feel like a hero, others see her quite differently. He admits that this is now a burden, but assures that later she will gain strength and be able to shed it. Leto gently places his hand on Sheath's head, trying to calm her. He asks her to take the sword to the blacksmith's Takura and Ryuju so they can adjust it for her. He says that this is the only thing she can really do now. Sheath quietly agrees, saying she understands. Seeing her gloomy face, Leto sharply says, "Don't make that face," says that she has grown more than she thinks, and encourages her to use this chance to grow even more. Sheath's face stiffens with anger. She says directly, "I hate demons and just can't forgive them." Leto sighs and agrees. Earlier he thought that calling him the enemy of humanity was just an exaggeration, but after this last case, his perspective finally changed. Leto anxiously explains about that dangerous thing, calls it a demonic core capable of turning people into monsters, admits that his analysis has not progressed at all, but one thing is clear. If it spreads, it will become a huge threat to all humanity. The scene shifts to an abstract picture of Leto's thoughts. He confesses that since it happened, he has not stopped studying demons, but the more he digs, the deeper and more confusing the mystery becomes. Flash of an image of a group of demons, Grim, Guard, and the rest passes by, and Leto feels a sharp question wash over him. How little do they really know where these creatures come from and where they are now, and he finally realizes that humanity was too blind about the true nature of demons. Leto focuses on that particular enemy, a demon in a suit named Badum, explaining that he is a tough radical among demons who actively seeks to exterminate humanity. He recalls that Badum called himself the fifth rank in the hierarchy of the Fire Seed, and notes that if this is true, they have toppled a fairly influential figure. Sheath looks conflicted. She agrees with what he says, but then hesitantly asks if they can really say they have defeated him after everything that happened. Leto leans back on the bench, with a thoughtful look in his eyes, gazes into the distance, and advises not to be too optimistic, but adds that since then demons have not made any noticeable moves, so this threat can for now be considered overcome. Sheath is still tense. She says that somewhere out there must be other such enemies, and then fires the big question that gnaws at her. Is the Demon King stronger than the one they fought? Leto says it's not just about brute strength when the silhouette of a demon appears in the air. He lectures that a leader needs more than military power. Demon technology and magic far surpass human, so their leaders are probably also skilled in intelligence and strategy. Leto raises a cigarette, intently follows the smoke dancing in the sky, and warns Sheath, "Don't narrow your focus. The unknown always comes unexpectedly, so don't let assumptions cloud your vision." Sheath looks down, listening to his advice, quietly repeats the words Demon King, feeling the weight of a possible threat looming over them. Leto becomes more serious before Sheath. He says that if she truly desires it, someday she will defeat that threat, and adds that in the end they have only reached halfway along this path. Continuing the thought, he says that then they will defeat the Demon King. Sheath looks at him with wide-open eyes. Leto places the burden of enormous expectations on her shoulders. He tells Sheath that she must become a hero. He orders her to inherit the Sword Sain's and his will. Sheath looks uncertain. Is such a huge role within her power? She quietly asks him if he really thinks she can handle it. Leto winks at her confidently and smiles, assuring her that she definitely can. After all, she has a pretty good mentor nearby who will support her. Later the scene shifts to the streets of the town. Reed greets Sheath, saying she is glad to see that she is okay, and Iron stands nearby and briefly agrees. They visit the smithy. Luz takes Sheath's weapon. Luz confirms that it is her sword and asks to keep it with her, and Sheath politely asks her to take care of it. Reed explains the plan to the group. Monsters live in their heads, which provide materials to further strengthen the sword, and Alio steps forward and says it is decided they must go and defeat them. Leto steps aside and just watches as the group gathers. He looks quite satisfied with how everything is turning out. When they disperse, Leto says he is returning to the guild, and Sheath nods in response and adds that she is now setting out on her mission. Leto approaches the guild building, and even before he manages to settle in, someone calls out his nickname Rudo. A group of passionate adventurers immediately gathers around him. One asks if he is quitting, saying he hasn't given lectures for a long time, and the rest beg to be allowed to attend his classes. Leto looks a bit stunned and awkwardly waves it off, saying he will do it soon. Suddenly Harold kicks the door open and bursts inside, shouting Leto, and growling that because of his group everything has turned into a huge mess. Leto just looks in response, completely bewildered by the sudden accusation. Harold explains the problem. He borrowed that special training-based sheath, and now other adventurers demand that he open it for them too, and crowds are storming the place. Leto covers his face with his palm and groans, realizing what a headache this is now. They sit down to think it all over, and Harold puts forward an idea. Let's set some conditions and turn this into practical training. Beginners will practice alongside Sheath and her squad, and Leto agrees that it sounds like a plan. Leto walks away, sighs heavily, and mumbles about the trouble this causes him. Next, the scene shifts us to a harsh, rocky landscape where Sheath's group is dealing with their affairs. Close up, Sheath stands over a fallen monster, her hand firmly gripping a dagger after the final strike. Sheath wipes sweat from her forehead and asks if they have already gathered enough materials, and Reed stands nearby with his staff and confirms that everything is ready. In the field, Sheath and her partner finish their tasks. Sheath suggests hurrying back to the city, and the partner adds that Takura needs to review the materials they collected. Sheath gives him a big smile and gladly agrees to the plan. The scene shifts to the city streets. Life is bustling there. People are bustling and hurrying about their business. It turned out that Sheath's squad, Breath of the White Dragon, really became quite famous. After the battle, they even installed a special plaque dedicated specifically to them. Their fame grew so much that their merch is already sold in shops. Shelves are piled with plush toys resembling Reed, Sheath, and even Leto, sitting next to a display of weapon replicas. When Sheath and Reed were walking down the street, a little girl noticed them and ran straight to Sheath, reaching out her hand, captivated by the thought of seeing a hero in person. The whole squad, Sheath, Reed, and their warrior comrade, continue to walk through the city streets together. Sheath drifts into thoughts, somewhat dreamily imagining a scene with her father, and begins to think, if only I. In her imagination, Leto appears super cool and daring, smoking a cigarette and posing, while she draws him delivering a dramatic line like, "Ask me why I was able to defeat the Demon King." We see that Reed already has his own merch. On the stand shines a flawless collectible card or portrait, clearly showing how popular the whole team has become. Sheath is still standing next to her teammate, lost in thought. She thinks that if someone asked how she ended up here, she would have a ready answer. She tells herself that it's all because of good mentors. Moving forward, memories flashed before her eyes of the people who made her who she is. The skeleton instructor Rinton, Commander Harold, and the blacksmiths Kirka and Luz. Her gaze stops on the familiar facade of a tavern, and she involuntarily recalls her mentor who guided her and her comrade. She remembers that tavern where she first met them as her true beginning and tenderly sees in her memory the day when Emmy served drinks to her and Leto. Returning to the present, Sheath bursts through the door with a huge smile and calls out to her mask. Leto returned a slight surprise, flashed across his face when he saw her. The whole team is here. Reed and the warrior group she gathered stand nearby, and Sheath happily announces that she's back. Leto sits right with them, and Sheath feels that from now on her bond with the master will only grow stronger.